structure, right? Because what you need to replace that with is, what we do, there are various ways to do it, right? There are social places, third places, we call them. We need to replace digital interaction back with, what we let go in the past, which is physical interaction. Unless we do that, we're not going to find a solution for this, unfortunately. People need to get used to making the effort to have interaction with somebody else. Otherwise, I don't really see this happening. Right? One side of it is policy. We can all talk about that, how companies should act and blah blah blah. But people need to make an accord that this shit is fucked up. Perhaps we should, look for a new norm. This ain't normal.
There are some people who are looking to America and the West for those things that develop. But there are also some people who want to destroy the things that America has and the things that the West have, and they don't believe that America should have so much power. And people that want to destroy that power want the power for themselves, and they do not have good character. They do not share our values. They do not believe in freedom in the way that we believe in freedom, in the way that we understand freedom. And they would just as soon as watch us all crumble and destroy ourselves. And I think that Americans need to realize that before it's too late and take and regain control, right? And I don't know exactly how to do that, but it's something that needs to be a part of the conversation, not the leftist and the right politics, but to figure out who is trying to manipulate us and trying to fragment us and destroy what power we have, because they need us to be weak so they can take control.
Amen. I just I'm worried that the Jews are going to replace us,
I'm afraid the Jews are going to replace themselves with Arabs pretty soon if they don't stop the rule.
Daniel, do you have any reflections so far on this? I don't know, so much your AFK.
So what kind of excuses did you get today based on this topic?
I don't think it's much of an excuses. I think a lot of us are, understand that African Americans, a lot of it's cultural, a lot of it's,
I think it's mostly you.
the algorithms are kind of fucking us up, making us hate each other. Kind of it's a mixture of regulating social media algorithms, maybe changing the.
Yeah, but this is all on purpose,
Who's doing it on purpose?
rich people.
They want the force to fight each other so that they can
Continue making one out the back door. It's awesome to be wealthy, and the poor people are too distracted by how awful it is to be poor. It's how awesome it is to be wealthy.
It's not like it's. I mean, look, this is actually can be something that I think is fairly I'm able, but they're doing this. I don't think it's actually that concealed or anything. I think it's actually pretty obvious that that's something that, it does certainly certain powerful groups of people have all the average people fighting each other and
How is this not just a conspiracy theory to think that rich people are way more malicious than the average person, and that what their goals are is to hurt poor? When I talk to very rich people,
no, their goal is to run out the back door and entertain their power.
They're mostly concerned about poor people's crime. They want to be away from criminal poor people, not so
But
much
there is
to fight each other so that they can be richer or anything like that. That just seems not what they talk about at all, ever.
It's power, right? But it's not anything it's not like they're evil and they're we want evil to happen in the world. It's they want preservation of their power and status, or an increase in power for themselves or money or whatever, right? Which is
Just really
not great.
a lot of money. What if it's not?
I'll give you an example.
Yeah, maybe being rich is just fun.
Here's a concrete example of a
When you're getting a lot, you want more of it.
Yeah.
One conspiracy theory that's true about this is that with housing stuff, a lot of rich people purposely veto new housing to be built in neighborhoods because they don't want the price of their
neighborhood because of what they did to your hood.
And that's what I'm saying, that's not a conspiracy, that's just like people acting in their own self-interest.
Yeah, well, that's usually.
Dude, now you're fucked up out that you can't even flip. Put a little extra money in your pocket and
People also have their fingers on the very active response. So
It goes to the preservation of the money, that is like a mentality that permeates like their character. And so, like, that's the problem, that, like, you have to walk by a lot of stuff, and you have to accumulate certain amounts of money. You have to, like, ignore other stuff, you have to have this selfishness inherent to you. So that's the problem. That's what it reads inside of it.
yeah, Sam, if you remember that quote that I gave you the other day, it's like he says that it's not that power corrupts, it's that power is magnetic to the corrupted. Right? And like I think that's correct, right? Like I think that the people who are interested enough to become insanely wealthier, that they tend to be fairly self-interested, self-motivated people, right? What like there might be a handful of them who are like not like evil, right? I'm not saying they're all evil. Some of them are for sure. But like when it comes to their manipulation of propaganda, social media algorithms, and all this other stuff, like I don't think that's a secret. You know, it's not a conspiracy theory in the sense that it's some like secret thing that I'm making a leap to from like behind the veil. It's like no, I think it's all out in the open. Like, if you take a look at it, it's right there.
To make the point that you're making. Like what's wrong with
Sorry,
self?
what you say?
There's nothing wrong with something.
It's bad.
But it's just that taken to an extent, it's
Destroys
just like.
Well, it's anti-cooperative,
It says
right? That's the
everything's
problem.
permissible, everything's beneficial. Like, it's balance that you have. That's the.
Yeah, there's an extreme version of self-interest where it's anti-cooperation. It's like anti-society, anti-social, you know.
Anti-social, it's like a property that's mine that I call my own. I don't want the prices of it being driven down. Eventually, I might want to move out of that neighborhood, flip my house, and put a little
Right,
extra cash in my pocket for
there is a place for privacy and independence.
the equity building on my property, and then other people are sitting here fucking that up for me in my retirement plan. And that's self-interested and self-motivated. That doesn't even have to be that millionaire scale.
That where it isn't a problem.
That happens. Dude,
There's,
are you listening?
that's why homeowners associations exist, because there's ways to implement it where people can live in the neighborhood who aren't in the same bracket. Housing can be built that is up to the standard that wouldn't affect.
Right, so you would like segregation.
Wait, the point was the thing that self-interest is bad. Wait.
I'm telling you that there are ways to do it that's good.
Yeah,
You know,
it's
I'm saying, Eric, you could have a giant hotel or a giant apartment building built in your area.
Do you like diversity?
Raise your.
Do you like diversity?
Okay, you get
Yeah, I don't think that having self-interest is a bad thing. I think having destructive self-interest is a bad thing. I think that when people are using their capital and self-interest to destroy other people, then the government may need to step in for the public interest.
Also, too, with wealth, you're, yes, you're attaining capital and equity and whatnot, but you have to maintain what you bought. And that's one of the biggest lessons in finance, or not just, oh, I can go buy a Lamborghini, but also I can pay for the $10,000 fender bender or Italian engine change. You know what I mean? So I remember, like my little
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about rental, like in terms of housing, renting versus owning a house.
Right.
Right. So like when you get a mortgage for a house and you pay your mortgage every month, that's like money that you're putting in the bank in some sense, because when you go to sell the house, right, you only have a certain amount left on the mortgage to pay off, and like you get
It's not the only way to
left
live.
over. I'm not saying it's the only way to invest. Why are you guys saying this? Look, the point is just saying rental versus owning a house, right? In terms of building wealth over the course of your lifetime, right? If you rent your whole life, you're going to be burning a much bigger share of your income that you're never going to get back, right? Whereas if you own a house, you will get it back when you sell the house.
yeah, I'm
It's
talking
called
about,
equity.
yeah,
Can I just say this though? What's really ironic is there's this guy in the audience named Deepak who has been embezzling money out of the black community professionally for like at least 20 years. And the fact that he would come into a room like this is just bizarre.
Destructive self-interest. Call the police.
Here's that about children from, do black men lack access to education? Like, I'm just wondering where the connective issue is to that.
What do you mean? I don't know about that. I mean, there's a lot.
Where do you get from, do black men lack access to education to, housing? Like, how would we get to that?
Because schools are paid for through housing taxes.
Because conversations have like contingencies in terms of like which topics get brought up, and then we were talking.
And property taxes pay for schools in America.
yeah, we're talking about the
So like,
conditions.
it's extremely relevant in America, right? Which populations or which communities have like equity ownership, equity stake, right? And are like have significantly, appreciating property, right? Because they're going to have better funded schools, and that's going to lead to better outcomes generally.
And I was just speaking to the part where we were talking about the rich, like how they're just, they make them seem like some evil cabal, that's on a quest for dominance and power, when really they're just trying to maintain what they've bought. And those monthly bills and monthly mortgages, yeah, it's great to buy 3 homes. That's 3 different mortgages every month. So you can do what you have to do to maintain that lifestyle, which is a whole nother area.
You're missing what I'm saying here, right? Which is that like
I'm not saying anything in opposition to you. This is a whole separate.
He just wants to
we're talking about owning 3 houses. We're talking about like owning 1 house so that you could build equity in it, as opposed to burning like 80% of your income.
That some people spend above their means because they don't realize that there's like upkeep, right? Like the cost of a house isn't just like property. Yeah, that's what he's saying.
But I don't think that's as big of an issue as the fact that people like the share of wealth has been like reduced by like a huge fraction, like over the course of a few 4 decades. If you were to go back to like look at the economy of the United States in like the 1950s, like when it was booming, the middle class was like the driver. The U.S. middle class was like the driver of the world economy. It was like the largest first, and it like directed it.
Not looking at the
shape
shape of the force.
What do you mean?
Women weren't like competing with men workforce in
Are they
general.
hurt? Women came into the workforce before the 1950s, especially during World War II.
So,
Rosie Rooter.
like men on average were like going to work for their families and it was a stay-at-home wife, or like what?
The point was that their wages were enough such that like a middle class job at like a factory was enough. Can I just
Okay.
can I finish my sentence before you conclude that you were right? I was disagreeing with you. Okay, so yeah, so at this time the wages were
in the workforce.
okay, so you're just gonna fucking talk over me again. Yeah, the wages were
yourself and like kind of listen to yourself talk. That's kind of it's kind of.
Shut the fuck up, Regal. I want to hear what someone has to say.
Is this your boy? Your friend or your spouse?
Yeah, that's my boy.
You shut your boyfriend on?
the wages for a single worker who was like a middle class worker at like a factory or something like that in the 1950s were enough to provide like livable wages for an entire family. Okay, where they could own things like houses and cars and so on, white pickets, fence, whatever, right? And so in that sense, yeah, you didn't need to have both parents working, full-time jobs. Okay, that has to do with the fact that the wages were relatively higher than they are, right? Like I don't know what to do with that, man. Like, look, the point is that like most families couldn't survive on a single income these days if they're like middle class. You can't do it. That's the problem. People need like 3 jobs, you know.
Yeah, we're not oversaturated in the workplace or the work market with like doubling up the workforce here. That's the reason for it. Is it something else? Am I wrong?
It's that wages haven't kept up with things like inflation, right? So like, there's actually time periods when you can look at like
Big up with inflation.
no, they haven't. Not for the middle class. Like I don't understand like what? Like you understand what I'm saying that like you
You're
can take
research, and it's not really a genuine explanation here, though.
Okay, so what are you going to get?
are you agreeing with me that like in the 50s, like, you could have a nuclear like mom, dad, 2 kids, and the dad could go work at a factory
Yeah,
full time. And that would be enough
yes.
for more than what that sort of income could purchase today.
Okay, well, tell us the difference between income then and income now. Like, what makes it more than it is now? Explain that.
Well, again, what? What do you mean? What makes it more than it's now? So like, 1, you have inflation. 2, so basically you have the price of a basket of foods or whatever, or an education, or a house, or a car, right? Has gone up, right? And the wages haven't gone up to keep up with that. Like, and also you have like a higher share of like, say, like you can look at transfer of income to like the highest income earners to the various companies. So like, the highest income earners at firms, higher percentage than their average worker now than they did then. That's another thing.
You say inflation, but then like don't expand on like how the inflation is doing that. Can you explain that?
I literally did. I just explained like the basket of goods, the education, the housing prices like going up, and the wage increases not keeping up with that. The rate amount of things increase, but everything else fucking inflates. That's the inflation part.
Okay,
And then there's this other part, which is the wages haven't increased at an equal rate.
okay.
You can just look up a graph of this. I don't understand why. Like, you don't believe me? Just look it up. It's not a secret. These things aren't secrets.
like saying wages are increasing with inflation is like accurate for certain periods between like 2021 and 2022. It's partially true depending on your job and expenses today. Not universally true across the whole economy right now.
Okay. I mean, that's just going to be true, like, basically no matter what. It's very rare, but universally in that sense.
Also, I think Sully made a good point that like wages as a proportion of like corporate earnings has gone down significantly, right? So like as companies are making more, less of a percent of that more capital is being like pushed down towards like below or employee.
Another thing you can look at if you want to go even further is that, like, there's things like automobile, right? So, like, Henry Ford basically made it so that, like, the workers on his production lines could afford to buy a car. So, like, somebody working in the Ford factory could afford a car, right? And then what happened is basically time goes on. The price of the automobile inflated, but the entire economy and structure of our roadway system and so on was restructured around the vehicle, the automobile at that point. So people were basically stuck, had to buy cars, and then the road price. And then that's when people started buying on credit, actually.
You have a lot of good ideas.
So you just a beautiful opportunity to say afford, and I don't know why.
Well, yeah, that was actually a slogan.
Not really.
So you see, or is it innovation?
Yes.
You think it's innovation?
Yeah, for sure. It started in like the 60s. Like Bank of America became MasterCard.
I think it started with gas cards.
But like, I'm just saying credit cards. Credit cards were.
It took a while. But also like the whole retail industry was like different. Like a lot of things were done sort of naturally on credit. Like people had tabs that were open, and like the Quakers changed a lot of the retail with like price tags. There's weird histories on how they used to.
The point is that like most average people didn't buy much on credit. I'm not saying credit wasn't a thing. Obviously, credit has been a thing for very long time. It's not a thing. But
I think not until.
A lot of
I'm not sure what the requirements were. Yeah, I'm not sure what the requirements were.
Second class.
1976.
Some innovation, you guys talking about here. I don't think Senate.
There was like a local, like I think there was a local credit card before the 70s, though. I'm pretty sure. But anyway, the point is that
You can have a tab for local shoppers.
no. People bought things on credit in the past. I'm not saying that like never happened. What I'm saying is that like buying like ordinary like things like houses and so on, that was something that people didn't really do on credit prior to like the 1920s. And most of the time, like houses were something you could just buy. You could just outright buy it. You wouldn't need to have like a mortgage. You could also build one and so on without needing to go into debt. Or like this, basically that sort of structure like emerges later on, especially as things like basically like we could say standard of living increases. So like people have household appliances, things like this that are like sort of like plumbing and electricity and air conditioning, whatever else, right? And these features, like, the standard of living goes up because these are accessible to more people, but they're broadly accessible because of rent, right? So people have to go into debt in order to afford those things.
It says that women were not allowed to, they could own property, but they were not legally allowed to purchase or finance homes independently until the 1970s.
What's that contradiction that Greg Priest was like in Honolulu?
It's it's sufficient. There were like sufficient conditions for being able to vote. I believe is the one that he talks about, where originally it was something that a factory worker at a Ford factory could afford, no pun intended. And then later on, like, you know, you have like GM coming in and like other car manufacturers coming in, what they did is like they sort of the cheapest cars became more expensive, right? For various
You
reasons.
know, we have before playing
They use it. They're the use.
exactly.
No, I think that's German. You did it. You did it.
Yeah.
You did. Oh, dyslexia. I'm playing, make fun of dyslexia. Dyslexia doesn't make fun of dyslexia.
It sounds English. It's cross language.
Please donate the Utah to people from the state of Utah.
We should start everybody's performance more. Like what? You got a perfectly good weird ethnic minority is upperly mobile. Like, who you blame on something?
So basically, I have some responses to your objections. Is this a good time to talk about?
Unfortunately, this room is about pretty black men having access to education, but I'll have a room obviously about Islam. Really go into it.
Black men are Muslims are not educated, don't have access to Medina, Mecca, universities in Medina, Mecca, Cairo, all that.
No, I can't have all my rooms be about Islam, because then I'll just be the Islam guy. So this room is about education, poverty, whether black men have black access to education, stuff around that, and like whether or not Muhammad, you know, whether the Quran says you can have sperm from the back around the ribs, like it's just not really relevant to that.
If it's true, one could be, sad to be educated.
But I appreciate you, Islam Pro, looking up that stuff. We'll have a discussion about it soon. I'm usually down to talk about Islam.
Well, it depends. Depends on which country they're in. I think there might be some discrimination, but still against black people. Black men, black women, they do have access to education.
Like in Libya.
Thank you for inviting me to the stage. I feel seen, heard,
Shut.
Who is that?
It's your friend, the trend.
This is what ChatGPT says. Is the economy worse for the middle class now versus 1980? I'll compare the U.S. middle class today versus 1980 across income, housing, healthcare, education, debt, job security. For the U.S. middle class, the best answer is material life is better than in 1980 in some ways, but the middle class bargain is worse. In 1980, the economy had a brutal short-term pain. Inflation was 13%. Employment was around 7%. 30 or more year trace was around 16%. So 1980 was
No, 1980 is right after the oil crunch of 1979. You have to look at like late 80s, right? Comparatively. It's like it's like if you picked 2009 as your year to like look up the economic numbers of America. They're way off from their like averages around 2009 because it's post the 2008 housing crisis.
So this is what it says. Today people have bigger houses, better medicine, better electronics, safer cars, higher
I think there's a housing crisis across the world at the moment. But I was watching the 60 Minutes special from a few years ago where they were talking about how a lot of the American public housing, but residential housing was being purchased by external sources like large firms or housing
Like
firms.
BlackRock and shit.
Yeah, something like that. I mean, one of the largest was some Canadian company out of Toronto, something like this. I don't think they were BlackRock, but they own like a lot of the residential housing.
Brookfield.
Okay. So,
Name Brookfield.
yeah, so they own a lot of American residential housing. So I think people should go set their house on them.
What?
Just, no, but honestly, I think that's actually a national security issue. That people from outside should not be able to purchase large swaths of other countries' property.
Just like as an FYI, Brookfield Corporation is a Canadian multinational company that is one of the world's largest alternative investment management companies and has over US $1 trillion in assets.
Have you seen that outrage? So, I guess some guy that works for like Mandani's office was recently arrested, and this comes off the back of him protesting outside some like Brooklyn brownstone, where this lady who believes her father was swindled out of the deed was like sent to Rikers Island by the first Hasidic Jewish female judge in New York. And like basically there's this like conspiracy or alleged conspiracy where these I guess predominantly Jewish, so they allege that like realtors or real estate agencies or firms are like stealing the deed, are like basically gentrifying by force Bedford-Stuyvesant area of Brooklyn. So it's like this big news. But like basically it's been made there's more attention recently because basically Mandani is like pledged to like investigate all of these cases, and they found like the historic recently there's been very similar cases, but they're basically like they show some statistic of how many black people have had their deeds by their lives, stolen or whatever, they've been duped or something, or conned out of their deeds by like this group. I don't know, do you guys have anything else? Am I the only one?
It's like a trope with like Jewish landowners that they're like the worst possible landowners, and like they'll squeeze you for every dollar.
Well, no. So this is about like realtors. So basically, in case, as I said, I don't know if you guys saw, I think it's on Instagram. Apparently, like the dad is like an old man, and he's like senile or something. Like he requires, and he doesn't live in Brooklyn. He lives in like Atlanta or something, or Georgia. And then he was committed into 10
take you out of here?
No, that was Michael.
Michael, that was hilarious.
Yeah, it's good impression, man. No, but seriously, please. Use them. Seem pretty harsh.
Only examples sway in the Pacific area.
It's very nostalgic for me as well, because like I used to listen to Cosby's, you know? So those kinds of stuff like that. It's very emotive and evocative for me, like watching that be stolen. But the stuff's like
Anthony Mamdani's racial equity plan?
I did not. Please tell us. Oh, you got an idea? Did you have an idea?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, when did you DM me?
Right? I said like
I've been waiting for your DMs.
I was in that room, I got kicked out by a friend the other day. I asked him, because you seemed like when you were reading that article, you were like, oh, this guy sounds like a Trump hater. So do you support Trump still?
Me?
Yeah.
So I'm not like, you know that I'm not a statist, so if you just ask like, do I support Trump, it's just like a weird thing to say, like, if you ask me.
No,
Yeah, but you can be more specific, like, if you were a statist, do you support what he does?
oh, did you vote for him? But presumably that's not. Because you didn't vote for him.
Well, if I was a statist, I would probably have voted for him, yeah. But, there's a lot of things that I agree with and a lot of things that I disagree with that he does. I like that he, removed.
Yeah, they like rape skills.
Yeah, that's a bad thing. That's really bad news. But this is exactly why I'm not a statist. I'm tired of being forced to choose between, like, wait, Bima is stupid. Come on that now. You've been around for a while, so when I'm forced to choose, like a hierarchy of moral principles, like, oh wait, do you support killing people or do you support freedom of association and living at home and in your own community? It's just like, well, can I just like not have to do either? Can you just not be an asshole?
Isn't he the guy that like, I mean, I guess in a sense, Trump is kind of still a government because he's firing pretty much everybody.
No, yeah, and he's deregulating for every, you need a promise for everyone.
That's not in a good way.
No, I think that's like, I think,
Yeah, simultaneously he's taking more executive control than ever before, while spending more than ever before.
Right. Hold on, but listen, yeah, but that could be president forever, right? When was the last president that for every one piece of legislation they pass, they deregulate and remove 100 pieces of legislation? Like, you're not gonna find me saying that there's anything better than that right now. Because guess what, the next president's gonna come in, and unless they're doing that or better, then then we're all still in the same overregulated society.
Regulations are better understood as like consumer protection.
Okay.
You want regulation.
We don't have to have that argument. There's no.
As far as him living forever, he's been living on cheeseburgers from McDonald's and Coca-Cola for 70 years. I think he's gonna outlive all.
Who's that?
But it's not about your quantity. Yeah, I swear to God, it would be 10 seconds if you goddamn I think your ability trying to. I'm just saying it's not about quantity of regulation, it's about quantity.
Everything, like regulate.
You know there's lots of Americans.
Oh, sorry. No, just deregulate everything, okay? We talked about this. You guys were just talking about it. The gap in the wealth, right? Our Gini coefficient is near what it was during the Gilded Age, okay? Why? And we're just it's just gonna continue to grow. 10% of Americans own 93% of stocks, and 1% of Americans because ultimately you're gonna have, these, any type of protection is gonna be selective. There's gonna be nothing but lobbyists that are gonna decide what is going to be and what isn't gonna be protected. And then it's much harder to get a regulation removed. A regulation removed, than to make a regulation. So,
I think we just have a general like across the board policy of no right of return. So like if you want to return something back to the deli, like you paid for it, you bought it, no, you can't get the money back.
But wait, David, but David, we still have the same. So a lot of our consumer rights are like similar to like when we left after Brexit, we kind of negotiated a lot of similar deals with other countries. Like those trade agreements were very similar than as the ones that we had with the EU. Even though we were talking like WTO rules and this bullshit. I think one of them is that like I think we still have the same consumer protection. So with a lot of international companies, when dealing with the UK customers, we still have the same. I think there's a specific what's it called? It's not trading standards. It's like a term for the particular like regulation I'm invoking. Where it's like we have the right to return an item unused 14 days without any reason whatsoever. And we can just return.
What is this guy, Beef? He's saying, Beef, now why would I join a combo like this? Is this guy complaining that you're a bad mod and that you don't get quality conversations in your room? Is that what this guy's saying?
I'm not sure what they're saying. Look at
Are you playing that truck?
Now, how would I join a combo like this?
I think Kia is something about helping some a racist or something. I don't know. Kia usually has conversations with us, but I think most left wing black people say, yeah, there's a systemic racism in America. It's just that black men have black access to education. So I don't know why they find this title inflammatory. I mean, maybe he thinks it's implying that therefore black people are uneducated, and so that maybe you could make the inference that you shouldn't be an insult to say black Americans are on the whole uneducated. Maybe that's like his problem, but I think there's a pretty nice way of saying it. It's just, hey, we need to improve accuracy.
You know, I have a question, sir. This is even a blunt question to make that. What was Sam? You sent me something a long time ago. You were like, it was Coleman Hughes versus that guy, the libertarian guy, Dave Smith. And you were like, oh, he absolutely cooked it. What was it on again? I went back
So then,
It's not sustainable, it's not actually, well, like, yeah, there's consumption, but it's not something sustainable, it's not, I don't.
I mean, it is interesting that a lot of the pain businesses, such as like housing, healthcare, etc., are insanely regulated in the sense of like it's very hard to build a hospital, it's very hard to build an apartment complex, it's very hard to do all that shit. Whereas things like electronics are very cheap because it's very easy to build factories to pump out electronics. And I feel like that's something to look at in terms of why those things are still relatively expensive, whereas things like electronics and food, clothing are much cheaper nowadays.
You guys are someone in group chat member. You know the Professor Jamie. This guy.
There's one Asian, oh yeah, this is the guy. I saw him blow up like a couple months ago out of nowhere.
Yeah, that's him, Professor Jamie.
And everyone in my Twitter was like, why is this moron famous now? What happened?
I
Why?
think it's like China, like basically China tinkering, you know, like getting him popular because he's basically like, you know, like propaganda method that making it beneficial, I guess, in some ways, serves their interests. Like, what's funny is, like, I think that's not true. Like, some people, I think he has it, he's like some fucking English grad student who like teaches at some high school in China. Well, he's popular, and he teaches in English and everything. So, but what's funny is that some random clip talking about fucking. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Yeah, I think I posted it. He's like, yeah, like I think he's like from China, Chinese chill Asian or something. Anyways, I should do that.
The Economic Policy Institute tracks or did the calculation.
Can I play something really quickly?
Oh.
Sorry, just tell me if you guys can hear this.
About slavery or prostitution,
Can you hear it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
or gambling or money laundering, people won't feel good about themselves. In fact, the soul will become corrupted, okay? So kind of example is like Hong Kong, right? Have you been to Hong Kong? One of the wealthiest cities in the world, right? Lots and lots of skyscrapers. But guess what? The people there are disgusting. They're depraved, they're mental, they're disgusting. There's no culture to the place, there's no morality to the place. It's actually disgusting, okay? I don't know, live there. And you live here, guess what? You're so much in that
He's a funny. He's weird because like he keeps getting booked on shows, and then he like tempers because he's like a kind of an insane person. Like he believes it's like Jesuits and the Illuminati and all this weird conspiratorial bullshit. A fight between good and evil. But then he makes like, well, I don't think they're outlandish, but he makes these kinds of predictions that draw attention, and then he kind of really calmly, he gives like this like sober, superficial, but you know, somewhat calculated kind of defenses for the predictions and shit. And then so he keeps getting booked on all these, you know, primetime shows like Piers Morgan. Although he also does like real low bottom tier shit, like he like spoke to that sneaker thing.
Sneakers fucking hilarious.
Dude, you know who broke my heart? Yeah? There's this guy. His name's Scott Ritter. He was a weapons inspector for the United Nations. I think he was like a major in Navy or something as well. And he worked for some kind of intelligence organization in America. Anyway, he's like some weird Russophile. Is that a term? Not
Yeah. Like pro-Russia.
Yeah, it's like saying that it's got like fucking Spetsnaz uniforms in the, like, you know, in his like background or whatever, his studio, wherever he records from. And he's basically this mouthpiece analysts now for Iran, they just look him on shows where, he wants to kind of challenge or criticize the United States. And I wanted to look at him to see if he was legit, because some of what he says, you can just on his face is very reasonable. Well, not necessarily reasonable. It's controversial given the kind of mainstream narrative, but it's you can fact check him and it's, what he's saying is accurate. Turns out the guy's a fucking pedophile. It's completely fucked up. What's funny is there's a lot of some of these Iranian spokespeople have selfies with him. He's advocating for the same cause. It's motherfucker. So now you can't quote anything.
Damn. It's kind of fucked up that I talked to a guy from Hong Kong recently, and he said that once China took over Hong Kong, a bunch of rural Chinese rednecks moved into Hong Kong and ruining the culture of the place. And then a lot of Hong Kongers are of the original educated class are leaving because they're sick of these fucking Chinese rednecks. I don't know if that's true, but it's a funny thing that I would. He was very confident about it.
It's disgusting. It's disgusting. He's just fully masked off now. Bro, you know what fucking think about it? He's teaching a classroom full of Chinese teenagers.
Well, I mean, it's just people that grew up not in a Chinese city, but in a farm, and they're more comfortable shitting on the side of the road. They're more I don't know, less money they don't have. China business that much. Used to. And apparently everyone in China just spits on the floor wherever you are. So you can be in line at a shopping mall or whatever, a supermarket, and everyone's just spitting on the floor. Just crazy.
Bro, that must be a hack to boost your social credit score. Just spam just phlegm.
But the thing I am going to say before I get back to work is that it's kind of depressing that this, the person that you just mentioned, I can't remember his name, who's a child molester and a spokesperson for Russia. These type of people get credibility because of the extreme lack of credibility that the American
Yeah, 100%, right? 100%.
That's how far we fall.
No, but I was just thinking the other day that that supplement they call Simon. I like Simon. I was arguing with Simone, and prior to the sabbatical I took, I had a debate with him, and in the debate he was basically parroting the Hegseth and Trump line of 90% ballistic missile capacity degraded and blah blah blah. And even then, you can make inferences from you can reject the stats they're proposing, just based on really simplistic inferences you can make from general war strategy or something. It's if their idea is supposed to be, they pretend that they've got intelligence or something, or they have classified information they can't share with us. But in reality, what they're actually proposing is that the way they're kind of instructing us to verify their claims is look, they were launching this amount on the first day, and now they're launching this amount, which means it must be true that we've degraded their capacity by 90%. Almost fucking a non-military strategist or someone who's very informed could just say what if it's their plan to not fire as many today as yesterday? What if that's part of some broader strategy? Anyway, Trump supporters or the Trump cultists, for whatever reason, don't like using their brain, so they win a challenge Hegseth and Trump. The DIA recently reported to Congress that Iran has something in the Iran has thousands of ballistic missiles left and even more drones. So it's just completely false what Trump and them said. When they asked Caroline Levitt what her response to that is, which basically completely contradicts what Trump and Hegseth were saying leads into the conflict, her response is that, why does the media hate America? You guys are unpatriotic. You have Trump derangement syndrome. It's almost like dealing with some of these clubhouse people. You have these intransigent clubhouse morons running the country and or prosecuting a conflict against like, what they argue is like, fuck it, Hitler incarnate, like, or the Nazis, I should say. But yeah, I agree with your point on that spectrum. That's the reason,
I googled Josh Ritter, he sounds like he's a musician. Is that a different Josh Ritter?
Scott
Ritter.
like some fat guy with glasses. He kind of looks like Peter Griffin. Yeah.
Can you imagine standing in front of the troops and with the entire, we're sending you out there to fight to hasten the return of Jesus? I mean, can you?
Yeah, ironically, Headset is a rapist too. So that's him from.
So is Trump.
Like, they're both basically homeland now. Like, that's literally what they do here, the kinds of rapists they do here. Like the cartoonishly evil character from a superhero franchise or whatever.
I heard that Samoa thing and it was fucking hilarious. You're dunking on so hard. I had a little thing with Samoa like a couple days ago, right? Where like as soon as you like actually left that room, I was dunking on Samoa as well, I think, from a couple days ago. Like Samoa, we were talking about the like how efficacious Doge was, right? And Samoa said that like they had something close to like $1 trillion worth of cuts to the federal government.
Not even
Right?
more.
And he bet the room. And he was like, anyone in the room, take this bet, right? So like, I was on email when he said that. So like, as soon as I got off the email, I went like, I'll take that bet, right? And then he started like, as soon as I said, I'll take the bet, he started backtracking because he could. He's like, oh, I didn't say no, he did $1 trillion in cuts. I said the whole federal government did $1 trillion in cuts. And I was like, fine, I'll give you that too. Let's make the bet on that, right? And he's kind of just written backwards from that as well. Like, it's just like complete crazy. He's such a
Bro, he just will literally just defend anything Trump like this to a comical level.
I had a brutal
because of the amount of adherence. So basically, like, you get a phone call from, you know, fucking Pope's secretary, and you're gonna basically be called into action like some Manchurian candidate, you know. Fucking Denzel, I don't know who the original actor was, so I'm just gonna say Denzel. You know, like, you can be fucking summoned or something.
So what does everyone here think about the
I definitely cause concrete to hate. Hold on, before we go to their end, where I've caused concrete to hate Jews much more because I just have absolutely no respect for him and just constantly calling him a retard, and he doesn't like it. And he was trying very hard to get Haiti. He's using his social manipulation as he does. He got like Haiti big. Sam talk to you like a dog, and you're gonna listen to him on the train. Luckily, it didn't work.
Because Haiti hates black people just as much as you do.
And it was also really beautiful that you got really mad that I went off mute, but I wasn't saying anything off mute. So every time I come off mute, he would get flustered and be like, "Steve, you're going off mute."
Sam's making noises? Yeah, I get that too. I was working, like I half heard that.
I really was making him flustered. He was like genuinely flustered in that interaction.
I think he gets flustered around like Jewish people generally. Like he's he's a legit believer in the conspiracy though. Like I think like he's sincere.
Remember that time when I came in, like, remember that time when I came into, like, you were in some other room, me and, like, Concrete had been arguing about Jews for, like, I don't know, 7 hours, and I came in, I'm like, Timothy, like, completely exasperating, I was like, Timothy, you have to adjudicate this, you have to adjudicate this, like, do you remember that?
Yeah, and then you like turned on me
Exactly.
and I was like, yes, and then you were like, you were handling it with kids.
No, I know. The reason for that is because, like, that was the first time I really saw how deep this conspiracy nonsense and, like, anti-Jew hatred really went, right? So, like, it kind of, like, triggered me really badly.
People actually do that. They watch these status on their
Yeah, you was if you're focused on your phone. Yeah, you kind of do that. That's not like it's not like some I'm too cool to like pay attention to my phone. Like, come on.
He was so fluffed by me going on and on. He just get in trouble. He was up like, "Hey, you're gonna come off mute like that?" And she's like, "He's not interrupting you. He's not saying anything."
That's serious for dealing with.
He was so flustered. And then the thing with the penicillin, oh my god, that was a big L in Concrete that day.
How did he like was he baited into making the claim about Nobel laureates?
Yes. Well, I didn't bait him to do it, he just blundered into it himself, and I just thought,
But is this something that he's independently researched, or is this something where like the conversation led you both there?
Okay, so the comment started with something, basically a Nazi saying Jews have never contributed anything to society, they're just mere parasites. It was
then it's three things. Independent actions, two, conflating Judaism or, Judaism as an ethnic religion or something with Zionism, and then three, encouraging and then sort of getting the positive feedback from Jews who basically endorse their actions. Like, that is responsible for, or that is serves as this like legitimizing force for anti-Semitism in the world, where like you've got people like who are like independently anti-Semites, but then try to frame themselves as like fucking Nostradamus, like, I told you about these niggas, didn't I tell you? Look what they do, look what they do to the Palestinians. Like someone will read an article about like, or most recently what happened in Lebanon with the statue of Jesus. And you'd be like, I told you. And it's like, I feel like now more than ever, I feel like there's also this big thing that's going on in the world where a lot of the Jewish people who complain about anti-Semitism, the most vocal people, don't acknowledge that factor, don't acknowledge that enormous like push from the actions of Israel. And it's really bad because what happens is when they ignore that in offering their analysis or, sort of offering their warnings and cautions, I think people are just like, okay, we don't really need to take you seriously because you're not being honest, kind of thing. Or in fact, you guys are bad guys, or in fact, you're a victim bullies, or in fact, you're a crying wolf. Like that's how it's interpreted by a lot of people. More so than like, and it's almost like when you offer the positive impact Jewish people have had historically, it completely falls on deaf ears now. Because no one's doing the cost benefit analysis. People are just saying like, the source is untrustworthy. The person who's trying to offer this panegyric is like a dishonest one. Why would I accept anything you're saying?
Here is just like beyond saving, and I don't know what to do with them other than to like hope to limit their power and to censor them and stuff like that. I don't feel like they're
But you understand how like a lot of people see Zionists in the same way. A lot of like reasonable people, or otherwise reasonable. Let's say it's a contentious issue. But you see how they see them in the same way.
Zion. I mean, by Zionist, you mean someone who just thinks it's fine that Israel is the country. No, I don't think anyone sees it the same way as reasonable. If you mean Zionism, you mean like the greater Israel project, and like get.
Well, no, people who just endorse the actions of Israel. Because I think there's an interesting thing where like we've had this discussion before, right? With like Kitty, where we know there's something wrong with someone who goes, well, is there something wrong? Well, I can't remember what she was arguing. I remember the thing I analyzed, like, well, look, I'm a national socialist, okay? I'm not a Nazi, but like, I take exception to you besmirching the term or phrase. Like, you'd be like, hey, I think this person's trying to smuggle in some other ideas here, right? I think like it's weird where you see a lot of Jewish people who do object to the crimes of Israel, don't quibble over whether this is the technical meaning of Zionism. This is what I mean. It seems like it's only the people who want to offer some mitigation, extenuation, or defense of Israel that do the whole like, what do you mean? Like, that means this. Right?
That it's just motivated by historical correctness in terms. I mean, and the history is not that far away. It's like the founding of Israel is first many years. It's just like there's going to be a huge difference between the labor Zionism and liberal Zionism on one side, and like revisionist national Zionism and religious Orthodox Zionism on the other.
I mean, I don't say this to insult you, Jen, I sincerely don't. But I'm saying in the context of the discussion, I think you would agree that most people can. Sorry, forget what most people do. I think if you're being sincere, you would agree that you're a bit of a pedant. So I don't think you capture the kind of folk dispute I'm discussing. Right? Like I'm saying, if you have a conversation with someone and they're like, I would identify, for the sake of this discussion about the crimes of Israel as a Zionist, I think generally speaking, that person's going to be have the kind of problematic attitude that we're discussing. If you're talking about you specifically, I think there's times where you want to be, you want to over-specify. No, that's what I'm saying. I'm right.
I'm not a revisionist or slash nationalist Zionist. Like that, the Likud basically succeeded in identifying their platform with what Zionism means in the minds of like most people.
Well, they would be like, oh man, you guys must be angry.
Yeah, I don't know.
Stan, would you put yourself in? I mean, I didn't know about all these different categories that I just stated. But would you put yourself in one of those categories?
Probably.
Of course. My internal.
And interior, I already talked. I think I'm a liberal Zionist. But for me, Zionism just means it's okay that Israel continues to exist. And in that same way, I'd be like Korea is and Armenia is, because I think it's okay that Korea exists or Armenia exists. Like the default is that countries can continue to exist. You know, seems pretty reasonable.
Yeah. Do you think maybe when you come to that, do you think like a lot of people are so much against Israel that they don't want Israel to exist?
Yeah, he explicitly wants the state of Israel to be like dismantled and replaced by else. And he doesn't care if most Israelis don't want that. He's like, well, Palestinians should get to be part of the state as well.
Do you think Sam, that people who don't want Israel to exist are all like the anti-Semitic? Because what's the reason? Why wouldn't you want that state to exist?
Well, someone like Timothy is not an anti-Semitic because he thinks it's like an apartheid state. And so like just like people in South Africa stop existing to be something else. But I think that the vast focusing on Israel to the exclusion of Sudan and Yemen and every other sort of human rights abuse in the world is anti-Semitism because there's no other actual explanation for why you would focus that much on this one country's crimes as that at the extreme exclusion of every other country's crimes. Like there's more UN resolutions against Israel than every other like fucking shithole dictatorship combined, and that's just like not a plausible accounting of the amounts of human rights that have happened, abuses that have happened since the UN was founded. Like that, but I don't think that Timothy's motivated by that.
Bring it up, bro. Like, where APAC is influencing like our government more than many other lobbies are. Like, and our government is sending a lot of money over there. Like, it comes up in more policy, like from every president, policy. It's like this isn't like a random topic. We're just picking at us, and as like both the presidents, our politicians are talking about it, they're taking money about it, and I hate this right here.
Hey, the thing is, when you brought up Korea, right? Like, if you were ever going to say a country shouldn't exist, like, what about North Korea?
Yeah, I don't think North Korea should exactly exist as a country, so it's a good example of if a country shouldn't exist anymore. But I would much prefer North Korea to just have a new government than it to be like subsumed by China, because I think probably the Korean people have a different cultural preferences than just to be Chinese vassals or whatever.
Yeah, I don't think that people want Israel to taken over by like Lebanon or like Iran or something. I think they just want Israel to incorporate the Jews. That would make it democratic.
Well, I don't know. So I think that the Palestinians should have their own state. I'm a two-state solution kind of guy. But why is it Israel's job to take all those people in? Not Jordan. I don't know if you guys know that Jordan used to own the West Bank, and I think Egypt used to own the Gaza Strip in the 70s, for example. So why is anyone claiming we have to dismantle Jordan so that they incorporate the Palestinians into it? You know, no one says that. And I think it's just mostly just propaganda for why you would never take this thing.
Because Israel was a settler colonial state that displaced millions of Palestinians and has such, according to like UN rescue, they have a responsibility to take care of the people in their territory.
Well, first off, only 500,000 people left during the Nakba, so it's not millions.
Americans should now like advocate all white people to leave USA and for them to have the territory because of their historic right to the land. Like I think every like informed Baptist or left-leaning person would just call that blood and soil ideology and like equivalent to Nazism.
I think many leftists would say they shouldn't kick every American out of the United States, but if we gave the major tribes, states in South America, that would be a reasonable request. And then the Lenapes and the Cherokees and the Iroquois should get small subsets of America to be in their land of the country. I think a lot of leftists would support that.
But where do they live now? It's not, they wouldn't support like now, like achieving, for them to achieve some new lands that would take like away from other people. Like that kind of like some land that we historically had is not accepted by other people. We're like wanting to return that. You know, that's called irredentism, and it's like a core part of like fascistic ideologies. Base it on this historic right to the land is literally just called in political blood and soil like view.
Listen, I prefer my political ideology to not be blood and soil, but I think it's a little bit naive to think that blood and soil intuitions don't play a part in people's ideas about legitimacy, who owns what land, as in like a lot. Well, it doesn't matter. It affects people's psychology equally, you like it or not. And then I go, okay, so if it is part of your psychology and you are thinking that, oh, this is whose land it belongs to, who's got the blood and soil claim. Well, the Jews have a very reasonable blood to that land.
But then you would have to say also be from the colony of Egypt then.
Yes. And I think anyone should be making that claim. Like in my country, it's like more recent. It's like, oh, you know, Serbs were kicked out of Kosovo in the 90s, like, you know, like a bunch of, I mean, people, Serbs, Albanians, and Kosovo, the Kiki and Chad, they're out for like basically 200 years now. And like the final win was in the 90s where Albanians kicked out most of the Serbs. And then like in the 2003, they had like a bit of a more persecution of Serbs, where like a bunch of Serbs also now left into Serbia proper. And in 2008, as far as I remember, they got like their independence and they're recognized as an independent country by like half of the UN. Like even some EU countries don't recognize it, like Spain, etc. So like there are countries who have this like weird like, well, I don't know, like maybe you know Serbs have the right to that because you know it's their historically, even though the history is so close, like it's the 90s. I still think that's like a very bad like you know Nazi adjacent view for people to have. Like of course Spain like doesn't want to support what I think is a reasonable liberal view because they don't want to have the precedent that can be used by the Basques and colonials so they can like gain independence from Spain, which I again think is a fascistic view. Like why are you preventing? Why don't you want the Catalonians to like split away from Spain or the Basques? Who cares? People should have like the right to self-determination, like on the territory that they're living. Like the past historical rights to territories, I think people should just reject it. Even though it's a thing that, yeah, lots of people have in the background, meant that like psychologically used in real politic in some way. Should be. We should always reject it.
Isn't the whole notion of colonialism implicitly taking blood and soil intuitions that like the British shouldn't go into Africa because they have no claim to that part of the world. There's no reason why white people should be living in and doing stuff in Africa. It's not their land. They have no business there.
Yeah, but it's not their land, not because the Africans have a historical right to Africa, but because they're currently living there. And in order for the British to take the control there, they need to conquer the people. So like the historic rights of Africans to the land that they're living in is like totally irrelevant. And I don't think anyone should appeal to it in like being against colonialism over Africans. Like the problem with colonialism is that they're currently living there and the current occupants are being conquered and like suppressed. Like that's the problem.
That's the history of humanity. Is one group moving in, conquering another. I think that's why we Soviet Union with like, I think one of them even had a degree in, the Holocaust or whatever. I mean, I just think that there was legitimate, resentment against all these immigrants coming in, but I think it was inflamed by an ideology that they accepted. Or it was they were the background, the Cold War background.
You could say, Mikhail, I could say that there is somewhat of a symbiotic relationship between certain aspects of and this, right? Because they are both vehemently against the Zionist project, first of all. So that's already there. You have like common ground. But there's plenty of money being funneled towards Gaza, right? People. But no, but I mean, actually, there's data to back this up, right? So there's the Social Democrats where I live, right? And I think even Bob can attest to this. They donated massive amounts of money in order to further education. And I'm not saying that it's like, nefarious. I think they did it in good faith. They given a lot of money and time and effort in order to try to build up the Palestinian people, right? But unfortunately, that money has not been used for the thing that it was supposed to do, right? So that is, I think, and of course there is probably some parallel you can draw, Michaela, where it's like, you have the brown oppressed people, and then you have the white, evil Jews that oppress them. That's probably also, a dynamic that is, especially to liberals in the West, is very telling, right? So that's what the reason that they didn't accept the two-state solution, they just rejected the state of Israel from the beginning, didn't even try to form their own state. And I think that a lot of that was an ideological motivation. I think it was influenced by the times, the leftist, the Marxist stuff that was, that was going on and still is going on. But why did they not agree to form their own state? Why? Hello? Yeah, no, it's a good question, Michaela. But of course, also, like, there's probably, like, people on like, this is, of course, again, East Coast, but there were probably people in Israel as well that did not really want that to occur, right? In the same way, probably a lot of people on the Palestine side didn't want that either.
I wasn't aware of Israel side.
Because our kings, the king in my country, which he doesn't have any power anymore, but they went there in order to broker a peace deal, and he was assassinated by people on the Israeli side, right? So he was very popular among this super conservative aspect. No, that was Folke Bernadotte. He was one of, like, he was the brother of the king of Sweden.
Of Sweden?
So, yeah.
He wouldn't
And
have
Sweden.
a peace deal?
Yeah,
shit like it. Since
But what makes you assume that we don't have access to education?
Okay, so where do you educate?
Coming from the reason of racism, right? Beef was
This is racist, so why are we just prejudiced?
How is it racist? Is that you know the definition or is it lack of education on definitions?
I mean, I hear that there's a systemically racist society that causes black men to have worse outcomes. And I'm curious what is part of that systemically racist society causing them to lack access to education.
No, I get you probably trying to learn, but people you have trouble as a black man. You feel me? Nah, bro. I don't see too many people on here on the
But
internet.
there's like rules every day that black men and women post where they're like, talking about dating and relationships and all that.
What that got to do with the education?
I don't get moved by that. But because, okay, well, y'all look like do you feel like there's a lack of education for black men like you?
It's not that we got lack of education. It's that we targeted by the police. That's the problem.
What the hell does targeted by the police have to do with you not going to school, with you dropping out of school? Like,
How you know?
One of their people, you know?
Because
Oh my God.
when you ask me a question, you're not gonna let me answer, bro. That's the problem. You never don't want to listen to a black man. That's the
Go
problem.
ahead, Jackson. Who sounds like he has a non-American
Really
accent.
question was that.
Listen,
Really question.
if the police target black men more, that's one of the reasons why they have a harder time accessing education.
A fact.
I don't see where the correlation is. Like, targeted by police and
I don't see where's the correlation.
if you were in, but my whole
But if a white man said the same shit, you believe him, right?
if you were in school and you weren't outside, like, trying to even have a reason to be arrested by the police.
So it's the way one
That's racist.
Bro, all y'all niggas wanna be the only target black man. That's all it is.
I'm sorry, but I literally went to a continuation school. I'm not gonna lie.
Or you just keep talking over me though. That's the problem.
A lot of
Is
my
this
black
actual
girlfriends,
compliant
they like
or
to
is
skip
this
school.
like the
They
random
would
one
skip
guy
school
getting
every day. They would skip school. And then the
Black man trying to talk.
Guys, we need to have more order in this room. We had a really nice discussion. People were all taking turns and stuff, and we're gonna
U.S. are disproportionately targeted by school-based law enforcement, facing higher rates of arrest, suspension, referral to police compared to white peers, often feeling excluded to prison pipeline, despite not misbehaving at higher rates. Black students, especially girls, like you said, experience intensified surveillance. 15% higher than white people. So what are you talking about? Law enforcement does affect the black man's education. So stop trying to show off on a white man, and stop trying to say black men can't read a sentence, because that's a lie. Did you have a father growing up? You had a black father growing up?
Did you have a father growing up?
Did he know how to read a sentence?
No.
Did he know how to exactly?
I'm just asking. I mean, because y'all be like trying to blame that too, like, oh, well, he was a joke as well.
All right, let me go. All right, so.
But can I respond to that? Like, because you said something about.
Bro, you had like 10 minutes to talk.
I think Timothy's after.
No,
I'm just asking a question.
It was rhetorical. It was rhetorical. Yo, bro, don't tell me. Yo, that's the problem. They don't let a black man talk. That's the problem.
Guys, let police talk. Can you let the police?
Yeah, go for it, please. Yeah.
Well, anyway, I'm not trying to blame like police. Obviously, I'm not saying all police is bad, but we done see what happened to George Floyd on broad daylight.
He was a president, God. Someone who was.
All right, yo, why you keep interrupting? Yo, they always want to interrupt a black man. We don't see what happened to Breonna Taylor, George Floyd. We don't see what happened to Trayvon Martin. So it's like, you telling me black men aren't disadvantaged? What happened to Emmett Till? What happened to MLK? What happened to motherfucking Harriet Tubman? You feel me? Like, you talking about this and that? Why you racist?
That job operation is justified.
Hold on, bro. Why they love interrupting a black man? That's a problem. So now we got idols. You feel me? Now we got niggas that we can look up to. Jay-Z, Kanye. We got billionaires. You feel me? And it's like, you talking about black women are highly educated. I agree with you, but stop putting the black man down just to impress the white man, bro. Like, I don't see too many black women just like yourself trying to do that.
I'm
It's
trying
crazy.
to impress a white man.
Hold on, let me land. Hold on,
Stupid as fucking.
let me land.
Those are some gay.
Let me land. I didn't interrupt her. Let me land.
Hurry up and land.
I didn't say you to hurry up. Yo, Beef, if this is how you gonna control your room, you're not gonna let a black man talk?
No, go ahead, please.
Because this title is about black men, and I'm a black man, and we got other black niggas in here. But we gonna talk today.
But he's calling for racism.
Cool. You done? Is that okay?
I'm gonna wrap it up, bro.
Damn.
See the disrespect we face as black men every day?
He's a black man.
Okay, was this your speech that you just wanted to cry about?
Can I talk? You're not even letting me land, though.
Then land.
That's a problem. She don't be rushing white people.
Oh my God, he's still just complaining about you're not talking.
All right, anyways. So point being that motherfuckers gotta understand
like an Uncle Tom type, that's fine. Like,
Straight to the solar plexus.
I think he's just from here, ant, kind of like an ant contaminator or something like that. Like, I got actually good ant.
So here's a beautiful thing. Even an Uncle Tom is still logical than anything you're pursuing. I would rather be a racist Uncle Tom than to align with people that are nothing. Not that I am one, because here are the facts. Uncle Toms do have a job and do get education and do have a better living condition than people shooting each other in the hood. Uncle Toms don't have to worry about their kid living in an area where a bullet goes through their brain. Uncle Toms. Whoever is speaking, you're a man.
If you're a pedophile, you want to be a rich pedophile. If you want to get a successful and talented pedophile.
Well, I mean, again, it really is just everything out of history, and although it's rockier now, I don't feel like a lot of these things. Because the other day,
I'll translate for you the real.
I screamed and cried today and called them bad friends. I'm trying to be, I don't have the lighter gloves today to try to balance it out. That's the factual answer.
Let me translate that for you. Go fuck yourself.
So here's the troll. I got what you're saying.
No, but listen, him he's a smart guy, but he can't.
He's not smart.
I think that Malin is not saying that black people aren't shit. She's saying that black men just aren't, up to snuff. They're not competing with black women. And I don't know.
Well, that's not what I said. So to clarify what I said, I wasn't saying that. Like, I never brought up competition or the needing to compete with a certain gender or race of people. Why is she allowed to interrupt?
Because you're doing the right thing. Proud and
like control this monkey. Control your African monkey.
Goodness, Balin. Oh, goodness. Ben, don't interrupt Balin. I don't know. There's way more things from you than I the same thing Ben was saying. That would be.
Yeah, this African monkey needs to be in a cage before y'all
Okay,
there's white people in Africa.
what did they say? What did they say? 4chan even
But look at him stuttering, trying to talk shit. Just shut the fuck up. You sound stupid. Anyway, but I never said, that black men need to compete with women or anything like that. And I wasn't even saying all black men per se, because like if y'all was listening earlier, I said, okay, there's like black men who are immigrants, right? There's even black American men, right, who are thriving, who are educated, because they don't use this as an excuse to like, I can't thrive, I can't do nothing because police and because of racism. It just does not make any fun.
Thank you.
Like, I feel like
I
would raise in my life. Not one of those
so about American thing shit. Because this is like the headquarters of like Makerland.
Just because of how much it is.
Bro, you're African. Shut your bitch ass up, bro. Like,
No,
Let him go. So I am one of those people that she was talking about, and I don't care.
No, it's not Isaac Black. No, it's not.
bro, like, what is up with these like drunk ass fucking critics that come on here and then it's like, you don't have anything to do on
Trying to call Trump back on.
You're not smart. So it's Trump. And you're trying to, bro, you're trying to
He's always been on the fucking,
Shut up.
successful black
Shut
person.
up. You're not smart.
Yes. Correct. Yes, that's right.
You're not smart.
You're dumb. So don't continue being a successor. Don't continue.
Okay,
Not
all right.
successful. Be a racist.
You are successful. Like, you're
Yeah, this is not gonna run.
This is very
That's
was saying before, I am indeed because
He's a monster. He's a fucking monster.
Rather talking.
So, as I was saying before, I am the example, whether you can feel like that or not. If you feel otherwise, I suggest get your trans genitals in order, because it sounds like you got a problem.
What's that?
Anyway,
Oh, no, you
so,
What do you say?
moving on.
My transgender.
Moving on from whatever the fuck.
Whatever that is.
Exactly, thank you. Moving on from whatever
Cool
this
though.
is.
Y'all here just like creating up the underdog.
Is what exactly?
That sounds like.
Oh my God, I didn't even hear that.
Well, no, we can't read what he's saying. It's just
Talking
huge
over
fuss.
So much wisdom pouring out.
Hypocrite. How fucking gay.
One mic on Isaac.
Gay.
One mic on Isaac. Thank you. One mic on Isaac.
Thank you, Sam. So as I was saying before, everything she
I'd
said.
like to also change my name to Isaac.
Beautiful. You must be a trans man. You're a trans woman. Anyway, moving on. So, as I was saying,
You fucked that up.
the issue is exactly what she stated, whether people in their feelings believe it or not. I was also in these same classrooms, and everything she said was correct. They skipped class, they skipped school, they would attack other children. They were the large reason why a lot of statistics at that time, between the years of 1998 and going to 2011, of why black boys, teenagers, and young men had an extremely horrific track record when it came to education because of these particular individuals who were, unfortunately, a large percentile of black classrooms between those years. So everything she's saying is factual. Now, you might say it is harsh or so-called racist, but then my question is, even if those things are true, where is your evidence to say that she's wrong? I'm going to help you. You don't have it. You just want to make an argument and troll because you got nothing better to do. Now, I'm an honest hypocrite. I'm going to say the United States government is the best governing part of humanity in history. That's being hypocritical, honestly. You're not doing that.
The fuck is this person saying?
You're not smart. You're proving that, you're kind of feeding into the stereotype. Are you black, by the way?
No, I agree with this guy.
Oh,
I agree with this guy.
I won't say what I was about to say, but you're not.
I agree that the emperor isn't smart.
What the guy was saying, then either you don't know basic fucking
Good one. Nice stuttering, I thought.
You're right. I'm not smart.
I'm not stuttering.
You were stuttering.
I wasn't.
You just did it right now.
I wasn't. That's how I talk. I'm a rapper, so I.
Oh yeah, the stutter is part of the
You just say
experience.
stuff twice, that's how I talk. You wouldn't understand anything about it. But anyway, Rob.
A good one. Good stuff.
You're not cute enough for a Pokemon character.
How would you know? Well, your dad knows.
I wouldn't know. Yeah, I just know that you look like Stitch from Ice Age. I mean, at least that's the one that I get. I don't know.
What fucking means?
But thank you so much, Isaac. I appreciate it, like what you said, because I wasn't even trying to drag black men by their, BEDs edges today. But you understand, that's why you didn't.
Yeah, thankfully the empty platitudes and inquiring yapping.
Why
Thank
you
you.
want to be Pokemon character?
Thank you, bro. It's legit.
To be honest with you,
It's legit to quit.
if we go in the same circle,
Yeah.
you sound like an arms dealer.
Arms dealer?
Yes. You sound like
How does an arms dealer sound?
It sounds like you.
Oh, that's a good one.
It's
Another slam dunk.
right? They can't even have a real conversation, so they want to troll because I doubt that.
Another.
I got a picture of an Asian.
Nothing but net.
And this Bob guy didn't even care about black men. It's not like they're arguing with us because they care about black men. They're arguing with us because they're not smart. We're not smart.
Alright guys, enough.
Yeah, let Brett talk. He went to talk on the topic.
Yeah, so, from what I'm understanding, the conversation is about access to education, not just.
That's what it does.
Okay, like, are you retarded?
Are you retarded?
Sure words were never spoken.
Alright, bud, what's up?
I didn't even get to finish the sentence. So this would not be about like people, I don't know, wasting what education is provided. This is a conversation about whether or not there's equal access across the board. And we all
industrialists in the 1900s were setting it up that way. I don't think it's a great system. This is what the fuck we got, though. It is not the school's job to make sure that you can read. It is the school's job to make sure that you have the ability to learn how to. Not that you're great at it, not that you actually know what the word mean. That is not his job. That is not the curriculum's job. That is the teacher's job. Now, if you have a bad teacher,
Is it the janitor's job?
it could be janitor's job, but I'm not talking about that either. Yeah, it is the teacher's job to portray the curriculum so that the children understand it. The education system is.
How about the PTA meetings? Do you think those matter?
So your argument that
What's the difference between teaching you something and like allowing you to be taught?
I will reiterate, understand and only listen to the words, feel nothing about the words. The education K-12 system is responsible for making a general education that can be applied to the vast entire, no, all of the country in a general sense. That means you have a million children. 900,000 of those children are able to get this information, and whether they can use it or not is not the job of the education system. Their job is to make sure the information is applicable to 900,000 children, not the 100,000 that don't get it. That is the job. Now, when it comes to the teaching of the said information, that is the school and teacher's job. That's where you would actually have to go and fix the problem, not the education system itself.
okay, so
Does this moron think that like schools and teachers are somehow like enforced from the education system?
I think we should sell the drugs. We sell the drugs.
Sell drugs. I prescribe drugs. I don't sell them.
so make sure I understand, like you said, you're saying that the schools and teachers are separate from the education system, and then arguing about access to education. Well, what the fuck do you think you're saying? If you're saying
He wasn't saying very much. He was just
Feel nothing about the word.
sir, are you?
like he said stupid things like, well, the education system, there's a difference between that and the teacher system.
I never said there was.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. You fucking stupid.
Okay, well, but I
When
have
did
a
I
question.
say
So
there's a difference?
why, I have a question. Why wouldn't, the child, have to be in school? Because the
School is not teaching the.
That's
so you're saying that, so, because we're talking, the title is about Black lives, Black education, right? So are you saying that the teachers at school are like specifically teaching all the other kids?
One school.
Yeah, me.
But actually,
That's fair, yeah.
I'm asking a question, I don't know why y'all like.
one school is funded. They actually have like good staff that are actually doing the job. Another school is underfunded. They have terrible staff that are not doing the job.
That sounds like
Like,
Okay, I get that.
they're getting an education. Kids that are going to the bad school are not getting the education.
Yeah, they
That is what we're talking about.
Okay,
Access to
that's
education.
fine, but my
Like,
question, okay, but my
very
question,
simple.
you
And
answered
people
it,
that are talking about this conversation should be able to follow if they're actually educated.
Okay, but here's my question though. My issue with what you're saying is like, okay, you're talking about funded schools and underfunded schools. I hear all that, but my whole thing is like, how is it in
four different schools, and some schools can't keep up with things like IEPs or requirements that certain students need that other students don't need.
You're not even a smart.
Yeah, I'm a troll.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so anyway, there are different funding levels for different schools. Oh my god. It's not a question of do people know how to read?
Well, that was a question, some other stuff.
Oh, okay, well, that's a stupid question, and it's not even related to the topic.
Hey, it shouldn't be so stupid.
It is, that's what we were talking about.
Hey, it shouldn't be.
Should work on not being dumb.
Are the fastest in the group in these, but black school, it's not a basement, it's high school over black.
Sure, everybody. There's a situation where you might.
But I thought
There's a situation where you might.
No, it was going back and forth with Mud and the lady.
Well, mine was answering the question, like, I was not. Bill and Bob.
Yeah, they jumped in.
Weird troll.
Okay. So there are situations, for instance, where you might have two kids going to the same school. But because
He's making the same point again. He just finished, like, what is up with you?
I didn't even get the whole goddamn sentence out. So they might have leads. So my parents might be educated, and they might take the time to read to me and give me the foundation so when I go to school, I can easily pick the shit up damn near on my own. Versus the other people who are in families where they're uneducated and they don't, like, they can't really teach their kids how to read on their own. So that they need the school to do it. Now, if they're going to a shitty school where that's not happening, those kids are going to be fucked. Or it could be a situation where it's a shitty school and maybe there's one or two good teachers. And I lucked up and I got a good teacher. Versus the other kids, they got shitty teachers. There are very different things that can happen that can lead to this result that are not fucking complicated. It should be very easy to fucking follow.
Go ahead, Michaela.
Oh, I was just gonna say, it's also the teaching method. I was helping in my local school with kids who didn't know how to read that well, but anyway, the teaching method, my mother sent me to private nursery school or kindergarten, so I learned the phonetic phonics method. And I witnessed the methods they're using. They tried to train me in my local grade school to help a kid in third grade who was behind the other kids. And it was just gobbledygook to me. It was not phonics. And I think that kids, and my niece never learned to read until she was an adult. She faked it. Then she went to the class of phonics at the local junior college and she learned to read. So the kids who don't have parents at home, reading with them, having books, and then they go to school and they're taught some gobbledygook method that's the latest fad in education. They're going to suffer more. I agree with Mud. But I think it's the methods that the teacher, you don't have to be some excellent teacher, you have to be just using the right method.
Well, I think I'll just go on YouTube and learn how to read just from, like, I'm sure there's a phonics on YouTube, or like, I'm sure there's just how to read for first graders on YouTube video that you just watch forever.
Yeah, if I could add to that.
No, you can't add that. The reason that this is like, we need to be clear about what we mean by access to education here, because yeah, you do have access to like educational materials on the internet. You need to know what to look for first off, but then also like, I assume this is about like higher education, that the idea is that we're talking about the kind of education that gets you a career or a job or something, that makes you economically competitive, not just like learning how to read in first grade.
Well, that's not the only thing.
I learned how to read before first grade, by the way. But I agree with you.
It's a solid correction.
But I also think that you can basically learn most educational stuff online, even as you can. So you just can get your credentials. So like, but you can get, you want to get that on too.
They have learning books.
I understand, but you can do it, but you have to know what to look for. And so
People say this kind of shit, but I bet none of you would want to drive over a bridge built by some autodidacts.
You can find those up in the hill country if you want.
Right.
They have pretty well.
I think it's funny that we're all saying, well, you can just learn all this stuff on the internet, but none of us learned that way. None of us learned that. None of us are people who like had no.
But you didn't know how to work the computer.
Look it up on TikTok. They'll find hobos living in the
Y'all didn't know how to work the computer. Y'all didn't know what to type on the computer, so you couldn't look up the education videos on YouTube. It's an excuse for everything.
We got libraries.
We didn't even cable for PBS.
What the fuck is going on?
Okay, so like,
None of you learned like this. None of you are people that just got on Google and figured it all out. Because saying that.
Well, I've definitely learned some things by researching myself on resources from the internet. I've definitely learned a bunch of stuff back then. But again, it's like I can't go get like a job at the phone.
Did you learn?
No, obviously, I'm not saying that's how I learned it. I'm not saying.
You just have to be very explicit with these really stupid people that what you're saying.
Website called Starfall, and it was basically like games, but educational games. We had ABC mouse. Now we have to fucking leapfrog. Okay, like when you learn how to spell stuff, there was so many different ways to like literally learn.
Right. So yeah.
Kids at.
But he had that sort of education because of YouTube and leapfrog. This is torturing what's meant by access to education. And the whole point is that what's meant by that is like economically viable education, right? Again.
okay, so there's a part of the conversation. I don't like when people mask their shit talking and toxicity with like an honest critique of society. Like if we're looking at American children, no matter their race, on average, American children do not have comprehension skills, period. On average, American children are bad enough. Like American children's educational outcomes are bad, and it's not even necessarily children's fault. One part of it is actually, one dude just testified in front of Congress a few months ago. He's an educator, he's a doctor, and he was talking about how technology is actually making your kids dumber. The more you implement technology in schools, the more distractions there are. And it's not even about distractions, it's just about how the human brain has been optimized through like natural selection to learn. We learn from people, we do not learn from gadgets. In this whole entire COVID, the whole entire remote learning thing, we do not learn from technology well. Technology can assist human learning, but when technology is a primary platform, there's a problem. And then the biggest problem is that 2/3 of all educational outcomes are set on the family life outside of the home. It's not that complicated to do arithmetic. It's not that complicated to learn how to read. But when kids are trying to learn and they're growing up in a toxic family environment, like sometimes I feel like teachers are stuck between a rock and a hard place because the educational outcomes of American children aren't even their fault, even though the teachers aren't perfect. Even if we had perfect teachers, the outcomes would still be bad because our families are fucked up. The kids don't have time to learn because families are fucked up. They don't have the discipline being enforced upon them. There's so many things that are out of alignment in the American society. It's way bigger than black boys don't know how to read. Who the fuck knows how to read? Even if those graduating,
So living on like subsistence wages, like they're not paid very.
No, like this is a civilization. This is bigger than just talking, bringing up a stat about black men to make them look bad. This is an everybody problem. This isn't, except for Asian, Indian, and Nigerian children, this is an everybody problem when it comes to education, just because we don't have the same type of social structures that support children anymore. The technology is making kids dumber. Every single thing in society, since a child is born in 2026, 2025, is trying to distract them and take their attention away. And you're wondering why they can't still, because when you look at our generation, they still have the broken families. No, but they still have broken families.
Okay, black girls have broken families too, yet they're the fastest growing in degrees. This is what I'm saying. Like, I think
But that's not even your
just make an excuse for why you're stupid.
No,
Like, what are we talking about?
No, but you know, black women aren't the most educated. That's just in there.
Most educated, but they have way more degrees in this country than black women.
But you don't even need to. You don't even need to.
You guys have excuses constantly.
No, but like we have to put. Most black women aren't graduating as lawyers. Most black women aren't graduating as every single. Like this isn't an academic. I understand. I was your like I've been around told what you're trying to do is you're trying to try to put boys against both genders are retarded. Yes, you are. That's your miserable. What your point is black men are retarded, and that's your point. There's no even if there's an excuse, he doesn't.
Like, I was in classes with the Hispanic kids.
Did you hear what I just said?
English. Y'all was like on their level.
Did you hear what I just said? That's not even true. But did you hear what I just said? Even if there's an excuse.
You guys only know English, yet y'all struggling with English words more than people who like English is not their first language.
So I got awards in writing.
That was you, but
English was my best language. What was my best subject? Yeah, and I know the reason why. And to sit here to try to act like the girls are doing so much better than they're not.
Stating the fact that girls are doing better, and that's not even me trying to brag.
But that's not even true.
The point in bringing that up is that if there's other people who grew up in the same environment as you and somehow can still read or get education and degrees, there's no excuse for why. Y'all
people get degrees
for everything.
I understand. I understand. But excuses. No, right? No. I understand. I understand. So why can't I just? I'm saying that even if there was a legitimate excuse, doesn't even matter if the excuse is legitimate.
Born with a skill naturally, don't you have to work and build a skill? Like,
are you listening? I'm saying that you're right. Do you understand that I'm trying to agree with you and build consensus? The way you communicate, you're not communicating. You're just miserable. What I'm trying to tell you is that what I'm trying to tell you is that it doesn't matter the excuse. Even when you look at girls, they might be able to read slightly better, but their comprehension is still low. When you look at American children, reading is their education is not their strong suit. And there's so many factors that go into education, especially when it comes to young children, that's beyond teachers. It really has to do with the family, the culture, the health of the child, both physically, emotionally. Like we're dealing with kids who, they literally have to break up their parents' fight every single. The reason why they can't do homework is because they literally watch their father beat their mother's ass every fucking day. Like the shit that I've heard from children, the shit that children go through, and they're still, man, the shit's actually sad for real.
So
it's sad.
Agree with you, NPC.
Yeah, so children aren't being abused and neglected.
It's not even the one thing that
most abused people don't end up well, and that's the numbers.
I did want to actually speak on
no. The majority of black boys don't come from stable families, and that's the same thing with American children. It isn't about black boys; it's about American families.
Can I please have a conversation?
Oh shit! Actually, never mind.
So NBC, a lot of things you did say they're not indispensable. In today's time, there is a huge issue, and even 30 years ago, since we're all in our 30s. 17 years ago, yeah, those issues did persist. I would say in this instance, if we're talking about fair access to education, well, we should then critique the education system in America, which I did say that before, don't know if we're in the room. It is not the best system for academic pursuits. families or anywhere else that you know. I will agree with you on that. The issue, though, is until that particular thing is solved, we all know that's a low likelihood. You got to deal with what you're in, which is unfortunately the family's job. I would say this: instead of screaming black boys, because I'll be honest, is it sometimes the kid's fault? Yeah, sometimes it is. But in a lot of cases, what he's saying cannot be dismissed. These kids don't really have families. They have two adults that push them out, and they're just there. That's true. And yeah, the girls were also in those environments as well. But here's the difference. This is also true for Black American culture. A lot of the attention to make sure that the girls succeed is still a thing that's done today. So, yeah, the women succeed, the girls do succeed, but that's got a lot of attention to make sure they do who is put on them. When it comes to the boys, it's either the boys listen or the boys get ignored and they're left to their own devices. We can also not act like that is not a true thing that happens to this day. I was shocked in 2024, seeing the same treatment that me and my friend received when we were amongst Black so-called families. In terms of, we're not going to explain a goddamn thing to you. We're just going to yell at you and give you orders and expect you to just listen whether you can understand what's going on or not. Yeah, I saw that in a shop right in 2024. Same exact yelling, energy, and dragging, and the kid is just being a kid. He's being a fucking boy. He's curious. He wants to ask about things. He wants to know what the fuck is going on. And the mama did the exact same shit. Dragging, don't touch nothing. All types of just shut creativity. So, yeah, the boys did in the classroom. Not you draw fuss about what teacher was saying. From elementary school, middle school, and high school.
So because your parents told you when y'all get into the store, which is what all Black kids got told. Hey, when we get into the store, don't ask me to buy you nothing. That's why you're not happy. Bro.
I'm addressing everything which is correct.
No, but
that's a.
Isaac, you're talking to me. You're talking to me.
Hey, don't ask me to buy you nothing when we get in that store. Has nothing to do with why your Black male ass was uneducated.
Don't respond to her. Don't respond to her. You don't have to respond to her. You just say ignore her because you talk to me. Just don't respond, please.
I want to finish what I was saying.
He was agreeing with me earlier, by the way, before you came here.
It's not about that. It's about shut up and let him finish his talk to me. It's about shut up and let him finish his talk to me.
So NPC.
Right, you have to stop showing this.
Beautiful. The
Man,
major
I'm practicing this stuff.
Education wise.
NCC, come on, bro. The major issue is not necessarily, we need the parents to read and do math with the kids. I mean, if you have a child, that's what you're supposed to do. And if you don't do it, I'm going to just say you should have thrown your child to the government. They would have given them a better education than you, probably raised better. But that's my personal opinion. No, the issue is the family situation in Black America. And it does need to be addressed. For too goddamn long, the boys have been left to their own devices, which I am not saying it is entirely the parents' fault. But in this country, there is a standard. The moment you shit out a child, you fucked up. Because that's your responsibility legally until they become 18. I agree with you, NBC. These families need to be told you don't deserve your child until they become successful. Boy and girl. That means if the girl is getting everything from the family to make sure that she gets the education that she needs, you don't raise it. Same fucking methods, same treatment, same emotions, same everything. There should be no difference between how a boy and girl is raised because you're not worthy of making one. That is the thing that Black.
All right, can we wrap up so I can respond? Please, keep talking.
so-called basic American education, made sure I had that incentive. I already naturally had it, but they just made it cultivated. My mom did interest, despite all the other black moms around her not giving 12 shits about their sons. She did make sure, hey, are you reading? What books are you reading? Whether she understood what the fuck was in the book or not. My dad, for all of his children, did make sure this is how you do proper math. That is why these boys go to the schools and do not have anything, Sam. It's not necessarily because there is a lack of incentive, it is because there is a lack of proper parenting. No one wants to admit that.
Okay, well, thank you. I agree with the lack of proper parenting part. Only thing that threw me off earlier was when you were making a comparison about, you said something about, like there's more focus on the girl. Could you, like, repeat what you said in that so I can make sure I'm wording it correctly?
Repeat what I said.
You said something about, like there's more focus on the girl or something like that.
Oh, yeah. And this is not just in the 90s or the 80s. This is across the entire history of Black America, even going into the 1800s, late 1800s. A lot of focus was always made sure and put upon the girls to give them the tools they needed at the expense of the family sometimes. This is a traditional practice in Black American communities and families, so that the girl has a higher chance of success. So society itself doesn't really eat her up and right, because that was a threat in segregation times for Black women.
Wait, so you're saying that the benefits were more on the girl succeeding or something?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying the focus, because of how bad segregation was for Black men in those days, was put on the woman, was put on the little girls, so that they wouldn't be chewed up by those segregationist values at that time. That practice has still continued to this day.
Okay, I was done in PC, but I was just like a little bit confused by that because my only thing is like this is what I noticed in certain Black households, and technically I have I guess, well, my mom was born here, but whatever. But I don't fully understand that because from what I know, for like a lot of even like I guess Black American families, is that a lot of people kind of rely on the Black boy in the family, like they want them to become successful, and a lot of the time it's something to do with sports, right? Typically basketball. Not trying to be stereotypical. In order, so a lot of them raise their sons like, oh, you need to like play sports, you need to do this to get us out the hood and all that. You can't even like be a part of the sports team in schools unless you have an education. So would it most of the focus be on the boy really with that? And then like I can attest to this, but like a lot of like women of color, I don't know about white women, but they were raised to, be the main ones doing chores and cooking in the house, where it's like the Black boy who didn't have to do that. So I don't really see like what you mean by like there was like more focus on the girl, like, because I don't know that, but.
I disagree with the characterization that like we want women were pushed to be more successful. I think a lot of girls had to be, because so many girls are like the oldest and they end up being mama bear. If they're the firstborn, the first girl ends up basically taking care of all their siblings, right? And those girls normally don't graduate until like they might get their degree before they're 30, but they like, we need to stop acting like men and women are the same. Every single group of females gets more college degrees than their male counterpart. And every single male counterpart makes more money than their women, even though their women have college degrees. Like, are we in 2026? Like, most people get educations not because they actually give a fuck about healthcare or saving people's lives. It's because they want to make fucking money. That's why most people get education. People are going to college just for the love of knowledge, like their eyes do. They're going because they're thinking that at the end of the day, they can take whatever certification they get there and go to the market and make money. That's why they're doing it. It turns out that the type of schools that we've structured, girls are better at sitting down, shutting up, and doing boring things than young men without fathers who have testosterone. Like, which one do you think is easier for them to sit down? Like, a 5-year-old boy or a 5-year-old girl? Which one do you think can sit down and pay attention longer just if you're flip a coin? Like, boys and girls are different. They learn differently sometimes. And I just think that the school system benefits slightly. But then at the end of the day, it doesn't matter because of the majors that they choose. They don't choose majors that pay a lot normally. So, like, to me, kind of balances out. I think that both boys and girls are neglected equally, but they're neglected differently. When you look at the outcomes of boys without their fathers versus girls without their fathers, it's night and day. Young girls are a lot more resilient than boys when it comes to trauma, emotional. It's actually crazy. Girls are more, we say that girls grow up faster. It's true, they grow up faster and are more emotionally resilient. When young girls don't have their father, it doesn't affect them as much as a young boy when they don't have their father. And this is clinical studies. This is not a back and forth or like trying to do the oppression Olympics, but it's like both, in my opinion, American children, both boys and girls, are incredibly neglected. If a kid can't read or do math, that's their parents' fault. There's no such thing as the kid's fault. We're not talking about pre-calculus, we're not talking about geometry, we're not talking about geography. We're talking about simple arithmetic and simple comprehension. If a child cannot read or do simple math, it is their parents' fault. End of story. It is society's fault. End of story. Somebody failed them. Children do not come out of the box wanting to sit down in front of a desk and stare. It's always been our job to discipline children to sit down and pay attention. The parents aren't there to do that anymore. And if they're there, they're not present because they're working too many jobs or they're single parent or their family's working or some shit.
So the boy crisis, the black boy crisis, I would agree to the point in regards to the classrooms. I think it's something like 85% of all preschool suspensions, 85% are black boys. So, like, when do we address? Because that's where they even actually get any education. They're already getting in trouble in school. So then, by the time you even get to kindergarten, first grade, that trend continues. It never levels out. It's always from kindergarten to first grade, second grade, third. It's constant
crisis is exacerbated with black boys because everything is exacerbated with blacks in this country. You're going to see disparity. There's a disparity within white America, with their boys. The disparity is going to be greater with black boys. But there is a crisis. There's a book by Dr. Warren Farwell, and the title of the book is called The Boy Crisis. And he talks about that, you know, young girls are outpacing white boys and black boys. Like the girls are outpacing both of them on the educational front.
Yeah, so what that means is that
white men are still like more educated.
Which one's friends, you guys?
no, they're
They are.
We just asked it.
Like it's not. When I look at the scores across races, really the people who are kicking our ass are the Indians and the Asians. Like trying to compare the white population to like the white population is damn near illiterate. Their kids are damn near illiterate too because Fortnite is raising their children. So this thing that we try to do, that's why you have to go and bring up an international standardized test. Because if you only focus on American statistics of any race, American children are not doing amazing when it comes to education. Unless they're first generation immigrant, unless they're Chinese, Indian, or Nigerian, they're not doing amazing when it comes to fucking education. Or they're a fucking ginger Jew like you who wants to start racial problems and spread false narratives like people always do. But yeah, he's a ginger Jew doing this. But both ginger and he's crazy and he's like struggling. Like I have no idea.
No, that's not the funny part. The funny part is like he puts things that Sam's spreading false narratives like Jews.
I'm not gonna add to that.
Yeah, you're smart. I also been with you.
I'm gonna say, no, you have a point in DC because I forgot, like, literally, but there is a reason why other countries always talk shit. Be like, oh, it must be the American education system. So they're kind of referring to Americans in general.
He's trying to act like.
But the ones who are like Indian and Chinese, and like, which a lot of them be having, in the Nigerians, they be having like kind of fake degrees though, like they be scamming. And don't get me wrong, some of them are like educated because like I know a lot of East Asian kids, they have what's called the tiger parents, where I had like some Asian friends where it's like, okay, if they got like an A minus but not an A plus, they were getting their ass beat. Type of thing. So their parents were very like strict, like, oh yeah, you need to have like perfect GPA, A plus across the board,
like upwards of like 52, and then the number has dropped for the number was like something like 40% for white men, and then for the community it's like something like close to 70% are black girls, and the remaining is black men. So girls are outpacing as well as secondary education, and I think from an early education standpoint, like I believe it was NBC was arguing, these schools are not set up as like institutions to like teach. They're set up like disciplinary. So a perfect example that my sister was giving me, she's right next to me. She's an educator. She was telling me how the 1 year when you had COVID or previous to COVID, they would go through like the top students in the class and like 8th grade, and every year it was like 8 of them would be girls and then 2 of them would be boys. But then the 1 year where it was like virtual learning, it flipped, and 8 of them were boys and 2 of them were girls. So I think that does kind of speak to the idea I'm putting forward of like how boys are treated in school, which makes sense obviously because how the classrooms are ran, but it's just interesting that we had a virtual setting that boys just start to see.
Kenny, if 80% of the educators were male, and females started to fall back on average in school, and 80% of the teaching institution was male, the first thing that they would say is that, well, the men don't understand how to teach the women. Why you gotta do this? That's literally the first thing that they would say. But because this is happening to boys, it's, well, you guys already been in benefit from patriarchy, shut the fuck up. It's why are you making excuses? It's shut the fuck up. It's almost, and the thing is that this is like these are children. Their dynamics and other things affect how we treat them. So that's the part that like just be annoying me. It's like,
so are you like a feminist or something in PC?
I see things in society. I just hate what's happening with children. I don't give a fuck about their gender.
That's what you do.
It's beyond because what the girls have to go through, it's different. It's different in nature what the girls have to go through.
Because earlier when I was like making the point, and not even to brag that like, oh, okay, black women have more degrees than men, you were like making a point to be like, oh, well, like the women actually aren't that smart. Like, so you have like a gender bias, and I get it because I'm assuming you were born with the penis. But you're a meninist.
Meninist.
Yeah.
Maybe we can turn that into word. But I'll say what I believe, and then you can mischaracterize it. So what I believe is that American children have been given the short end of the stick. I believe that boys and girls have different affinities, different natural strengths. On average, not all, though I said all, even though you're going to ask me a question after I'm done. Right now, young boys are being neglected. And right now, young girls are being neglected as well. And then the things that young girls are being over-sexualized. They're being given too much responsibility. I don't even think young girls are treated a lot of times. So there's problems on both sides. But what can speak to intimately is something that I have a closer experience with. And that's with I'm speaking of young women. I've never been a young woman. But just because I understand what's happening in the place doesn't mean that I'm against young girls. And that's the position that we're always put in when we're speaking about what's happening with young boys. If young boys don't know how to read, criminality goes up. If criminality goes up, young boys are making less money. If young boys are too stupid or too broke, that means that they're not going to be viable mates for women. Like, if young boys are weak, this doesn't benefit girls. That's the reason why this gender conversation, it's a zero-sum game. Because if women are doing bad, that means that we don't have anyone to mate with. Especially boys are doing bad, girls do not bitches and maintaining a society and a family, having casual sex, don't regret that. Did you really just bring up casual sex? Wait, did you just bring up casual sex as a way to like report? Did you just
patriarchal system you're making?
Did you just bring up casual sex as a way to report?
And we should, I don't remember, but did you ever respond to my point about it? It seems like American whites and Swedish whites are educationally about the same. You always say American education system is horrible in the trash, but that, Scandinavians are the vast majority. Wait, do you ever speak for that? But then if you just take the white population of America compared to the white population of Sweden, they seem to do the same on international standardized tests. So it seems like the idea that the American system is broken seems kind of flawed or it's actually a phenomenon.
Sam, do you have a source for that?
I think that a lot of modern countries
have PISA scores for these two groups on ChatGPT or on any fucking just Google it,
What is the source?
So PISA scores are Program for International Student Assessment. It's an international test run by the OECD that tries to measure how well 15-year-old students can use math, science skills, and practical.
Where's you have where's here's the comparison.
Yes, I asked ChatGPT, can you give me, alright, well, I think Wikipedia has it just broken down by country, but then I don't know where ChatGPT got it for the white students. That's how I got the source.
I worry.
Fair enough.
It could just be hallucinating if you ask it for something that maybe it doesn't actually say that anywhere, and that's a source that makes them guess. No, I'm sure that there's probably a source if the source doesn't break it down by those population groups, they could just hallucinate and stuff.
I don't know. I mean, if you are curious about it, I'll look into it. But if you're not, if it's just a passing worry, then I'll just note it as a.
No, I'm actually, if it's I actually just find it probably implausible it's true.
Then we'll
It's tiring shit.
Just post a link to it in the chat.
NPC, this is a side note, but are you African?
Who?
NPC.
Yeah.
Oh. I knew it.
That's not a secret.
No, I didn't say it was a secret.
It's all over your face, man.
I never spoke to you before, so I just.
You have spoken to me before. Several times. For years. I've known you for years, Beth. Beth, I know you. What is up?
Oh, okay, my bad, bro. I don't be remembering, but I really have this thing where I can smell an African's near, and it kept coming from you, so I just.
Right.
Are you Nigerian?
Yeah, I'm a Nigerian.
But you've also been known for years. So why is that a person that you know?
Right.
I don't understand. But this a deja vu.
Right, so I didn't know if this was just because everybody talked about Black American, and I was like, oh, but I got the vibe that he might be an African American, you know what I'm saying? So I'm not saying that's
Isn't this person kind of a creepy troll person thing?
Who, me?
Both of them?
Sorry, I was talking to Sam.
Is it not
when I came back to the app, I was in the hallway briefly. I put you in the audience.
But what's it called? I don't think she's a troll. I think she's just a contrarian.
Yeah, I'm not even.
No, I don't think she's just a. I don't think she's just a contrarian.
But what is a troll?
Because I'm a contrarian.
No, but I don't think she's I think it's just the negative energy. There's
I
negative.
don't have negative energy.
I think if you start dropping some troll vibes, he's trying to read.
I just don't like when people play a victim too much, or when they make excuses all the time for why they can't do something.
Right.
It's
That's like what I'm talking about.
I can't do this because I'm Black. I can't do this because of slavery that I wasn't even alive for.
Yeah, I mean that framing.
I
That framing is
don't like
Living in the past, man.
true for men, it's also true for women. So the argument is men are oppressive and they oppress women.
But everyone with every problem is complacent in their own suffering in a way, Kenny. That's the reason why it's negative, because these aren't real.
See, I didn't say complacent. I said have a part to play in their own.
Yeah, but that's the same difference. I'm agreeing with you, and what I'm saying is that when you listen,
created the very
it's Kenny. What I'm saying is that you can literally say that to anyone about anything that they're experiencing. When you listen to like why a person says what they're saying, she's basically just saying that like niggas are dumb and it's our fault.
But earlier you were saying that you agree with me, but I think your issue is that a lot of y'all hold on, a lot of y'all don't like my delivery. So you're like, oh, okay.
No, it's the intention behind it. It's a spirit behind it. No, you're not giving the truth to heal or to expose or
you want me to because a lot of men on this app, I'm gonna be honest, a lot of
this is about sugarcoating.
You want me to sugarcoat things, and if I don't say it the way you like it to be said, then it's you're being negative. But did I?
No, you're being negative.
No, I didn't. So it doesn't matter how I say it. It doesn't matter the delivery. You want me to say it in this nice way to like comfort you.
No, not nice, but you're being an asshole. So what's the point?
Okay.
Like if you want to say, hey, it's men's fault and we're dumb, then
because I'm not saying it in a slush way.
I thought you were having a discussion. I didn't realize. If you guys want to go start a room and hash it out with each other, more power to you. I thought we were having a discussion.
I was in this room way before NPC and Kitty got in here. Kitty chill, but NPC's been crying since he got here.
Hey guys, how are you?
Hey, what's up?
I just wanted to bring up the last point you guys were making. So I feel like there's a difference between victimization and like accountability and excusing your behavior versus why people are the way they are. I think the whole point of this conversation is to figure out why boys are behind developmentally in school and kind of figure out what we can do to help them, right? Because if we sit here and we go and say, oh, they commit crimes because they chose to commit crimes, and we're not looking at the data of why they're committing these crimes or what's going on, then I feel like this whole conversation is kind of pointless because we're just going to keep pointing the finger instead of actually figuring out ways to help, you know?
But this is what the black guys are doing when they point fingers about, oh, this is why I can't thrive and be educated. Because we weren't talking about pride, we were talking about access. I was in here long before you, and you like quite literally did that in PCs.
I think both point fingers both ways.
But the title is like literally about black boys, and then y'all like, well, it's a boy in general, and it's like, well, okay, white boys and other races have gotten fairly more educated than black guys are, except for maybe Hispanic guys that just got here. So that's kind of comparing apples to oranges, really.
The reason I brought up that it was a widespread issue is because if we're talking about the issues that affect them specifically, right? We can say that young black boys are doing a terrible job in school, like they're not doing good, right? We can say there are multiple reasons why they're not doing good. Why? What is one of those reasons? Well, that's what the PC just did. He outlined, well, one of the things we could do immediately to improve this is start paying teachers more, right? We start paying teachers more, it's going to incentivize men
looking at it historically, it's crazy. I mean, these things have exploded. I feel like single motherhood rate is an indicator of poverty and of crime statistics and all that. So, I mean, yeah, certainly education is a factor. But I mean, I think Kenny or whoever else should mention that. I think it's spot on. So I think single motherhood rate, more than black, who's teaching our kids in terms of race or gender, single motherhood rate is a much more, it seems to be anyways, a much more important factor.
Right, and then when boys are raised by a single mother, they even more need male teachers.
Well, I'm just saying, well, if they need male teachers, they need a father in the house.
To be a single mom, and you're looking for a male teacher to be the daddy, essentially, to your boy. And there's other ways you can have men around your son, like putting them in school. Coach might be a man.
Yeah, but that's at school though, so
Oh, okay.
I can find that, I guess.
Like, you guys are like looking for somebody to be your daddy.
No, what are you criticizing? Wait, everybody's time. What are you criticizing right now?
I'm not criticizing anything, but it's just like, it's just so much like dumb.
So do you think that?
Yeah, yelling at me.
Then it was somebody in the comments that said,
Yeah, go ahead.
Belen, do you
like, oh my God.
Belen, do you think that the single motherhood rate is a massive factor?
Now we're talking about single motherhood rates.
That's correct.
You see what they do here, so this all has to
I'm
do with
asking,
like,
I brought up single motherhood rate. You're arguing now. Do you think that that's a factor or not? Or a large factor?
We're not talking
That's
about
my,
single motherhood rates. It's like they keep
I'm
like
talking
moving the
about single
goalposts
motherhood
and
rates.
stuff, so like back up.
I'm saying that even more than education, I'm saying that even more than, this is my contention, I'm asking whether or not you are agree with it. My contention is even more than whether or not you have males teaching in classrooms, single motherhood rate is a much larger indicator of poverty, much larger indicator of overall success. Do you agree or disagree with that statement? I'm asking you a yes or no question. Do you think it's a big factor?
I don't think it's relevant to the topic.
Okay, so you're just being argumentative.
She just gave us a reason. That's not what you're tired of. Like, she's the only negative person in the room. She's the only person who's doing this. No matter what anyone says, she just says
The conversation is black now.
And open some
But hold on, but you're saying
I don't
it has
have
nothing to do with the topic.
so you feel better about your talking point.
But Baylor, you're saying it has nothing to do with the topic, but the topic is do black men or black hats with education. He's asking you, do you think that black men goes up with the single motherhood? Does that affect? That's all.
You guys want to keep moving the goalposts?
I'm not moving.
I think it's, you guys have some more.
You are.
Really, that's the case.
So what next are you guys going to?
I looked into the thing about patterns and catching eagles. The thing you guys asked for the hallucination potential fee was not. I tracked down the tables and shit. And yes, the white American PISA mathematics score is pretty similar to the Swedish white PISA score. So, yeah, I don't know. The idea to claim that there's a disaster in American education seems like not true, unless it's just an international disaster. It's affecting all countries equally. This is 2022. Where are these numbers coming from?
Yeah, that's actually pretty interesting. I'm actually somewhat surprised by that. But yeah. Smarter than yet. You did find another. No, look. When I'm asking you for a sort, I'm not just saying like, I'm basically you can't find one. I'm like, you can start out your list. There's other research on this that give conflicting results in some ways. Like that's why.
So we got to the bottom of whether black men have black access to education.
Yeah, but black men like too much.
But that's like a balanced thesis. It's like, I don't know if it's not your thesis.
I don't really think it matters.
Singapore should be kicking our ass those days. See Singapore
poor.
Yeah, I don't really think it matters what I think. Yeah, everything's our fault. It's a patriarchy.
Yeah, if you're a grown man and you make the choice to commit crime, it is your fault. I'm not going to be like, oh, it's because of your single mother, which I mean, majority of Americans grew up with single moms, so okay. I'm not sure what that has to do with you choosing to be a criminal. Yeah, what else? It's gonna be because of slavery that you were not even like alive for when it happened. What else? Excuses. Oh, someone said nutrition.
Well, no, I mean, nobody's saying.
Like, can't.
I'm not saying, and just to be clear, I'm not saying fault. Like, fault is a completely different thing. If we're talking about fault versus indicators, those are two completely different arguments. So I'm looking at indicators. I'm not looking at fault.
No, she's the only person who's looking at faults because it's like a conversation.
Anybody who commits a crime is responsible for that. Okay.
There's certain parts.
Like my delivery. He says that I come off.
Not really. No.
I don't really care how I come off.
So again, I'm looking at indicators, not fault. Like obviously, anybody who commits a crime is at fault for that, and therefore they're the only ones to blame for that. I'm looking at indicators, and again, that's the reason I bring up single motherhood rate. We're looking at education, all these different types of things. Obviously, people are responsible for their decisions. If you're a single father and leave the home, you're responsible for that decision. Like if you leave a woman, like make her a single mother. Like people have there are consequences for actions. And not to say that life doesn't throw people curveballs. Obviously, it does. I'm looking at indicators here. Like how can we make the country better? How can we make society better? That doesn't mean that you don't absolve people of individual responsibility. It's making it easier to make good decisions. Like both worlds can exist.
Yeah, Sam, even if this is true, it's actually kind of just making an argument that, like, you know, the American average, if you just like isolate white people in America and you get them that they would be in the top 10 or something globally on the map for this test. Then it's like, you know, yeah, you want to argue against like systemic privilege or whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It seems to me that you know, we just want to look at what these other countries are doing.
Yeah, well, it's interesting that American Asians do better than Japanese Asians on the piece of it. So, like, I don't know, it feels almost like an argument for like, fucking, when you just control for the thing, race, you just go, okay, Japan education for their Asians versus American for their Asians. Our Asians do better on the piece of it.
Yeah, but that's because of the economic infrastructure thing. So it's like, you know, it tends to be that like the most educated Asians come here, you know, like for injury or whatever. So yeah, you're gonna expect that to be the result.
It won't make sense. I don't know if you guys have seen anything in these countries, but their college programs are not as great.
Yeah, this was for 15-year-olds, so we were looking. Yeah.
Oh.
Like, how good are your 15-year-olds at math? It just does show like a distribution bias in the United States, where it's like, yeah, you don't want to have it. So, I mean, I wonder if you were to look at like poverty rates alongside race alongside these results, if they would like all kind of correlate, you know? So it's like, yeah, okay, there's this difference between these different groups in one country on this test, and then there's a difference in their like poverty levels, right? And then see if that tracks across other countries, like the poverty levels.
They use Native American stats once they in America. But that's usually where I go. Someone wants to put up the poverty argument. It's like, okay, Native Americans are still very not economically well, yet nowhere near that.
Am I the only person having trouble hearing you?
Yeah, I'm having trouble hearing you.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily, as somebody who worked in higher education for a while, I see how much money gets wasted in the college system. So
yeah, but I agree with you, but that's like a separate issue. Like the point is that the total cost in like all these other countries where they fund higher education is like a lot less. Like we have crazy inflated costs, which is almost like pork spending, where it's like basically you have a bunch of people trying to get in on this like money pit that is like our higher education system, and that just drives the cost higher and higher because everybody's trying to get a piece. And like it's sad because it shackles people with debt as like they're getting a you finally got a degree, but now you're being strangled by debt as well.
Oh, no doubt. But I think that those conversations, I agree, again, that education is wonderful, but again, it needs to be coupled with like plans in place to actually get pony money out of education. I'm looking at public sector teachers unions as well, like the amount of money that just gets regurgitated in the political campaigns as well.
Yeah, sure. And it's sad because the teachers themselves make like a pittance, like I know they have to pay out for public school teachers, like, they're like paying stuff out of their own pocket. No, it's not. Just look up like the average like annual salary or income of like a public school teacher in the US. It's very, very low.
Way back when I was in high school, 30 years ago at this time, okay, the teachers made like 52.5. That was the low range. And this is in the state of Michigan. So these are like Michigan dollars. So that's $52,000 like several years ago. And I think our principal of the school, his name was Tom Dolan. He made like $85,000 at that time, 30 years ago, as a principal of a high school of like 1,100 people. So it's like when you have like these unions, they have a habit of like really like repeating it a million times when you don't get paid enough. Because that's what unions do. They do a bunch of harping and bitching. It's never enough.
Okay, so what I'm finding here is the entry level salaries are averaging around 46.5, and the average, including like the people that have been there for a while, is like 61 to 74. Okay, so like that's still not really that high of salary, right? Even when you're averaging across people who have been there for like literally decades.
My issue is not with teacher salaries. I mean, yeah, we could say the teachers more, and I don't have an issue with that whatsoever. But again, it's the way that these are structured. You have rubber rooms in New York City where teachers are basically paid to just sit in a room because it's too expensive to fire them, right? Like these are things that are very, very well documented. Like, I mean, this is across the board. And again, I have no issues with unions. I'm pretty pro-union actually, but I do have an issue with public sector teachers unions, in particular public sector unions, which are literally bargaining against the taxpayer. So I have a huge issue with that. Also considering the way that those public sector teachers unions then funnel money into political campaigns, and this isn't allowed.
I'm happy that like if we just made sure that they were like at the highest, instead of having teachers unions that are fighting with the taxpayer, just have like representatives of the taxpayers who are making sure that teachers are like paid like above some kind of subsistence like living, and that they're so basically you do that at a higher level rather than as a union. Sure, like I think there are problems with certain ways that unions can be structured, but I also am not like against unions, but yeah, I mean I understand this. It's just like we need a radical restructure of the way that we pay for shit in a number of different areas.
The school seems like one we should fix.
You said $46,000, okay, per year is like the starting salary.
That was the increase. That was like average U.S. entry level high school teacher. Okay.
By teacher. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, if it was $46,000, that'd be like consider like about a 30-hour work week because they don't work for 3 months out of the year. Okay, so if it was 46 at the beginning, that'd be like $23 an hour, and then you increase that by about 33%. That's almost like $30 an hour. That's actually a reasonable salary, at least thinking in Michigan dollars. Especially for people, you can replace any one of them, and they don't. So I mean, I think that 46 to start off is plenty, and they got full benefits, and sometimes they have defined benefit pensions, sometimes they have like 401k pensions. But if they have defined benefit pension,
I would say, well, someone was speaking about how to kind of improve the school system. What if we start or petition to start centralizing?
We don't really start a petition on shit.
Yeah, okay, I wasn't speaking to you, I was just talking to the conversation you were having.
I think you were speaking to me specifically, just in agreement.
Okay, that's fine, so,
It's not gonna happen.
instead
Just
of,
let you know.
I'm sorry, what are you proposing?
I'm proposing the citizens, since we are taxpayers, instead of the education system, kind of how we have it now, with this large administrative board, it seems, I would say we can start to kind of have it where it used to be, where it was more local and based upon the actual funds that the community or town had, rather than this particular amount of money is being sectioned off here. And this is all money that's going to be spent on the kids. I think, no, I see what you you don't agree with that?
I mean, what I'm concerned with is like how we fund it, right? Now, there's questions about like how you could restructure a curriculum around what kind of available job opportunities there are by region, something like that. But as far as the funding goes, it's like I just think we should commit to funding education for all people that have the aptitude to get an education.
As far as I'm aware, it's not funded. I mean, there is the federal Department of Education does exist, but most funding is done on the state level. Somebody please correct me if I'm wrong, but certainly state and local level. So as somebody who hates the uploaded federal government, I'm in favor of that. I would like to see the money chase the kids more, in the sense that, like, I have been in areas of, like, say, Oakland, California, where I used to live, where, yeah, some more affluent areas get way more money to their schools, and then in some areas in Oakland, the teachers are literally trying to raise enough money to provide, books and pencils and stuff for their students. So
yeah, I remember we had to go on strike, the students and the teachers.
But I'm looking at an average teacher salary here list, and as was kind of mentioned before, like the average teacher salary in the state of California is $101,084. That's starting salary of $58,409. So again, those are California dollars versus other places in the country. But
I've brought it up before. Would it not be a better idea to have local funding based on what's affordable in the local region, rather than something as big as, let's say, statewide or even
I
federal?
also think that we should also look into school choice and increasing school choice wherever possible.
I agree with that too.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm supplementing what you're saying.
But when you say school choice, okay, it's like that could mean like a few things. It could mean that, like, let's say you wanted to send your kids to a parochial school, you would take, like, some amount of money provided by the state and send them there. Or it could mean that, like, people can go in between districts. So we have like that situation here. Okay, if you look at like that shithole known as Detroit, all right, they can't get it together in their own school district. So what they do is they send their kids into other districts and they ruin those too. So like you look at Berkeley, I think they used to be like the #1 district in the entire state or something like that. And then they had an influx of people from Detroit, all right, because I guess you don't have to prove that you live there in order to go. And just what you would expect happened to the test scores. So it's like if you were a parent and you lived in, let's say, a place called Oakland County, okay, which is like the richest county in Michigan, and then
Oakland County will be out there.
okay, well, actually,
So not talking about a whole different state.
right, I'm talking about Michigan, okay, I'm at Oakland County.
Michigan, I'm not. Oakland is in Alameda. So he's talking about not California.
Oakland is usually 1 or 2. We might be down to 2 by now. But what I'm saying is, Oakland shares a border with Detroit, which is like a dump. And it's like, so if you're paying like Oakland County like prices for property and everything else, okay, do you really want to see your districts vitiated because Detroit can dump their problems onto you? So I mean, if a counties here, and Oakland County has never wanted to participate because they know that they create a corridor for Detroit people to come there, and they don't want to see them. Nobody does, honestly. So it's like, I wonder, can you get everybody on board with school choice in that way? Is the question.
Sure, and I grew up in a very, very rural area where there just simply aren't a lot of schools. So it's kind of like if you grew up in that area, you'd have to drive 20, 30, 40 minutes to the nearest town in some cases where like I grew up like rural Maine, you know what I mean? So like there's a lot of that going around. It's just like there aren't a lot of choices. So understanding school choice is ideal for every situation. I just think that parents above anybody else wants to their children. Certainly more than the state does. And so I want to give parents the opportunity to put their children in the best possible situation to succeed, whether that be a charter school or a private school. If the public schools are great in the area, then great. So, again, increasing the opportunity as the moderators talk about earlier, it's increasing the ability for kids to get the best education they possibly can.
Well, there's another possibility. Let me bounce something off you here. If I know, like in the Chinese case, all right, they have like 2 tracks or something like that. And so if you're somebody who's not like high school material, I can put you get to stop at 16, and they'll shut you over into like vocational things. And then not only that, but if you want to choose like a major or undergraduate, they have this test called Gaokao, like high school examination, what it translates to. And so if your scores are bad, all right, they'll just say, look, we're going to save your time. Majors X, Y, and Z are available to you at this score level, but AB. And so, I mean, that is an idea where if you have people that are in school and they're just hanging on and waiting until it's time for them to graduate, but they're just a time server, why not just say, why don't you stop us at 16 because this is a waste of everybody's time here. I mean, people have, they also live in the United Kingdom, where you got 40% of the students, I think, leave at 16 years old. Like the vocational track versus a college prep track, neither is better than the other. So why not that?
I agree. I mean, or just something to that equivalent. Certainly, I think that those are all wonderful solutions. So you kind of see that in the United States when it comes to the way the high school is done. So obviously, we're not talking about stopping necessarily early, but I mean, some people are on a college prep kind of track, and other people are not, quite frankly. So I was just in a room earlier talking about how the marvels of the trades and how trades are an incredible option for people. So trades are just in general, like, I mean, people will line up around the block for you to get a nursing degree in this country. The last time I checked anyways, there's no shortage of nurses, like, there's plenty of fields that are in demand. So, if you want to go to college, that's what I'm saying. Sorry, I said that wrong. I'm saying that, like, if you get a nursing degree in this country, like, people will line up around the block to hire you. So, there is a shortage of nurses. I'm sorry, I already slipped that one. If you want to go get a liberal arts degree, more power to you. I have no issue with that whatsoever. I personally don't think the taxpayers should pay for that, but I have no issue with that.
So, what do you think that day marking is the mind drivers?
And it always goes back to that. It's about educating.
Yeah,
I just think the challenge.
yeah, I mean, I think that analyzing dating in that way, the way that people use that terminology is really the mind virus. Basically, like, remember, like, the hip-hop artists, like, Saga, when they became really huge, like, Red, and, like, all sorts of shit. I think that is all, or, like, Click can't get an average, but yeah, I mean, the question is like how wide is the variation, basically?
A person I know once asked people like to rate themselves, and then they were like, "Oh, I don't know, it was 7." And then she gave like sample faces of like 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, and then people felt it was way easier for them. Like, oh, I'm about in this range, like, which I don't know is funny that that's like what made it easier for them. Is they're like,
Yeah.
You know, I also think that like once you're kind of clear about like what you're talking about looks wise, you can kind of place yourself.
You know what I would say, Sam? I believe because the so-called number system has always been there, even amongst like Gen X boomers. I think it's used today in conjunction with sort of clarification or whatever, like dating market or sexual market. Like I think that's what gets advantage nowadays because that's one of the reasons I just don't care to date anymore. Dating used to be about finding interesting people, and even if you don't get together, you find an interesting person. Now, yeah, it's transactional. It's basically like open brothel, and everyone that participates. I understand just something about the conversation they were having.
Any type of voice fictional, like, I mean, sorry, the personality's probably not.
Well, you sound like Asian personality.
You ever heard of it?
I really, yeah, I do. I don't.
It is what they would have
saying. I should try.
Finish what I was saying. Thank you. So I think that's why the rating system is true game. Because back, like let's say 2003, if someone said we had to like a 7 or 6 or 5, you wouldn't give it no mind. You would just be like, look at the picture, oh yeah, and then move on. I think it's association with our relationship we're talking about today is what makes it toxic, instead of the thing itself. Because we've always used it.
Yeah, I didn't want to say something about this. Like, if you did the hypothetical test, Sam, where you're like, you show somebody like a scale where it's like, okay, here are like a bunch of like type morphologies, and like I'm putting them in this order, and now it's easy for you to answer. Yeah, but like that is some kind of like cultural thing. Like it actually is. Because we know that like there are other cultures where, you know, they had completely different beauty standards. You know. I don't know, like I just think that like that is like an artifact of like not sort of like guys in media. I don't think that that's like a innate thing.
Yeah, but even if one kind of accepts that, even if it's variable by culture, it's still just a question of how much intersection agreement within a culture there is. You know, like it could be just completely different cultures have their own completely different beauty standards, but then within a culture they all completely agree versus they all don't completely agree.
I don't think there's complete agreement though. I just think that like everybody can kind of go like my standard isn't exactly the same as this standard, but I know what this standard is, and like the kind of assumption is like, oh, I guess, but then that must mean like most people hold that standard. That it doesn't really mean that. It just means that like when you act across like standards, they come to some consensus or something. It's just like, again, you could say like that. You do like height. Remember that example I gave you with height, where it's like there's one school that has like all like half like 6-foot people and half like 4-foot people.
Yeah.
Right. And so average height is 5, but then so they don't go to that school to get the tall people that they need for whatever like basketball or whatever they're looking. You know, they're looking for taller people. So then they end up going to the school that has an average height of like 5'10", right? Where like everyone is 5.
like the Philippines, Thailand, and so on like that. And then the amount that people are like getting like or paying per encounter are probably higher there. And then I think like Europe is in the middle, and as you might predict, almost nobody is going over to Africa for women or the Caribbean. And because like the number of reports in
Because they're ugly. Well, a lot of them are ugly. I mean, not in the Caribbean, but like, well, they do go to the Caribbean because like the Dominican Republic and do like that's in the Caribbean, but Africa they don't go there because the assumption is that they're ugly.
Well, I mean, that's just not what people value. It's not
Yeah. Also, it's like expensive as fuck to buy a ticket all the way to Africa just to get a woman that walks around barefoot with a basket on her head, like,
Well, no, I mean, if you want black trans, then you're already in the United States. You can stay where you are because there's plenty of it there.
Yeah, but black people in like the Caribbean, like the U.S. don't look like the black village people in Africa. It's a completely different look.
That's true. But I mean, the point is, okay, guys are not going out of their way to get them. If those type of women look good to you, like Mongolian women, okay, most of them are dressed as normal people, but like people might go out of their way to get some of those, even if they have like non-traditional dress. Same thing with like Thai girls. A lot of them probably have non-traditional dress, but people will go there to get them because that's what they want. So you don't have to ask people what they think is. You just watch what they pay for. And then also like I think I was reading an article like a few years back, and it was talking about how do you say it? It was saying that like they had like these like massage parlors in New York, probably that's my guess, and they were like the massage parlors were like separated, like kind of sort of by race, because it just got to be too messy if you have like a bunch of people in this one place, and then you got everybody getting some work and nobody getting any. So then people who are interested in this type of when you go to that parlor and everybody is that thing, and you just choose from within that sample set.
Maybe not the re-education legislation.
They don't like the conversation. They don't like access to education. They just don't want it.
That's what I was saying, but when I said it, it was like, oh, you're being negative. But Washington praise you and not check you for saying that.
I mean,
He doesn't see always Caribbean and African women getting snatched up by men, married and everything. I don't know what African women are getting snatched up by men. African women, they do get married, but it's usually because like they're marrying their cousin or somebody in their tribe. It's kind of pushed in like an arranged marriage. It's not because they're seen as attractive. But Caribbean women, yeah, because Caribbean, like we're just like we don't look like too African.
Caribbean women don't look too African.
Yeah, like we're black, well, not African.
I'm sorry.
Like we're black, but we don't look like hella village. Like that.
Y'all don't look hella village.
Like I'm trying to say in a way where it doesn't sound fucked up. Like we don't look like we're the Domingo family in DC because he's saying Nigerian, right?
Yeah.
Like we don't be looking like that. Like we have.
My girlfriend's Caribbean and she looks like a nigger as well.
I'm saying we are black, but we don't have like that very like that harsh African. We look like we walk around barefoot.
You guys walk around barefoot though.
Like there's like a different, you know what I'm saying?
No, you guys smell like coconuts and walk around barefoot.
Okay, what's smelling like coconuts?
No, but like you're trying to act like there's a village culture in the Caribbean.
Okay, but coconuts are like a bad smell.
Yeah, coconuts aren't a bad smell. Why does it have to be bad? Like you guys, like you're trying to make it seem like you guys are ooga ooga. You guys are just as
See, I'm not even trying to be rude. I'm just saying in general.
I don't care if you're trying.
Okay,
you guys are.
What you're asking.
I'm not against it, but it's funny.
Like, what are you talking about? I'm saying like because the girl in the comments has said something about like the African women are getting snatched up and married. They're getting married to people in their tribe. It's typically an arranged marriage. It's not like men from overseas are like going to Africa looking for the African women there. Like on average, that's not happening.
That's
education, and $3 billion gets sent to the Department of Education. I think that's an issue.
Okay, as far as federal education, something that people like imagine is that that it's just like it's not the same thing. If you go to the store and like you buy some milk or something like that, okay, either you want to pay this price for this milk or you don't, and if you want to pay it, you take it. If you don't want to, you leave it behind. But like education is one of those things hard to price. Number one, especially if you do like secondary education, it's really hard to know what is your return on investment going to be. That's number one. And then number two, if you buy that bottle of milk, okay, then you know exactly what you're going to use it for because you paid for it with your own money. I guess the point is, it's really no easy way to spend like somebody else's money, okay, and like get the incentives to match that price. And that's probably the number one problem. I mean, if you look at, let's say it was like 100 like black guys, and somebody had to like actually come out of their own pocket, okay, and like pay for that education, or they had to pay for their own education. How much of it they needed would be like a very different amount. But if some third party is paying for it, you will never be able to get the incentive right because a third party is paying for it. I think if you look at changing, if you look into like DC, I think they spend the most amount of money per student population in Washington DC, which is like as black as the ace of space. And the results are just bad. So I don't think it's any linear relationship between how much you spend per student and like the outcomes you get. If you have like $100 and you invested in a class full of like Han China, okay, versus the same $100 invested in a classroom in the city of Detroit, it's just only so far you can go in the second case as opposed to the first. And I'll wrap up. If you look at the Whitney Young Magnet School, okay, they had like 23 people that got like perfect ACT scores there, and almost all of them were Chinese, even though the school is mixed race. I think it's equal numbers of like blacks, whites, and like Asians. But the ones who got the perfect scores, it wasn't black people. And they're in the same buildings, by the way, same school. So it's just you got to think what you realistically hope to accomplish in any case.
I hear you, even I'm not saying that you're wrong, but my point isn't really like, oh, let's just kind of what we got now. I think we should make it like going to the store and buying some milk. I do believe that we should actually, the board start to look into how a system like that works for two reasons. This is not the 1900s or 1800s anymore. We have way too many kids, way too many people to use old, outdated methods in terms of education funding. So many other countries are throwing away, which in my opinion is not always a good idea, decades of funding methods and education models to keep up with what's coming out in the world today. I say America needs to adopt something similar to that mindset. Instead of having this central funding for how it works today, I say it should somewhat be like, I want my child to learn this. Some people would say, well, that could lead to corruption, which, yes, it can be. But corruption is going to be a mainstay in that rhetoric. At least this way, you are taking the actual hands-on approach for funding your child's education instead of a general approach, which at the time it makes sense. We need to ask the question, is it useful now?
And BC, you that Malin girl for a while now. What's motivating her to be like the Caribbeans are hot, but Africans are all ugly?
I didn't say that, please.
said, while you're kind of like walking back on this one, like you said that that the Caribbeans don't have as stronger features, and I know that the Caribbeans and Africans look different. So like when I hear that you say that Caribbeans don't have the strong features that Africans have, to me I just hear that you're saying that we Africans have booga features, like you guys have the flat nose.
In your mind, if you want to put words in my mouth and like buy
Yeah, like you guys don't have the flat nose, the kunta kente, like.
From what? Oh my god.
So what do you mean by stronger versus softer features?
Okay.
Explain the difference.
I'm saying this is my point that I was trying to make. So first of all, what I was saying, I was going based off on a comment that I saw somebody made, right, where they were like saying, oh, African Caribbean women are getting like snatched up and wiped up left and right, something to the effect of that they said. And I was basically saying, that's not exactly true. Because they were like saying that, like, oh, they're making it seem like, oh, men from overseas are just like going out of their way to like marry women in Africa and the Caribbean. And I'm Caribbean myself, and I don't even think that Caribbean women, like people from overseas, are necessarily going out of their way to wife them up. And it's coming from me. So yeah, that was the point that I was making. And then as far as like African people, men and women, there is a difference between them and Caribbean blacks.
Bill, why don't you have your profile picture as your picture? Why do you have a man as your profile picture?
This is Steve Lacey. This is like my husband, actually. So.
Is it like your actual husband or just your crush?
We don't need to get into that. He's my husband.
He knows it now. He's a musician. Okay, he's your crush.
Okay, yeah, like you don't think I can be married to he's.
Well, I mean, why don't you just show us what you look like and I'll tell you whether or not you can bag him.
We'll see. Someone said the Caribbeans are far from the Africans. Are you saying like location-wise? Because like the Caribbean is very far from Africa. Like extremely far. It's literally a part of America. I'm confused. So are you saying America is not far from Africa? Bruh, anyway. But my
Balin, I think you're a security cat because I'm out here with my white pasty face directly on my profile. You know exactly what I look like. Whereas you're hiding.
I mean, but there's other people on the stage. You don't know what they look like either, so I'm not sure why you're like targeting me.
You're hiding behind twin celebrity boy.
Yeah, you can say that. Well, he's not even like a celebrity. He's like kind of more so underground. But there's like other people on the stage, like who don't have their pictures up, so I'm not sure why it's like all.
Well, because you're a hater of people and you like
I'm not
criticize them,
What did I hate?
other people, and
Who did I hate?
don't let yourself be.
But who did I hate though? Like,
You hate on African women. You said
Caribbeans have African ancestry a little bit.
a little bit.
Well, yeah, I didn't hate on African women. I was just stating a fact that.
A little bit.
And I said, yeah, a little bit, bro, a little bit.
No, but like
It's like 90%.
you mean like the vast majority of your DNA?
Actually, it's not.
It's not.
It's
Realize that Caribbeans on average are like a mixture.
No, but so what's the majority of the DNA?
So they're not purely fucking African.
No, but no one said they're purely African, but you said a little bit. So there's a big delta between a little bit and
very little. I don't know.
very little.
Africans look there.
So when I say that, when I say that.
This thing where they like want Caribbeans to be like African 2.0, and it's like it's nothing wrong with us being our own thing. Like I don't know.
But you started off the conversation. You started off the conversation by saying that Africans.
No.
You started to look. No, you did. You asked me my ethnicity.
No, what happened?
No, you weren't of Africans. You weren't my ethnicity. You're the only person.
What happened
difference in phenotype between
Right, you're
Caribbeans
stuck on
and
the phenotyping. Like,
what do you mean stuck? That's the last thing that you're talking about. That you brought up voluntarily.
Okay, but you can tell the difference
In a room
between
not
someone
about that.
that looks Caribbean and somebody that's African.
Yeah.
That's not you talking shit.
No, I know that. I never said that was you talking shit. No one ever got mad at you.
What are you mad about?
I'm not mad about it.
And I called you a buka buka, and I never said that.
I was never mad at all. And I didn't say that you're all.
How did this turn into a diaspora war?
It's not a diaspora. No, but the thing that you're doing is.
I don't think I'm a hater because what is a hater? And two, what am I reading off? There's nothing to say.
Negativity and criticism a lot of different people.
I was not criticizing the African. I was just saying a fact that, like, I was just disagreeing with someone's point where they were trying to say, oh, that they're getting married left and right overseas and stuff. I'm like, that's not really true. And I said that wasn't true even for my own people. And I'm of Caribbean background. So I don't see why this man here is crying and shit, talk about features and phenotype.
You brought up, the only thing that I said was that you brought up features and phenotypes.
Because the person in the
well, do I ever get to finish my idea? Like, do I ever get to finish my idea? Like,
and I was explaining why. Because, you know, as Lee was saying, a lot of, like, men who, like, try to marry women overseas, he said it himself that typically...
why can't I finish? Why can't I finish my idea?
Go for it. Yeah, I'll be on that term, so go ahead.
So, like I said, I understand how you operate and communicate, and everyone sees how you operate and communicate. No one was mad that you were trying to figure out the differences in phenotypes between Caribbeans and Africans. You were contemplating and thinking out loud and giving your opinion on what you think looks like or whatever the fuck. You're asking us our opinion on whether or not Caribbeans and Africans look alike. We didn't even give an opinion yet. We didn't even give an opinion. We didn't even give an opinion yet. But because you have a guilty conscience, you think that I'm offended. When I said Buddha, yeah, you asked us our opinion when it comes to everybody was here, and the only part that's annoying, the only part that's well beef, like you're not keeping your word. The only part that's annoying is okay. Then put her to audience got rid of her. Like this. I'm not. You asked me a question. You asked me a question. Change the subject, and then when we're talking about the subject and question that you asked about, then you say, then you tell everybody you didn't ask anyone about it.
You're making shit up.
Yeah, you did. Everybody was here when you asked me about ethnicity, and then you start to ask me what my opinion on that phenotype stuff.
Okay, you're crying about your Nigerian phenotype. Oh my God. Bro, you're offended because you're Nigerian?
I'm not offended at all. I think it's funny. You don't think that Caribbeans have African ancestry? That's why I'm like, who cares?
She did say that very small.
Yeah, you don't know that. You said a very small.
You are upset.
I do wonder what is the some cases in someone where they want to try to downplay the amount of African ancestry of the Caribbean, want to downplay the attractiveness of Africans, and try to be like, oh, I'm
Caribbean identified. At the end of the day, we're Caribbean, we're a mixture.
complete level.
We're not here.
It's
side has, I wonder what softer features is. What softer features mean? Like, what the fuck does that mean? You're saying that Caribbeans don't have flat noses, they don't have big eyes. They do. They do. They're black as well. Like, you're from fucking Africa.
What's wrong if she's like originally like if you discover that you're originally like would that like make you hate yourself or something? I don't know.
If I found out that I was like 30% black, I would find it pretty cool to be honest. So, I don't know.
Oh my god, look at her. She's.
Alright, let's read the chat out loud. It's not people, everyone black can be African. Be oppressed, hideous like us Africans. Please let me feel better about being African. Might as well just say that. Oh my goodness. Hideous? You're calling Africans idiots now?
Yeah, but like, I respect Pepe more because Pepe would just come out and say it. But you saw what she was trying to do. She was trying to, that's why I said that ooga booga shit, because I knew what the fuck she was trying to do. She sits here trying to, like, clown us and shit, and then act like she ain't doing it. And it's like, bro, just clown us and get it. Stop lying about being anti-black. Just stop lying about that shit. Just it's okay to be anti-black in public. Like, no one is doing it. It's not 2015 anymore. The only people who are being who are punished for like what they think is if you hate Jews. As long as you don't hate Jews, you're good in this country. You're good.
I think there are only people that hate Jews in America and nothing happened. Like they're
Nick Clinton is doing fine.
Yeah, like he's putting more than fine, right?
And his son's doing fine. NPC.
She married that billionaire.
Did she do that? Kudos to her for her strategic acumen about who to marry and being able to pull that one off. But
like you can be anti-Semitic, nothing really. Like you still do fine, right? Like it's that like it's the Jews that are being very like having all of the hate speech being thrown at them, right? Constantly. That's what I feel like.
I mean, I feel like I didn't see that most of my life, but in the last recent times, I've seen like a crazy amount of it. Nick Fuentes, Candace Owens, even just like random people. There's this like monkey.app, which is like Omegle, where you just talk to random strangers. Hey, I've like more than once met people that were like just, what do you think about the Jews? You know what I mean? Like that kind of shit.
Yeah, I also people like you know I should speak, right? Speed. I think he has like anti-Semitic remarks, right?
That is.
Like, oh yeah, like people told him, hey, I'm a Jew, and then he ran away. Like he said, no, you guys are terrible. Free Palestine. He said, and by the way, that's fine if he was going to criticize the Israeli government. He actually, just by people introducing themselves as Jews, right? He did the remarks like that, you know.
That's creepy. There's a video of I just speaking the shit kicked out of him by Dan Hooker, who's an MMA fighter. It just makes me happy to hear that video exists now that I know about it. Jewish hatred in it. And he keeps doing that like bitch thing where like you know when you're like a 10-year-old like pause like you're like yeah.
You don't agree with NTC, like, oh, if you say something about Jews, your career is going to be destroyed, like Nick Fuentes, right?
I think that there's pushback, but I also think that that's completely fine.
Let's stop. Like, this is the reason why you guys get conspiracy theories started about y'all. Because y'all deny your own power. I think people would trust it more if you stop with it. You guys ban a nigga from a country.
Which country?
You guys ban a country from a country. How the fuck does that happen?
Which country?
Like fucking
What's your band coming?
Yeah, you're not Israel. You can't even send it to UK. So like, hey,
He's always banning people, so that's no big surprise.
well, when he said slavery was a choice, he didn't ban. When he was if he was ever being back, which I don't think he was.
Being a tough hating person gets more leeway than if you are another hater. you're envious of their success, and you go, it's not that they did better on the standardized test than me. It's not that they they were smarter than me. No, it's not that. It's not that. It's that they were evil and they conspired so that I didn't get them. So it's like we both are turning shame and stupidity and envy. It's kind of like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like look at the knots people tie their minds to over feelings of shame and status in the person of Baylor or whatever. She was willing to deny Caribbean people had any black DNA or had only a small amount of black DNA, and she was trying to call them ugly just so she could feel less a little bit better about herself. So you don't think that people are gonna fucking do other weird contortions to feel better about themselves? Like, people contort themselves. Like, humans are obsessed with status, and most people that aren't autistic don't care about the truth of like abstract things unless it's like directly practically relevant to their life. But then what they really care about is their status, and they're gonna do things and mold their ideas and beliefs so that I deserve to be higher status, and I'm good. I'm a good I'm amazing, And like that's true. Anti-Semitism is just the result of this general feature of humans to twist themselves and make themselves feel higher status.
Right. I agree with that. I mean, do you think that I don't know, that Jews experience more racism or hatred when compared to black people?
Depends on what context. Like right now,
The past 3 years, Sam,
I think so. Yeah, the past couple of years, I think yes, but both in the last 20 years, no. The last 3 years.
That's hilarious.
The past 3 years, it's been insane. The rise of anti-Semitism has been insane.
Yeah, but see, the thing is that
people are still
even when it comes to
people are still thinking about it. People make fun of this and Candace Owens, right? They just say it out loud, right? The quiet words, they say it out loud. I mean, they're not even hiding it the way they do.
Yeah, but the thing is that Jewish people, by all intents and purposes, can, certainly blend into the fabric of whiteness. Most people aren't going to be able to visually spot out a Jew amongst a crowd of white people. Versus black people who clearly, stand out and cannot, blend in within, sort of crowd of white people. So this, I don't know, belief that Jews experience more racism than black people, even on the surface, just that's
If you're measuring a negative experience, then of course the blacks are gonna win because looking at the camouflage thing.
It's not about winning or losing. It's
But
just about
I'm
winning.
measuring it by statements people make and the vitriol, the frequency in which they make statements rather than the
If you think that Jews experience more vitriol and verbal abuse or any other type of abuse than black Americans or black people, you're just completely delusional.
Or whatever. Different information bubbles. You ever read through the news in different information bubbles of it?
Bro, but it's not even close. It's not even close. And as far as I'm concerned, the only time that you guys really remember that you're Jews and not white is when one of these real white supremacists blow up one of your synagogues. Otherwise, you indoctrinate yourselves into whiteness. And so this belief that you somehow experience more racism than black people is just, it's absolutely delusional.
I'm gonna look up hate crime rates between blacks and Jews. I'm gonna look up hate crime rates between blacks and Jews in America and separately in Europe.
Okay, I'm about it.
And if it turns out there's more hate crimes to Jews than blacks,
Jews complain more.
then your claim that I'm delusional to say this is as a false buzz. So we're just gonna completely find this out.
Not if the Jews complain so much that they juke all the stats.
So I just want to remind everyone, the actual statement made is that activity Sandwich is talking about has
going from 9 to 10. So I don't know what increase means if we're looking at sort of a baseline.
Being talked about, right? Your comprehension was being discussed, right?
I'm sorry?
Your comprehending was being discussed, so you must get or not.
I don't even know what you're talking about. Like, I don't even know what
That's the problem.
No, it's a you problem, poor communication.
Even if it's poor, everyone else is being it.
Right.
Means Ed disagrees, but he's understanding. Yeah, increase in activity is not the same as someone has it more. NPC, should we also just include the bad entirety of Black America and bad comprehension? Because I don't think it's Black America. I never thought that.
In terms of what?
Just comprehension in general, not just community.
No, that's America. Like America does not read.
I'm just saying comprehension skills in general. And I'm saying most Americans are good at it. One thing I can say, coming back on the line, these Black conversations, yeah. I remember when I left.
Alright, so according to ChatGPT, Jews have 4 times per capita higher hate crime rate than people, according to a 2024 U.S. report on hate crime data. So, 25 per 100,000 versus 6 per 100,000 in terms of hate crime rates. So, yeah, you're full of shit.
There has been attacks from, there have been.
Only left. Fucking left for your data.
No, they're left.
No, black women.
I wanted to ask earlier about calling people Uncle Thomas. Yeah, what happened? Your star of the show, why is the star of the show yours? Because he was saying it.
Oh, you know what, Balin?
Why do you say Balin? It's Belaine.
Belaine.
Isn't that the name of one of the kings in Game of Thrones?
Yeah, no, Lord of the Rings, and Balin is like a...
Lord Baylor, yeah.
Yeah, Baylor is... No, you guys are missing. Balin is Targaryen. Yeah, he's like your first line. Okay. Shut up. No, oh, they open it. Targaryen. Yeah, okay, I like that. But yeah, but you didn't call people Alright. Racist movie.
I don't know.
But your hatred of Uncle Tom's knows no bounds. Like you're ferocious
The
fire.
point is, you would ask him, if it's just based on the quote unquote semantic content, then why would he call them a coon? Presumably he thinks that's bad. And then the reason it's bad is because of the history of its usage. Okay, we've got been using it, so it's black people, but why wouldn't they accept it up?
For criticizing black people too much. Like, isn't the slur being used to like help black people?
You literally said that.
Break themselves?
No, you literally said, "Oh, why do black people, other black people sellouts for speaking, being eloquent and fucking being educated?" Oh, if someone I'm saying, why didn't you call them out?
Because leftists are racist.
So okay, so now I'm gonna do an internal critique. Why didn't you call them out for racist?
Who's racist? Isaac?
Okay, so black.
Well, I mean, the Lydia gives the Lydia one point.
If you treat black Americans like adults who are capable of being in control of their own destiny, that means that you're an Uncle Tom. That means that you don't understand white supremacy. Nor, yeah.
I don't understand it. Is that like Samba, the original sellout critique, like
I think so.
But the point is, you have to look at the Indian function. The next person to speak is a loser.
What? Wait, what were you saying?
Isaac, before you go with, I was just going to say, Isaac, can you please pause what you said?
Wait, good luck alone.
You are correct. He is a trans person. You gotta understand these people.
Is that transgender?
French, Polish. They don't know what they are biologically. It's a very real medical disorder.
Yeah, so if you kind of speak in a way that says, hey, it doesn't really matter what happens in the past, present, or future, this is what we need to do to be better. Whenever speaking about progress, constructive criticism, anything that black people can control, you have to preface it with 30 minutes of black history and letting us know why we are where we're at. Every single time we do constructive criticism, we have to explain why we are here, you know? Because if we don't, that means that we're not honoring our ancestors or something like that. So,
You forgot the last part. You gotta blame the white man as well.
yeah. And my issue is that it doesn't matter if you're right or wrong. Like, before you have any type of conversation that helps black folk, you have to spend a few hours blaming other people.
Yep.
And then after you're done blaming other people, then you can talk about what black people can do better. But then also, black people can't do better until white people stop fucking them over too. So that is kind of like, what's the point even bringing it up? Because even if you bring up what black people can do better, they still live in a racist country. They can't do better because it's racist. So
Also, white people need to be generous so they can do better and just give the free stuff. That's what you got.
no, you can take that angle, but the way I see it is that it's like we say white people are so racist, and then we tell them, hey, the only way that we can succeed is if they're not racist anymore. So then it becomes like a catch-22. Because, yeah, if they're really as racist as you believe they are, then they'd never be fair to us. But then at the same time, if they're not fair to us, then we can't succeed. So that's the reason why if you're black and you treat other black people like they're adults, you're called a coolie.
You're just enjoying all this, aren't you?
No, I agree with him. It's very sad.
Well, the thing that makes me most sad is that, like, so I think that cultural things that change in the black community that would really help them gain more wealth, but that the kind of people that would push the thing, they're like, hey, like, here's the culture change that would be good. It's immediately you're a sellout, you're a traitor. Like, even if you're saying, listen, I hate white people, I just want black people to do better. Here's some good things that black people would do to, like, fucking do better. Even then, you're like,
Exactly.
encouraging black people to, you know, the skills and habits that would make them excel. You're a sellout. Like, whenever it's on black people to do anything, it's you're a sellout. And like, that's like the ultimate toxicity because you're just telling black people, there's nothing you can do to improve your situation.
wrong. And if you have a problem with repeating that they've done something wrong over and over and over again, that's because you're defending them. That's because you don't care about it as much as I do. Because for me to understand that you care about it as much as I do, you have to repeat it just as many times as I do. That white people have done something wrong. I'm past that. I already know white people have done something wrong. I just don't expect them to do the right thing just because white guilt doesn't work anymore. I just don't expect them to do the right thing just because we want them to. So that's the only difference with me.
I mean, this is pretty wild. I can't remember in the last 4 years anyone on the left who's black, who's woke, who's relevant, bringing up this issue. Right-wing people live in a fucking dream where they're victims constantly. Nobody talks about this on the left. There's not a single relevant black person today that has like over 1 million subscribers on social media that's talking about this. Yet when you listen to right-wing people, oh my god, you think every single black person constantly talking about how bad white people are. Get fucking over it. Nobody has talked about bullshit for like 5 years. Except right-wing people who want to play. Let's not bring up feminism. Same thing. Nobody fucking cares. Nobody talks about this shit except right-wing thinking. I never heard these right-wingers complaining about, oh, people are mean to black people. Nobody respects their opinions on race. Nobody respects their feelings. Now we're supposed to respect the feelings of white people? Why? Why? Don't care. Didn't care back then about black people. Don't.
Because we're all in this together.
It's like the people who came up with the whole, pick yourself up by the bootstraps, victimhood mentality, are now the victims. They're the ones who are obsessed with being victims and, complaining about how it's so much hard for white people and white people are discriminating against. Jesus Christ, Trump passed a law for white people to be able to sue. Right? Go ahead. You got all the rights to go sue, right? If any of you can name a relevant, fuck, I need to take a white person, but a relevant black or white person that's become popular in the last 4 years that gets over 100,000 views on YouTube. That's like just a little bit relevant today that talks about this stuff. I will say I was wrong. I will never bring up this topic again. I'll even transfer your $10. But that person doesn't exist. You have people on the right like, what's his name? Fucking the basketball. We'll make a video about how bad life is for white people and how dumb women are. That'll get 1 million views in a week. There's not a single left-leaning person there's no one on the left that comes close. Not anyone. It's all in your heads.
I mean, time
What social media is he relevant on? How is he relevant?
He's an author.
On social media.
He's an author.
Nobody fucking reads books. What are you talking about?
This is a relation to you, Sam. He's telling us what's happening. Watch YouTube.
You prove that like white people are ridiculous.
Don't know one speck of history, or more than 4 years ago.
No, I know that all of the right and left
Zephyr, somebody who doesn't even like me. Zephyr, is Tom Nelson Post influential on the left? Yes or no?
No.
Oh my, you fucking lying piece of shit. Oh my fucking god.
No, I'm sorry, yes, bro.
Influential to him.
Hey, what's the consensus on the title?
Yes.
People have very different meanings from it. Some interpret it to be like access to college. Some interpret it to mean exactly equal access. I think it just mean access at all. They have access at all, but I did not exactly equal access. So it's kind of where I'm at.
Wait, are there education disparities?
Yeah, definitely.
Sam, did you put that in the audience? Why is that?
No, it's not just there. I don't know.
He knows what he did.
Oh, he did something.
No. He's only hanging out with Taylor.
The app like does that. So when you scroll in the what's the name, hallway, and if I hover over a room for a few seconds and I hear the sound and then go in, it puts me in the audience. But if I go right away and see it, then it puts me back into the stage like that.
I told you he knows what he did.
Hey, Sam, I got a question.
What's up?
It's kind of a two-part question. First, I'm guessing that people are saying yes.
Well, I mean, it's white diversity, but yeah, I would say so.
So let's say we follow from that. Do each of y'all that say yes, do y'all support reparations?
I don't.
What, you mean like a better education system?
Yeah, I mean, reparations is going to actually be an education also. Like,
I think it's fair to put on the bill of America's responsibility for its crimes of slavery, the adequate education of all African Americans they find in their borders. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's very reasonable.
Frankly, I think that is owed as a basis.
I guess it was nice to say that maybe white Americans should have higher tax to account for that.
I support reparations. Give
Oh, so that
the people their value of 40 acres and a mule.
Yeah, 40 acres and a mule. Love that song.
But it's 40 acres and a mule on like Antarctica, so it's just like a very, very cheap land, you know what
No,
I'm
it's
saying?
Midwest. It's still not great, but still.
yeah, I'm going to try to convince y'all family members when it's time.
But I mean, like, what about reparations? Like,
I'm totally in favor of reparations.
what about
I just want mass land grants.
what about reparations? Just something like checks to Black Americans.
Well,
How about give them 40 acres and let them develop the property like they want?
it's more than checks. The checks is a part.
Yeah, public checks would be a part of it, right? Yeah.
I said the value of.
Oh, I'm not in favor of that. I want them to have the rights to the land. Yeah, I don't want any like tricks with them getting like checks or whatever. I want them to have possession of the land and sovereignty over the region.
I'm not only maybe for like Black Americans, but also for the Native Americans in the United States, right? You guys would also support reparations for them as well, right?
No, I mean they already have reservations. They negotiated from where they
Yeah,
got.
they already got something.
And they fought wars. Like sometimes the white guys betrayed them. Sometimes they betrayed the white guys. There was bad blood on both sides. They are where they are, and they have their own mechanisms to improve their lot. Frankly, they have like a lot of specialty citizen status. They have the federal government.
So they
Like another additional, I think should be said. Sorry. See who didn't get benefits during the New Deal and later when like there was building of new housing, and
hosted by white people discussing black people is very rude. Nice. I mean,
But a black man is entitled to his opinion.
Ray, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, so white and black people in a room cannot discuss these issues?
that's absolutely. I'm allowed to think it's fucking cringe that white people are hosting rooms discussing black issues. Yeah, that's fucking cringe.
Well, is it discussing the black issues, or is it discussing the lack of education of black people that's cringe for it? I mean, that's kind of cringe.
I don't know why a white
If I said that,
would want to do really cringe. It is cringe. You guys are like obsessed with race, right? You're like culture warriors. I feel like that's different too.
All of us, or just me?
I don't know about the others.
Yeah. Well, I do think wokeness is like a poison that's like really bad. But I mean, I think my question of like I think everyone can discuss, do black people have access to education? I think elections would say yes. The systemic racism of society, you can say black people have access to education. So there's no inherent framing of this that's exactly partisan. Saying, I didn't use the title, but do have education, you just don't use it. You know, that's not the title. The title is very open-ended.
Yeah, and Joe, like, we can discuss, I don't think we discuss anything, as long as we understand that black people should also be able to eat.
You can still think it's cringe.
To be honest, you're not like in this right wing MAGA sphere, like you're not an alpha male child or whatever. Like this is cringe. It's a little weird to constantly want to have debates about race, racism, gender, and trans people. It's obsessive.
It's actually funny that you put that way because earlier a Muslim came in and wanted to debate Muslim stuff, and Sam was concerned that he would be known as like the Muslim argument guy, so he specifically wanted to move on away from Muslim topics. So this isn't really his wheelhouse. This is more in, exploring his boundaries. He discusses many things. Sometimes it's racism, sometimes it's access to education, sometimes it's Islam. It's a grab bag of a human being.
Yeah, I don't think we're
Absolutely. Or you come in upset, trying to defend their point, and we call that's calling fun of them, right? That's basically it. It's just like baiting, really.
Hey, Joe, who did you vote for in the 2024 election?
I'm Canadian.
Who would you vote for if you were me?
I wouldn't vote for the pedophile that bonds children.
So who would you vote for?
You don't know which of the two is a pedophile that bonds children. Seems pretty.
No, I do. It just doesn't tell me who you would vote for. Because some people voted, independent.
I guess I'd vote for Kamala if I was American, right? If you're not voting for Trump, it's Kamala.
So you would do the classic lesser two evils thing?
Oh, that was.
Guess who's the third?
I love that your economy. You wouldn't bomb children. You'd have allies still.
People already started. What were you saying, Jerome?
No worries. I was just saying if you had voted for the lesser of two evils, you might still have allies in your economy. You wouldn't be collapsing and you wouldn't be bombing children.
By the way,
said you wouldn't think a person who believes racist things is racist. Why is that?
Well, I think because a belief being true is just an ultimate defense of believing it. That any criticism you make of a belief, then I go, okay, but it's true. But if true is a completely valid reason to believe. Then, so I think that you can have racist beliefs, but they have to be false.
Okay,
if you show my beliefs to be false, then I will have held retroactively a racist belief and have done something racist.
Okay, so
if
Jeff,
my belief was true, in the world where my beliefs are true, then it was a completely reasonable for me to believe.
Okay, so if I understand you, you are claiming that you are not racist because your opinions about different races are not prejudicial, they are post-judicious evaluation.
Correct. That's pretty right.
I hear what you're saying.
No, he's a post-judicious.
He's a racist post-evaluation.
Listen, I think if you have false beliefs, if I believe 100% of black people do some evil shit, that's racist because it's false. But if I say exactly 29,007 black people did this exact same thing, and I have citations for it, how could that be a racist? Literally, it's a true statement, and then how could it be a racist?
Where's Timothy when you need him?
That's racist.
If you're quoting it and bringing it up in the wrong context, right? It could still be racist. Let's say some black people did something, but then you kept bringing it up in like weird contexts for certain motivations. Right?
Sure.
What type of accent?
Nigerian, British.
Part of the villain hates African. She's a black
I wouldn't say I hated accent.
I heard what you did, right?
I just asked what accent I was, and he immediately.
She doesn't hate Africans so far. She didn't just bring up Africa right now. I don't know what else to talk about. She didn't bring it up again either.
Oh my God.
Stop lying on her.
Wait, MC, why are you defending her?
Get off of my.
Oh, stop lying on her. She didn't just bring it up randomly.
Hey, hold on. I'm about to put ice on you.
I hate Africans.
No, they don't.
What?
It's a joke.
Yeah, it was very funny. I got you on quote. There's that classic Canadian humor.
He was just drunker than me, bro. What are you talking about?
He might.
No, but they have people hate me.
If you say that gravity, the acceleration of gravity is such, I more or less strongly believe that. If you just state the fact that it is what it is.
This guy's a lunatic. This guy's an absolute lunatic.
We've been over this before, okay? I'm telling you, like, we've got 610 school districts here in Michigan, okay? And, it's like different proportions of certain types of people in them, and the outcomes are just about what you would expect. And then you can actually test this out in like almost real time, where you have like the Berkeley school districts here, Berkeley, Michigan, okay? They decided they were gonna have open schools, and they were like the best school district in like the whole state at one point, and then they invited a bunch of people from Detroit. Well, it happened just the way you said it might be. Also, if you look at like the charter academies, okay, you can find all this on schooldigger.com, okay, then those scores, even though they're like charters and you get to select the students, the scores are just about what you would expect they would be. So, because they have a lot of academies in the city of Detroit.
Hey, can we not have a cool fest right now, B? Let's just take it on some black people and white people.
Wait, but never.
Let's not have the beef. Saying, the black man thing is, y'all know what it is. You know?
Anytime anybody has an opinion saying something in because you don't have like the intellectual ability to deal with it, you just call them a coon, and that's the end of the day.
Who here thinks that the Jews control the media
closet, turn off the light, close your ears, throw your phone in the toilet, and just look at the darkness. No one has to influence you with anything, but that's just not how human beings work.
Jennifer, do you think that if we talk bad against the Jews in this room, that you guys have supported someone might come after us?
Oh my God, why do J little hat people play victim?
Because their per capita rate of hate crimes is 4 times higher than for Black Americans. So
Did you guys discount on the hat if you do it?
You said per capita of what?
the amount of hate crimes per capita for Jews in America versus Black
What hate crimes do? What hate
4
crimes?
times the amount. So if you don't know about it, then you're really ignorant. Because it's
Yeah.
4 times the amount.
Okay, that's why I'm asking you, because what hate crimes do you guys get? You guys are
Nothing much.
Shootings, beatings,
Kids
kids being shot.
There's that papers you read.
Well, I mean, that's an availability bias thing. Just because you haven't heard of something doesn't mean that it doesn't exist.
Like, y'all aren't getting attacked by police like that. Like, isn't like America a real, like, stop doing it. So,
Everybody wants crime, they come here. Listen, yes, Jewish people get hate crimes. Let's move on.
What?
They should really report on something like that.
On what hate crimes they're getting. Because, like, as far as people consider anything a hate crime. Like, even when I mentioned that Jesus had haters, they'll be like, oh, that's anti-Semitic. So, it depends on what y'all consider a hate crime.
Who here thinks the Jews killed Jesus?
Christians?
I don't.
Wait, don't believe in
really good.
Yeah, that's right.
What is poutine? Cheese and gravy? That one?
Yeah, it's like fried.
That sounds disgusting.
Yeah, it's disgusting. But it's so good.
But it's like mozzarella cheese, though.
Cheese and gravy.
Yeah, it's cheesy fries with gravy.
Poutine is something that sounds like it would taste good when you're high.
Cheesy fries.
It would, yeah.
Like, put together.
Fries and gravy do not go together, man. I don't know, that's disgusting.
In Canada.
That sounds like a Canadian, yeah.
Okay, it's also
Y'all
also call ham Canadian bacon, so there's that part. Hey, yo, did you touch down in Canada yet?
They coming.
That's a good thing. It's a freaking good thing. BYD is about to take on the road. That's a good thing.
It's a good thing for us. We need competition. This protectionism and trying to protect the American auto market so that you delay the inevitable. That's just silly. That's like your parents. That's like learning how to play basketball. Your parents say, "Don't go play with those good guys over there. They're way better than you." How are you gonna be better?
What's up? Hey, B, so like there's been a shift right now. There's a shift of local powers. Are you okay with the Chinese rise and taking America's spot?
I don't super love it. I also think that China is like definitely not like it's not like a hellscape. It's not like we're fighting like Nazis. Like China's fine, it's fine living here. Like China's fine. You know what I mean? So it's like it's not like it's like no, they do. No, they do have China has problems. They're authoritarian in lots of ways, but then they also have things that are they're better than us. They're more competent. Those infrastructure, for example, stuff like that.
Oh my God, that's the dumbest thing you've ever said, Sam. No offense. But I think I know.
Are they not better than us?
Yes, they are. Yes, they are better.
I don't know about that. But I think I was on the same.
BYD go on the cars, have you seen the inside of Teslas? Absolutely. I went in the Tesla, I was in Portugal last year, I got an Uber. They're horrible, man.
But Teslas or Ubers?
Yeah, Tesla. Uber, that's not just all Ubers by one.
Yeah, fortunately, that's not the entire car industry.
Yeah, no, but the BYD, they're nice, man. The Chinese electric cars are very nice materials, man.
Oh yeah, no, Chinese cars are they're doing great shit.
I will die on the hill that like I like my Tesla. Right? I think there's a lot of nice things about it. I understand like what you mean by good, but
These cars, I mean, like I don't know what model it was, but I may be generalizing, but the one I was in,
There are some.
it was like the plastic on the doors seemed cheap. The interior was like they had the cool thing was like the screen with the 3D stuff. It's like that. Like everything else was like really cheap.
Yeah, that's technically nice.
the build quality of like I'll grant you that like compared to like a luxury brand of that price level, it really is kind of shit. But like everything else for it, I don't know what it looks like. If I'm X, right? Like those wing doors, they're so useful when you're parking in like a narrow space, right? And it works really well. Like it just feels like a gimmick at first when you see it, you're like, oh, it's just like a silly Elon Musk thing again to have like those X-wing doors. But they're so useful.
D-Pack, I'm gonna tell you this, D-Pack. Listen, I'm an Apple guy, right? And I know that Android builds much better phones. You bought into the ecosystem because you love the tech, but the reality is the competition is better. You gotta admit the competition is way better. Even the BYD tech is caught up with freaking. Even the BYD tech is caught up with freaking the Tesla tech.
Yeah, no, that's actually quite possible. Like I've not had a chance to drive a BYD car. I was actually at an event for General Motors a few years ago on like automated driving and stuff, and there were literally people there were saying like if it wasn't for the fact that like the US basically protects the auto industry domestically, right? We'd be like destroyed by BYD and was it like Xpeng or what's it called? Xpeng? Like all those companies.
Xpeng is the code.
Yeah, I mean that's protectionism that kind of makes sense because there'd be national security issues if America didn't have the capacity to make their own cars. We can't just compete fairly because then we're in a dangerous state as a country.
That's not the case.
How are we
Yeah, like, specifically with trucks.
How are we in a dangerous state as a country?
Yeah, that's why everything's a Ford.
want to see how we just more efficient. Even like in terms they have, I think they have like one military base in like country in like off East Africa, off Djibouti. I think they have a port there, but besides that one, they have basically zero military bases.
Because it's dumb, to spend all that money on freaking defense. It's just dumb. It's silly. Only America does that stuff, and that's why we're losing this global game, the global economic thing. We think that we can bully the rest of the planet, and everybody else is like, look, we're just trying to make money, move out of the way. It's like, I hate our thing.
Like, I think like now America is still a map, like it's obviously like it's one of the most popular, will be for probably our lifetime. But I guess maybe 100 years, 150 years, it'll be interesting to see what happens.
We're gonna fall number 2 in like our lifetime. Come on, that's what happened in our lifetime.
That's not academic. How do you measure that? You talking about per head, and you talking about like total number of like output. So like in the case of like income per head, China's nowhere even close.
I'm talking about GDP.
There's questions about
I'm talking per head, of course.
So GDP per capita.
Per capita we're better than them, but I'm talking about GDP, right? They're the second largest economy on the planet, and they have a growth rate about 5 times ours. That's fine, but they've moved from what? Nowhere to number 2 in like 20 years. That ain't nothing to sleep on. They moved from nowhere to number 2 in like 20 years. There's nothing to sleep on.
Probably always do.
Okay, so I'm looking it up here. Okay, the US GDP is like $30.6 trillion. Okay, the Chinese GDP with like about 4.5 times as many people is $20.5 trillion. Okay, I think the United States growth rate is like about like 2 3/4, and the Chinese growth rate that stated there was 5%. It depends on how truly you think it. But in case you haven't noticed, they're the same thing. Okay, so it's not 5 times the US growth rate. That's the first point. The second thing is everybody was going to take over the world all the way through the 90s. You remember Michael Crichton, you remember the Rising Sun, all of that good stuff. And then they had like a real estate bubble that just popped like 35 years ago, and they just never got out of it. Now you look at the Chinese real estate bubble. A lot of people have been like talking about this because I guess Xi Jinping decided he wanted to pop it in a controlled way because it was out of control. Except that the popping was a lot harder than what anybody expected. So they have a real estate based economic crisis over there right now, and it's a lot of people that are studying it. But a lot of times, one thing about it,
yeah, but America manufacturing world economy banking system, and they're a strong manufacturing industry. They have a very strong backbone. Like these things like real estate, it's not going to really.
Right, they have a very flat economy. Yeah. And our growth rate is I just looked it up, it's 1.2, there's a spot. They went from nowhere to number 2 in like 20, 30 years. That is nothing to wink at. I don't care, because India has a billion. India has a billion people in there.
They got more people
and
than
then I
China.
grow like fast as China.
Just to address the narrow point of the real estate bubble, right? Yeah, China does seem to have a real estate bubble, but comparing that to Japan's is crazy. But at the peak of the Japanese real estate bubble, like the price per square feet of like downtown Tokyo real estate that to the grounds of the Imperial Palace, right? It actually is like center.
There's a whole California, I remember.
So that's insane. So the fact that this is okay, this is not quite everything else he's talking about, but
well, I mean, as far as the real estate thing, okay, I think it's like 65 million like empty units over there, number 1. And then number 2, like that's like 70% of Chinese people's savings. So if you want to have like a house over there, okay, in a place like Shanghai or Beijing or someplace like that, you're talking about like 46 years worth of income. So it's like take several generations, to save for like this condominium over there. And then the government saying, okay, it's overvalued, and this is what people's savings are in. So you can see that's not going to be a very easy thing at all. I mean, remember when the United States bubble got so bad, I think it was like houses were like 5 years of income or something like that. And the long-term average was 3 years. And then if you imagine someplace where like the price of houses was like 45 years of income, that might be
The American housing was also trash because it was also tied to the stock market, which
most salient. Like if you look at GDP growth in 2025, much of that is attributable to like investment in AI. It's like terrifying. It's like terrifying.
And so you got these bubbles. Everybody goes to one sector, put all their money in that sector, and when it falls, it reverberates to the free economy. I think it's so funny.
Like, you know, chimpanzees, gorillas, they're like, oh, humans are not gonna be in the fad. Like, humans are it's gonna be over soon. Like, don't worry about the humans.
What guys
Like, I'm talking about big technology guys. I'm talking about like new fucking species.
I'm talking about the economics of this. I'm not talking about either way.
I think you got like, I don't know, sorry, you keep doing this weird thing with like, there's a pause, someone starts speaking, you start speaking, and you think they're interrupting.
Ridiculous.
It wasn't legitimately alive. I overtook Sam, if anything, I didn't overtook you, and then you started talking after I interrupted Sam. But obviously, I think you've got a delay, so you think people, sorry, go on.
I have a delay when I unmute my microphone. It's like a second where I don't hear anything. So somebody's talking.
Yeah, I literally interrupted Sam. I was just going to give him a .com bubble example. We don't use words anymore. Obviously, when they refer to the .com bubble, they refer to like all of these like inflated valuations of companies because people are buying into the hype and the craze of it. Like Elon Musk is a perfect example where he got paid like 200 million or something dollars for his company, and it was like worthless soon after because the bubble burst. So it's not that AI is useless when we talk about the AI bubble or whatever. Like they're saying that like all of these companies just .ai, you know, inflates the valuation.
Is it just weird that Timothy
Yeah, it's okay, yeah, but it's not just that too. It's just like if you look at the structure of like you have like the chip manufacturers, and then you have all these different companies that handle like different parts of the AI economy, if you like, and like you just look at how they're like basically loaning money to each other in like a big circle too. It's like that aspect of it is also like pretty fucking.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Have you seen, a minute, I'd be interested to know your opinion. You know, like how the UAE now is asking for cash swaps or whatever. I mean, it seems like part of the basis for like the US economy's growth is these like cash rich or these liquid Gulf states basically selling, like basically having this like surplus of dollars because they sell all of their resources in dollars and then reinvesting into the economy. But like, I don't know, apparently, like, quote unquote, Donald Trump confirmed this evening that basically they were running low, the UAE was like running low on its dollars and like proposed some kind of cash swap thing. But then like when asked, they were like, no, that's a lie, it's not true. But like apparently Donald Trump confirmed it. And that's like something that seems to, like that would like imperil the US economy if all of these Gulf states essentially no longer have the kind of cash and then also can no longer like lend money or buy, like invest in US companies at such favorable rates. Because before there was this like high trust there, isn't it? Where it's just like, yeah, we got money flowing, we can offer you like, you know, really good interest rates on loans that we offer you or the investments we make. We don't need a lot back. But like now, apparently, you know, allegedly, that's what the UAE has asked for.
significantly higher rates, right? Like for like, you know, things as simple as like people's mortgages.
Yeah. Well, they don't have
Like floating rate
mortgages.
mortgages.
They don't have mortgages.
Yeah, and it can be really bad if you have that type of liquidity crunch. That's why they're probably thinking of the cash flow. I was going to say something.
These are the most cash-rich countries in the world. That's why it's like.
It's access American dollars for a war.
No, yeah, no, that's the point. I'm saying like it's so, it's like
It's
fascinating.
not just dollars though, it's like probably bonds, especially access to the war, but it's like the money for credit.
Yeah, essentially that's what it is, isn't it? It's a loan of like like actual cash. It's not cash, plus like physical cash. Yeah. Yeah, that's what.
What's the guy's name who said one time wanting this kid?
Terrence Howard.
Terrence Howard, yeah. So this is like literally on par with like Terrence Howard shit. I just wanted to believe that.
But it's kind of worse. It's kind of worse because he's not like an elected official or like responsible for like, you know, unless the government.
Yeah, true.
It's like, wait,
and also he at least recognizes that everybody else thinks he's wrong about that.
But like, you know the thing about Trump, I just think it's just actually the funniest shit ever. It's like, UDS thing with he's kissing my ass, and like, he's just putting his foot in and alienating every single demographic. Just like, every single ally, every single demographic, he's criticizing and insulting all of the people that got him elected, except for the Israeli one. Yeah, it's like fucking hilarious. Like even now with the UAE, it's been reported. So the UAE has not like confirmed this in any way. In fact, they denied it. Obviously, it's very embarrassing for them. They've had their civilian infrastructure hit. They've got Americans abandoning bases and not telling them, having the bases struck. They're endangering civilians and forcing all of the expats to flee because they're putting soldiers up in hotels and Airbnbs and stuff. This is really embarrassing for them. They've got a population of Muslims who are sympathetic, like Emiratis, who are sympathetic to the Palestinians while they're allied with Israel. Really embarrassing for them. You know, this fucking monkey who's like being asked this question about this rumor that they've asked for cash flow, basically saying that like their economy is in jeopardy, even though they're coming out and saying like, oh, Iran's the bully and the pariah and we're the good guys and we are defiantly, you know, standing with America. And then Trump's like, yeah, they asked for that. Yeah, we might do the same, but like, he's just so stupid. Like, he's just like, so like, inept and can't recognize.
You understand he's holding all the cards, okay? He's holding all the cards.
Like, he's lucky that the Arabs are such boot-licking cowards, the Gulf Arab, like the GCC countries, that they're not going to do anything about it, and they're not smart or like independent or imaginative enough to form some kind of alliance or new economic order in the region with Iran. He's lucky that they're all such. If not.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say, that might be true of the Arab states, but like, it's not true of like, America's like, most, like, staunch traditional allies, like Canada, right? Like, Australia, like, Britain, right? Like, all of these countries are remove themselves from how restricted their economies had been with the United States. B, they're increasing trade with each other significantly. And C, they're even like opening and increasing their markets with China. Like knowing that, like China is not going to be a reliable trade partner. China is going to do things like steal your IP, but that's a better bet working with America. And then that's how
until you're probably crying back.
This steal your IP stuff that China gets accused of.
Everybody does.
Again, as I'm saying, I haven't looked into this, but I just feel thing though? That like the Anglosphere will never abandon America in favor of China. You know, like as if they're never gonna like sort of tip the scales in favor of multipolarity. Like, I feel like they're always back America because, and ultimately the basis for it is just that kind of racism. I don't see like the UK ever just be like, yeah, you know, regardless of whatever insults this administration targets them with, I don't see them ever like moving completely away from America. I think like,
but they don't act something irrational, right? So like UK economy is floating, people products or whatever, like it's not totally like, you know, we're gonna, you know what I mean? Like I know the races are playing the part, but at the end of the day, like people need cheap shit.
we're definitely gonna like trade with. No one's gonna stop trading with China. China's like the biggest exporting economy or whatever. What do they call that? They left begins with like an M or something. Mercantilist or whatever. Economy.
Mercantile?
Yeah, they're gonna keep.
I think it's called working battles.
Thank you.
Who wants to have a quick 10-minute quiz? What's up, Timothy? Timothy? It's been so long.
You think stupid?
On crazy shit that Trump has said.
Let's do it. They're either in the real quote or it's not. Is that what we're judging?
Hey,
No. These are all real quotes, but I'm not gonna. No, based on real quotes, but it's just like I'm asking you what exactly was said at the rest of the quote, something like that, right? So, for example, question 1. What if Trump expressed? No, let me clear from the question.
I just want to point this out. I don't know the answers to all of these, but I'm working currently, so.
You get an automatic 10 on 10, don't worry. So, question 1. What did Trump describe as his personal Vietnam?
Avoiding herpes in the 80s. His marriage.
Right, that's perfect.
Did I get it right?
Yeah, I'm more.
Avoiding cities in general, in the 70s.
No, yeah. I was close.
Avoiding, the answer is his personal Vietnam was avoiding STDs in the 70s and 80s.
Yeah, that's
Well, let's see if he knows this one. On February 11th, 2026, the Washington Coal Club presented Donald Trump with a prize. What was the name of the prize? It's the inaugural prize.
It's presidential.
This was meant to be a quote, but we're meant to be.
I know, it's not quite a quote, but it's a Donald Trump.
Was that the peace thing, or was it he wanted to be?
No, that was people. This is the Washington Coal Club, right? So they gave him the inaugural award for being the undisputed champion of beautiful, clean coal.
Oh, clean coal. It's like literal coal.
Coal. Okay, I mean, I can start memorizing in the rest of these, but like, it's probably doesn't matter. So, they're not always cool, but like, in 1989, Trump released a board game called Trump the Game. What was the smallest denomination of currency included in the box?
Probably 100 million.
500. 500.
No. Or 500 number 10 million.
What was it? 10 million.
10 million.
Didn't he just think where he had a card that was the Donald, but he could have just called it the Trump card? Like,
Next question. Which movie, okay, so, I'm going to rephrase the question, but, so Trump once provided a full review for a movie on YouTube, right? And he specifically criticized like one particular aspect of this movie. Does anyone know the movie first? First question, like, does anyone know which movie?
wait, what was it? I didn't catch it. Home Alone 2.
No. Okay,
I think I know this, but I forget
nice enough for a billionaire.
Yeah, that does make sense.
What did Donald Trump claim his father, Fred Trump, invented during a 2018 speech?
Popcorn machine.
No, it's something that actually. No, it's something that's been around since the 1800s.
What, like the telegram?
No. Check that. He claimed his father invented that.
Oh my goodness.
Last question, who did Trump famously shove aside during the 2017 NATO summit to ensure he was at the front of a group photo? No.
Wasn't there some Eastern European country?
Yeah, close enough. It was the Prime Minister of Montenegro. Okay, last question. This is hilarious. Which of these scientific, no, I have to rephrase this, I guess. Okay, so in his biography, Trump claimed that a particular scientific fact was true. He basically compared the human body. Actually, no, this is his answer. He said that the human body is like a battery with a finite amount of energy, and exercise depletes it.
Fuck, I knew that. You made it the form of what I was doing.
Yeah, no, I was trying to phrase it into a proper question.
This dude says the human, the battery that is.
He thinks exercise is unhealthy because it runs down your battery.
Yeah, I had this.
Actual battery.
It's so funny. Trump might be like 140 because he just like proved us all wrong, you know what I mean?
Okay, that reminds me of something. Okay, this is the actual last question, right? This is the one. Specific medical reason that Trump's longtime doctor, Harold, claimed he wrote a letter saying Trump would be the healthiest individual ever elected. What was his reason? What do you say was his medical reason for writing that letter?
Fuck, I remember some of the news around that letter.
I thought Trump wrote the letter and he had the doctor sign it.
No, exactly.
Like, I think apparently he was pulled up in front of some medical board or something and asked for a reason. And he said that was the reason, that was the justification.
It was because Trump sent it to him?
Well, Trump dictated the entire letter himself while the doctor sat there.
Alright, G-Bob, your next quiz is gonna be about dinosaurs and nuclear run.
See what I can do.
Nah, come on, that's like unfair. That's like going on Jeopardy and there's like a dinosaur category and one guy has like a PhD in like dinosaur.
Yeah, but you know a lot of philosophy and all these are always about philosophy. That's unfair.
That is true.
Yeah, but it's not quiz show.
Well, let the other kids shine one time.
Alright, what was Trump's name before it was turned into Trump? What was the
Trump.
That's correct. What was his father's trade? Like, what did he do for a living?
Development.
Yeah.
He also he would also reject black people from staying in his apartment.
Really? Okay.
He's on that too.
How does Baron Trump pronounce suitcase?
Where is Ivanka Trump buried?
He means Ivana.
Of course, yeah, that's right. He's buried on some, I think between the 12th and 13th hole.
What does Melania Trump, Slavoj Žižek, and Luka Doncic have
didn't know Jeffrey. I did not know him. Like, did you see that whole thing?
No, but didn't she beat him through Epstein? Like, isn't that like a...
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There's all kinds of like photographs that all them together and shit. But like, for some reason, like out of nowhere, just did this like press conference with this like distant. What is it?
Oh, maybe it was just me.
I think it's Samson, but
Alright, I'm looking up.
yeah. She did like a weird press conference where she was like, you know, I didn't really know Epstein, I wasn't friends with him, like all these allegations are false. And like before she came out and did that, there hadn't really been anything new about her. And so people were like, oh, is she trying to get out of something or whatever? But as far as I know, there still hasn't been any like crazy new drop of information about her. So.
One of the funnier Epstein, like, distancing things was Steven Pinker was like, I found it so annoying. You'd always ask me stupid questions about ESP and shit like that. And I always be like, oh, okay. Like, he's like, not only do I not like him, I find it very annoying. That's what That's all lies. I think they spent a bunch of time on it.
Many of restaurants that don't know which the menu. Which menu, which restaurant's menu has some.
McDonald's.
This is very this is
The question is, what is your black man? What is your McDonald's order today? What is Trump's McDonald's order?
Oh, I'm guessing it's like a Big Mac with fries? No, it's weird. It's like some Chick-fil-A fish. Really? Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, he was like,
I thought
it's two Big Mac. No, I'm sorry. It's I think it's two double quarter pounders, two filet and like two milkshakes and no fries. You can get that.
There's no way.
I like that order.
That's a crazy order. Two double quarter pounders.
All of a sudden,
And the milkshakes.
in Europe they call that a royale.
No, wait. Okay, I'm sorry. There's two Big Macs. Two Big Macs, filet fish, and a chocolate mulligan.
Ooh, that's too much food and one meal raise. Yeah, it's a big meal.
So ordering for the whole family, he's a family man.
That's like
That thing that DoorDash grandma, did you guys do that whole thing?
No.
It's like, okay, the DoorDash order, okay, geez, there's like a press conference where there's a woman, oh my god, I can't stand your feedback. Hurt my ears.
I'm running news, man. Feedback is better.
You don't understand.
He basically, he ordered like McDonald's on like DoorDash, and this woman who was delivering it like ended up sitting there doing a press conference thing with him. And then it was showed, and then people like dug into her and found out that she was just this like person who the Republican Party had used before to like make other speeches in other contexts and stuff. Like, she's like a plant. You know?
The F-35 stands for what?
Alright, I'm gonna go guys. Before the review now, I start the room at like 11 or some shit. I don't know. I don't actually know when I started. But that's helpful. Definitely not relative to where you live.
One last question before you go. Something you can think about. You don't have to answer now. Do you think the claims are accurate?
Yes.
nice.
I Andrew, you've been around.
Hey, come on up. MJ, I see you down there, soldier. Come on up.
Hey, Bubba.
Okay, so do you believe in?
Yeah, there's a guy I want to tell you about. You might have heard of him.
His name is Ethan. Dude, what's crazy is that Cameron Bridges' channel is now called Capturing Catholicism and has been on there a lot. Pretty well.
That's funny. Capturing Catholicism. The funniest thing that, what's his name? Canadian Catholic ever said? But period was when he said that the kind of Christianity that Cameron Bertuzzi follows is skinny jeans Christian.
I heard Canadian Catholics stay away from your shit.
No, it's actually funny.
He used to like troll the guys and people. Like, he was crazy.
Nathan was obsessed with him at one point. One of these little Nathan like hate obsessions, you know? He went after him a couple times, made some videos.
My friend Nirvana can do a great impression of it. It was so fun. Yeah, Nirvana from Discord. He could do impressions of a bunch of different people, but yeah, his Canadian. So I can tell you about.
Who's that? Oh, that Canadian, right? That was That was the one time he came on and he was being really creepy weird with BB, right? He's like, BB, can you speak? Just speak. You can say anything you want. Just speak. This is really
You know, he's pretty good at chess. Squirrels don't have thoughts because thoughts require an island in says who conceptual analysis of concepts.
First time I saw it was on Duck.
Have you seen that book that we made? It's like Richard Brown versus Canadian.
No, Richard Brown. I'll check this out. I miss some Canadian Catholic.
There was one time he gave himself a haircut and he went on camera and he missed like so many chunks, like, oh my god, it was so bad. So bad. Or he was eating like a whole cake or something. Oh, so. Well, he obviously had mental problems, right? I think his mom was feeding him medication.
Maybe checked into like a medical. Maybe checked into like a center. And that was the thing. Like he also said that he'd sexually assaulted someone when he was there. Just like
Yeah, but and then people there was a uproar but if they're both institutionalized, he's going to get off because he's criminally, inept. Like if they can or mentally inept and then she's mentally inept. Not to say the wrong things. I'm not sure how much still that, but like if they're both institutionalized and not in the right mind, is he culpable like
mental condition or whatever. Anything that needs treatment doesn't just automatically be, you're not responsible.
Yeah, I'm sure it's not the first time it's happened in like a co-ed sort of situation where people have their own rooms and you're able to walk freely about. Like you're gonna get all different kinds of people on there, right? Not to say that it's not bad or anything, but if he was a warden of the state, like if it was the States, I think like, I don't know. Yeah, I'll look it up.
Kind of walked me back later, like, I don't know, he was saying that, oh, it wasn't sexual, it's okay. I don't think he was like,
Yeah, but if she's not in her right mind, then how much
think nobody was like, oh,
we was in the song. I'm just not on that. Get into like.
Oh, so you're not like, nah, go ahead.
What the fuck you come to this bedroom for?
Cause I'm talking to you, right? I'm talking to you, right?
Nothing. Ball had asked if he was gay. He just got mad.
Whoa.
They're trolling.
He was gay. He went gay. No, he did not. He did not answer the question. He got mad. He got irate. He got
Keep trying to be right.
I'm not telling you. You said what happened, nigga. What the hell? I'm telling you what happened. That's literally what happened. Ball asked if he was gay. You got mad. It was just a simple ass question. And because I can, I got free will. Because I can.
Just to take me to troll. So when I start to troll you, please don't tell me that. Don't come over here
You taking your station as a grown ass nigga.
Yeah, because I don't want to get into it with you, and then you running and saying that I'm trolling you. Or I'm bullying you. I just don't want that to happen.
You're doing exactly what you said you don't want me to do.
Okay, no problem. No problem. So when I get to get on your ass, I don't want nobody to say nothing to me.
Now you gonna answer that question?
Which one?
Why are you gay? It's not gay, okay? No, I was being sarcastic because asking her was he gay, like once they got the answer, what was they gonna do?
She don't know nothing like that. That's why she
okay.
He asks.
That's what I'm saying. I'm chilling. I don't want to get into it because I don't never hear her troll.
Money, he not gay. He got a couple kills. He fucked 68. D-Ray, he got a couple kills.
You keep bringing up you keep something like I did this and did that. You can't help me nothing. You can't help me nothing. I'm the pedophile. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, you can. All right. So, all right. That's crazy. I was genuinely trying to help you. Girl,
I don't need no
that's my fault being trying to help him. That's my bad.
Hey, I'm good.
So, what made you feel like he was gay? Like, what was the synonyms? Like,
it was somebody who was trying to troll me. That's it. Like, what the fuck? He said,
wait, don't overtalk.
I go in the room, then I be seeing you in the trenches rooms. All I wanted to do was know if he was gay. Like, what?
Oh.
Like, what the fuck? Because I guess he been hearing all that gay shit over here the last few days, and he been seeing me modeled up.
He lying. That's a good way to flip it, though.
I mean, I don't know what his point was. Like, you feel me? He said he seen me in the trenches.
Okay. I mean, if we've been honest, like, No, I was about to say it's 2021. It's 2026. Who cares about what people is what I'm saying. Like, let's move on. Let's fine. Be that.
I don't want to control you, so just leave me alone, please.
Okay, you ain't had him over here debating and saying stuff.
No. I had to come to your big homie and mama.
Don't do that.
Mama love.
Left the room.
I didn't just leave. I didn't know she
Don't do that. That's
Okay, you run the room. Go ahead. It's your room. It's your stage. Go ahead. I'm on you. Go ahead. You got it.
So she's on the phone. Yeah, somebody called me. Hold on. My homie never called me. Tati, call me.
Like, these bitches really know so like this shit.
I can't stand Miss the Ruthie Rich. I can't stand her.
Me too.
She gets on my motherfucking nerve. Let me tell y'all how big that is, right? That voice is fake that. Let me tell y'all how fake that old bitch is, right? When we was running the content about the we was running some Cause why is you so old and messy, bitch, with no peppermints in your purse? I ain't never met an old bitch with no peppermints, no butterscotch candy. Useless. You a useless old bitch with no peppermints in your bag. Can't stand her. Macy, I can't stand that bitch. I don't like that. Oh, you don't like that old bitch either?
Her voice irritates me, bro.
I hate
She always on herself or some shit.
Yeah, but she get. Yes, that bitch, she makes everything about her. Like, you say, oh, I want you to go to the store and bought some plums today. Well, I had create plums. I planted plums. I was the first one that planted plums. Like, girl, get your. Ooh, I can't stand bitches like that. Yeah, she ain't even got no candy in her pocket. Her pocket got nothing but some crumbs. I can't stand her. Right? You can't stand her.
Yeah, y'all can't stand her, but y'all talking about her, so she's still here.
I just don't like her. I can't stand the bitch. And then this here the bitch, right? This how I know the bitch fake, right? So I come in trap room. She like, Lindsay, come PTR. What you think about this dress? What you think about this dress, right? But then when she go to ODG side, listen, we not. I do get shit over here. Bitch, you just asked me about fucking Nordstrom Rack dress, bitch. Get your old ass on. Fake ass old. Bitch, you too old to be fake. You 70 years old, fake. Can't stand that bitch. What? Mama Ruth can't stand. I ain't calling her Mama Ruth because that bitch ain't Mama nothing but Ruthie.
She sound like she don't.
Can't stand that.
I think a lot of people tolerate it because we don't disrespect elders. So that's why.
That bitch called me a faggot before. I don't give a damn if that bitch was on her last peppermint. Why I ain't even gonna hold it. Yeah, I don't give a fuck if that bitch was on her last peppermint. I swear to God, I don't. The fuck? That bitch is gonna be an usher, y'all. That's why I'm gonna be a grandma. Yeah, don't be an usher. Why you not an usher somewhere? Ain't no old ladies in the churches no more. Nobody, no old ladies with the candy in church no more because this bitch on club, because they on clubhouse. Y'all know the old ladies that wear a big hat that sit all the way in the front of the church? The seat's gone. The seat's empty. Because guess what? They're on clubhouse. That bitch don't even go to. They talking about last peppermint. For real, DJ. Like I'm like.
I fuck with Mom Maria though. She give you some game, I mean. I know you probably don't like her.
I mean, she can get good game, but I don't want game from no bitch with no teeth. Cause bitch, why you have game at the orthodontist? Come on, Lick. Why? She got all the game but no teeth, Lick. What's going on?
And she good for not letting people talk for her.
Yes.
She be over people.
She overtalk people. I think she had anxiety, like her heart rate get the beating real fast when she got to the stage and shit. But I even see on the ODG side, they trying to be real respectful. Like she fucked up some content. What was the content? She said that she knew the content about something and ended up spilling some tea about some other content because she thought she knew what was going on. And they like, Mama Ruthie, that's not what we talking about. And they wasn't supposed to know that. She thought she knew what was going on. Like, now you just fucked up. They said that shit fun and games to your grandma, to your granny. I got two grandmothers that got their teeth, so I'll call one right now.
Let's go over the biblical smoke. That's all. Ain't the biblical smoke, man. That's all.
I ain't like gonna just get into it for no reason, but I just had to let that out. I can't stand her. When we was in the middle with in the war with ODG, y'all, she really played the figure in trap world, bro. She be in trap world about why do this and she don't like this and that, but sit in a room and blend right on in with her chameleon looking ass. Can't stand that bitch. That bitch still wear polyester and chakras on her ankles. Bitch. Let me leave. I got to go. I'm tired of chicken.
Kitover stuff. We got you on that one.
Man, he ain't just coming back to chill, man. I'm just trolling with y'all, man. I come to the room for love, man. Say he coming back, man. Man, I've been doing his content shit, man. He ain't stopping that shit.
Yeah, it's a bit of change. Like, what the hell is that, man?
He really come on.
Motherfucker come in, kick me down to the room, yeah, I'm just gonna go to another room.
Nobody ain't gonna do that. And they call that hitting the nigga in the head or getting the nigga together. That's not that. It's not
I don't have to be a troll, gang. He ain't probably just coming back to chill. You know,
Last time we came back, it took me about 3 weeks. You scared the shit out of niggas. I'll be back here with the day.
Last time he said it,
he just opened the room, y'all.
This time he said it, 7 people noticed.
Nigga does he lying.
When it quiet, you don't get the shit he said. Could have happened. Damn! Don't forget, this is the same.
You can tell that he gonna come in here and do some shit till I let you know.
This is the same.
I think the people that and that really care about this shit is gonna be affected by him coming back.
Murder man.
Nah, he gonna be happy. Murder man gonna be happy.
Murder man ain't happy. Take over the act.
Ain't no telling you never put it on.
Thank God I put you ain't got solitude with yourself, yeah. Like if you come here, you definitely in.
Hello?
I ain't gonna lie, I done got into it with him. A lot of you motherfuckers, when y'all be getting into it with him, y'all be copping queens, you understand, third. I'm sorry. Be real.
I don't even know how y'all got into it though, because y'all met up in real life. Like, see, I feel like that's weird. Like, niggas meet me in real life. I ain't like getting into it with motherfuckers in real life. That shit be like,
You already know how I carry it. We done said this 1,000 times. I already told y'all 1,000 times all that. When motherfucker get on this app and never realize we're supposed to be cool, you get on here trolling with me, playing with me a little bit too much, it's gonna be a problem.
Y'all crazy.
You get on here playing with me a little bit too much, yeah, we're gonna end up getting this.
I think y'all got over that shit. I feel like before he left, y'all was kind of like,
I remember we was getting into it a little bit before that.
Time heals all, man.
yeah, that's.
I agree. I don't think
It was easy, yeah.
I don't think that you know that time.
Easy, just chill out.
I met it.
Man, they took it forever.
I used to think all that shit was complaining. I used to think y'all all would be in the back, on the private, but then who gonna get into it this week on what's and then come out the private and act like y'all been beefing all this time.
When I used to hear about the shit when niggas used to go in, they always used to try to throw you in the middle like niggas on chicken side. Like, I ain't picking nobody else, somebody's side. What happened?
so he understands stuff like that. So that's what I like about when our people like we get those degrees because you can see the corporate side and you can see the street side or whatever you want to call it of certain situations like you playing with that motherfucker, they ain't tripping. You know what I'm saying? White people, it's work. You know, you gotta do it. You
Work
know,
through it. Work through it.
I don't see what the issue is here. Bitch, you know they trying to be funny.
Yeah, that's the white people carrying shit they be doing, man.
I just feel like as niggas, we just know as niggas that say fuck this job and really do something to your ass, right? You know what I'm talking about? Like,
The reason why I want to agree, what I'm saying is this. Why I don't agree with code switching is because whether you're a successful or unsuccessful nigga, still a nigga in a Maybach, and so whether you still a nigga in the Honda, they still gonna look at you the same way regardless of why the fuck change your motherfucking way. They already expect the worst out of you anyway, even if you're doing the best. So it don't make no sense to change yourself for no fucking white folks, man. We is what we is, gang. Yeah, for sure. No, that would be unprofessional. Right.
from like, niggas gotta learn how to just balance it. Like, I can be myself, but only to an extent. You know, I'm still here to do a job. I'm still a professional. Like, nigga, I wear a suit. You know what I'm talking about?
Corporate shit.
But I'm not finished with my credit. I got like what 10, 12, 13 credits. Business administration I need to finish. I want to be
Yeah.
I have a lot of business piece of
I got a question. Is Valley better
I'm
than
gonna
Tyler?
check it out. Yes.
No,
go to Tyler.
Because I got stuff to do.
But I was just, you can ask me, but
Because I'm like literally confused. I don't know if I want to
go
do
to
Tyler.
Tyler and Bobby.
Bali is more for couples, more for a romantic.
But it looks
Yeah,
like
but
it's
I know
more
it's
stuff to do
third
with
shift.
Valley than Tyler.
No, it's not, man. You don't know. You gotta, Thailand is everything to do, bitch. You could do
Yeah, they got
puppet gym, you could do parachuting, you could do,
Girl, Disney princess.
you can do everything and anything. You even some lady boys out there if you love those bitches. You look like a real one.
The real one.
But you look like a real one.
No, man. No, sir.
You a real one.
I'm a real bitch. But so Thailand?
You go to Thailand, don't go to no fucking Bali is right. Bali is overrated. That's one country I feel like.
It's not an extradition though.
Also, too, if you're gonna go anywhere, I said, listen, Aruba is the shit.
Pussy.
Huh?
I'm going there in 2 weeks.
Here.
Aruba.
Period. Oh, when you get on that, you that Choco bus.
The Choco bus?
Bitch, I had shit and all her friends had us. Girl, when I tell you it wore me out,
Mama really been like, yeah, my homegirl went to federal prison.
That's Xanax, yeah.
Mute him.
My homegirl did 9 years federal prison. When she went to the last time she came, she stabbed 6 niggas on there for trying to take her up. Yeah, like every time somebody tell a story, Mama Ruthie gonna tell you who died and who went to jail. One of her homegirls always did jail time about it.
Oh, you said Mama Ruthie.
Yes.
I went from Aruba.
Oh, you acting like you
Yes.
Oh, you're not actually saying you, because I know you got a friend.
No.
That's all like.
No, Mama Ruthie.
Oh, yeah, that's her.
Do it again.
Your mic is fucking up the next one. It was.
It was that mate.
Yeah, the next, and you got that little fat mind in your arm. You fat.
So wait, Bussy, Bangkok or Chiang Mai or
Go to Bangkok. But Thailand is like so expensive that you want to stay like 9 days.
yeah, I'm doing 10 days.
Yeah. So go there. All of those different places.
That's a real place.
Yeah, fuck it.
I think it's Ferdinand out Phuket.
Fuck it.
What's Chiang Mai? That's too close to my name. I'm gonna go.
I don't know about no chain names, bro. That's what sounds like baby, I don't hangs out there. I don't hangs out there. I don't hangs out there. I don't hangs out there.
Alright,
I would go somewhere dry. I be going to all these wet places. I would go somewhere dry.
I see that shit. Yeah, I gotta get you.
Somewhere like desert. Morocco was ass. No, where I do want to go is Uganda. I know I want to go to Uganda because you could do the excursions with the gorillas where you walk in the forest and you ride and shit like that. And you take pictures with them. I'm doing that. I got
That grab you and launch you, boy. It's over.
No, they got guns.
Nobody coming to. They is not shooting that gorilla.
Yes, they will. The security guards got guns and shit.
But that gorilla launch your ass down that mountain.
They silverbacks.
Bullets ain't gonna save you.
They silverbacks.
You need a shotgun to stop a fucking gorilla, man.
Yeah, a 9mm 5.56 not doing nothing to them.
Look at you, a guy with the gorillas, and you will see how like they tell you don't look at him and all of that type of shit.
So what you gonna go for if you can't look at him?
No, they say don't look him in the eye.
You can't look at him in the eye.
Be scared of your ass.
There goes
They be scared of regular shit.
No, they say if you don't, I'm never instinct gonna have me look in the eye.
They say don't look in the eye. I'm so goddamn.
You look at the head of the eye. That's
like I'm fine. Y'all know ugly. Y'all be mad. That's really good.
They think you threatening them in their eye. Then you see 300-pound men at your arm,
It's like when everybody talks about a different topic, I go to a different topic. I get anxiety.
That's just like a nigga. You see a nigga in the street. Wow. You want me to
Hey, but see, it look like fucking the little one.
Yeah, but you gonna go to all of them though, and then don't stress. You gonna do 2 days here, 3 days here, for nightlife here. You gonna hopscotch.
How far is that?
Girl, I ain't know. I ain't never been there.
You should go there. Hit all 3.
Yeah, some of them you gotta take a look. Oh yeah, there go be this person I was looking for. So where was you supposed to start for Bangkok or for?
Bangkok is more a city.
Where the map like that? Where the beach at? That's Phuket, man.
You might as well travel here. That will pop off the scene. Go ahead and see the world.
Thank you, Lou. Oh, who said that? That's my boo-boo.
Shout out to Mo.
That's my boo-boo. I ain't gonna lie. Lose some pressure. I ain't gonna lie. Never mind.
Yeah, crack.
Yeah, I eat Lou coochie. I eat some Lou coochie. Love Lou coochie. She don't let me get up through that boo-boo. I can get her boo-boo. Bars.
She got on your leather camera.
I don't know what happened to Pretty. I just trolling.
You ever heard what? The fucking saying, if you ain't got shit to say, don't say nothing at all.
Smart, yeah, I fuck with her. She knows.
Shut up. This is my problem with this fucking dude. Shut the fuck up. I want everybody out. I want everybody. If it ain't gonna be a conversation of substance or some shit that makes sense, you bitches is not coming up here moaning on the fucking mic to get your little shit off. The fuck? Go to fucking seeking arrangement. Some sick shit like that. Record something and send it to a nigga. They come up here breathing and fucking coming up here smoking dick like y'all did shit and bombing fluid, fucking cigarettes and shit. You bitches come up here and don't have no motherfucking sense. You hear people up here talking about traveling, clothes, food, and everything else. You bitches are imitating fucking phone sex operators to get a couple fucking laughs and attention. Go hug your daddy, bitch. The fuck? I can't stand no random ass shit. Today ain't the day for that. The fuck?
Big shot, you hear me?
That shit is retarded. I can't stand a slow. One thing I can't stand is a liar and a slow bitch.
There you go.
Retarded as fuck. Why you gotta come up here? This is a regular talking app. You can find anything in the world to come up here. You could have just came up here regular. Hey guys, my name is such and such. You know, that's how you socialize. You come up fucking talking like you a phone sex operator. Imagine laying at home in your fucking bed and like, oh shit, they got a money. Let me turn this shit on. And now we all like to troll. I like to troll too.
She used to be there all the time.
I don't give a fuck.
No, I'm saying, I think, I'm saying, because she never used to talk. We know us being a group. I don't know what's happening.
Well, the bitch came up and she, like, shut the, like, I hate an airhead bitch.
That's not for bitches.
Yeah, both of them.
I think because she lost some weight, maybe she feel.
Yeah, maybe, but I can't, the airhead, look, I'm PMSing right now. I don't got time for that shit. Get the fuck out. Talk about some regular shit.
Some rubs.
Something like that. Like, I don't feel like I just don't need hearing no retarded shit. Like, I'm about to give me some snacks, like, chill. I got a couple of days, but that shit be peaking. Like, my patience be thin as fuck. Don't play with me with no stupid shit right now. Don't come up here. We can talk about anything. Don't come talk about stupid shit for no fucking reason. Retarded as fuck. Anything in the world we can talk about. All you bitches is really airheads. I'm not gonna lie. I just sit and listen to y'all. Shut up, bitch. Especially you. You come up. I'm sick of you too, bitch. You just a fucking fat freaky bitch. Talk that talk. Hold on, that's Creamsicle. Oh yeah, my bad, Creamsicle. But still, fuck you too. Cause like, you thought it was somebody else first? Yeah, bitch. It's fuck you for my friend. Fuck. Oh, friend. Don't worry about it. Don't even say her name, bitch. Don't even say her motherfucking. No, y'all ain't good, bitch. Y'all ain't never gonna be good, bitch. So I'll say y'all good. Fuck. Is we rolling? Bitch, I'm talking to that melted ass popsicle, bitch. You a melted popsicle in the fucking summertime. You know what that is? A disappointment. Yeah, bitch, when she a bully, she be over here trying to be nice. She ain't innocent. No, but it ain't too much when she. Yeah, she talking about me. We good. Red love, fuck you too, bitch. Give a fuck about you, bitches. Are we like, I don't know, are we arguing? Fuck. Are y'all okay? My bitches coming fucking all over. For no fucking reason. It's a regular fucking room. Ain't shit going on. Everybody just trying to get on their fucking ride when they commute home. Niggas want something interesting to talk about. Nobody got time for no random, stupid, slow ass outbursts from random ass bitches. Keep playing. You got one more shirt, bitch. Go ahead. Girl, fuck you. Slow joke in here, bitch. I'm gonna get my wires and take me the fuck up. Oh, you slow? That hit home for you? Damn. Yeah, bitch. I didn't know you was a part of the community, bitch. I got you got an advantage, bitch. Go stand in the fucking exercise. With a bitch. You slow. Yeah, bitch. intellectual disabilities, mental health disabilities, all of it.
Who the fuck said community? It's community.
No, bitch, I say cut like pop, bitch. Cut, pop, bitch. You understand that? Bitch, I'm having ass bitch. Fuck you. And fuck your friend. And fuck everybody that's staying with you. And fuck your mic, fuck your phone, fuck this room, fuck everybody in it.
Hey, this bitch.
Dr. Dia, she said, fuck everything. Shut up, man. Fuck it.
Yeah, now I'm out.
Oh no, auntie, what's going on, man?
You too, Denise.
Your shit, let me be positive, goddamn.
No.
Do not bring me in your shit. No. No, Miss Correct. No.
You too. You, Ray Love, what's funny? Say my name again, yo.
Don't be in your shit.
Denise, Ray Love, Auntie Bay, Denise, Creamsicle, all of you. Kay,
Say both our names.
Maya, all y'all.
Auntie Bay,
Happy and someone. Yeah, you're sick, freak, bitch. I love this bitch. Touching her fat ass pussy. Just can't even find that motherfucker.
Yeah, what's going on today? You so angry.
I'm not angry. Not being lessons for real, I ain't gonna lie. My patience is so thin. Like, it's thinner than one of you bitches fucking wigs.
I still say, damn.
There's a lot of damn moments on this act, man. This fucking bullshit ass act, man.
It's thinner than the pad she wearing right now.
This bitch got leggings on, thermal pants, and bitch out as hell, it's 67 degrees, this bitch got this is that, you know what
I'm gonna bring the positivity. I hope everyone has a fabulous Friday. And you have a great weekend. I just got off of work. I'm not even home yet.
Okay, you ain't busy yet. Okay, cool.
But I just finished my training class, so I'm excited.
Okay.
I start at my branch on Monday. So it's gonna be a great weekend.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Well, hold on before I say the camera. There's too many people up here. But yes, I'm excited.
Yeah, shit about to be crazy. Like summertime clubhouse. It's about to be crazy.
I'm about to go watch Michael Jackson in a couple hours.
You seen that impersonator dude? He really be Michael Jackson. He be chilling. He like, yeah, we about to watch a movie and everything. He think
No,
he
that's from Michael Jackson movie where his nephew plays him.
yeah, that's what I'm saying, but it's a impersonator for the viewer.
He's flying against the field.
Yeah,
That's what I thought she was talking about too.
With the white face. With the white face.
Yeah.
he was in there like, he was Michael like, thank y'all for coming out to watch this movie. Shit too funny. Yo, these people, listen, the pollution in this world is so crazy. God damn, this shit fucked up. He was waving like, yeah, who the fuck is you?
I'm going with my loved ones. You can watch it tonight.
So, Bugsy. Okay.
And I'm definitely gonna sing, so I hope they don't mind in there.
Shout out to everybody that's in the building relationship. You know, you have to got somebody that is a friend that
don't hurt.
Y'all have, never mind, I'm not even gonna bring it back up. Okay. I don't wanna see that they don't really care about us. I heard y'all had an eventful day today. Sharente, do you need the link to the press application for Senate here?
It's like you read my mind. I don't understand how you do that. That is trippy as it.
Yeah, I can send it. Just be aware that they didn't send mine, and they said because I don't do news on camera here.
Okay.
And they said I'll contact.
Because I cover tech, or if that makes any sense when it comes to MSN already, like shift cam and other type of gear.
Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know. They gave me a problem, but I'll send it to you. Good luck.
Thank you.
They were like, we're sorry, no. You don't create content on camera gear. Alright, here's the link to the chat. There it is. You should hear back within a day. They're very quick.
Okay.
Oh yeah, about the VidCon. That's it. That agreement is in. Everyone is invited. It always has that in their agreement. That's normal.
Are you talking about all the rules that we were talking about in the private chat?
Yeah.
Well, I already knew that because me and you've already talked about that. So I was like, that wasn't surprising at all.
What was the YouTube creator comment? I just saw that he tweeted about it or posted on Threads about it a minute ago. Did you get invited to that?
I officially applied for this in Mexico, and I officially have a room for it.
Cool. I'm gonna be commuting from my plane. Parking is free.
Just pick me up as you're going. Just pick me up to come up the other shit.
Okay. That'll push me to wake my ass up early and be out there early.
Makes sense. But I'll be close to that as I was over. Every time I book out there, it's gonna be like near your house. Every single time. Dr. Fashion or Brittany, I have words for you. Words, I tell you. I don't know if you're there. I'm gonna talk to you in space.
I'm here.
Rodeo. Remember that app that you say you don't want to get? Rodeo. You said you have so many screenshots. That's the whole point of the app. You give it links and you give it screenshots.
But that's the thing. That's too much work. Like, I don't need my screenshots to be on another app and be limited at that. They're gonna have to let me have 8,000 screenshots on their app. I take one screenshot. It's just too much, and I'd rather keep that personal and not give that to another platform. These are my ideas that inspire me. Well, these are things that inspire my ideas that have made me
my word that I'm gonna go to the brand show, so I'm gonna go, cause it'll be good content that I won't be able to get elsewhere. But I'm also driving Saturday, so I'm not too.
What time is the show? At night?
4:30.
Oh, okay.
It's soon. She gonna be picking me up at like 3:45. Have I changed my clothes yet? No. Do I know what I'm wearing? Yeah. I'll get to you. So I was thinking to like rebrand my braids for this little thing in San Francisco. And I think it's already like I want to go to now. I didn't feel like redoing my entire everything. Because of photos and crap.
I think Threads is worse than Twitter.
I don't think so.
No, it's not.
There's a reason why I'm not on Twitter and I'm on Threads.
Exactly.
Okay. Do you want me to give my reason first, or do you want to give yours?
Well, I feel like your reason might be a little bit more political.
Oh, it definitely is.
There's literally nudity on Twitter.
Yeah.
Straight porn.
Full app.
Okay. I get with that. But you know what? I'm just gonna say one thing. I'm a feminist. Free the titty.
You know what? But I think overall Twitter is way worse, and you gotta remember they have audio games over there, so it's really bad with the races and all these people that like to hold room and talk about black people. So
Wild.
yeah, and I've listened in, not because I log in, I heard it through like Percy, easy on Twitter or whatever. You know they have rooms with just like KKKs and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah. No, it's full blown Nazi. Okay, you know what?
Yeah, so how can you even compare?
Never mind. Okay, never mind. Yes, Twitter is worse for everything. I think I'm just more annoyed with people on Threads right now because you are right. It's for a political reason. I'll just be quick. Basically, I made a comment. Cancel culture is acting on Scott Galloway, somebody who I support, because he had somebody on his podcast. I just made a comment, and now literally, like, I've been ratioed. My post has, I don't even know what my post is at now. Jesus, what is it? Hold on. 6 likes, 100 comments, 2 reshares, and one of the people who reposted me is a little bit. They blocked me after they fucking reshared. So, I don't know.
That doesn't make sense. What was the point of resharing it just to...
Because he just wanted to be able to talk shit, but he doesn't want to actually like be able to like have a discussion. So, yeah. I mean, I did respond to him. I told him Scott Galloway does more with his voice than you do whining on Threads.
I'm high, went somewhere very, very dark,
What happened?
You said mouth, and I said you should take that mouth to do other type of work because I know it has to be sore.
I said with his voice. That's pretty expensive. I'll be back. Probably got a call.
But I like Threads only so like I said I make more money on Threads than I do Twitter. If I understood Twitter enough, then it'll be different, but also, how do I explain this? If I'm selling like BTS tickets or something like that, then I'll definitely go on X because that's the audience is for that type of stuff. But other than that, I normally don't go on it. I know my login information, but I don't want to go open the app. I'm ready.
Didn't you hear how a couple people have made like tens of thousands of dollars on it?
No, and her phone died.
Yeah, so. You haven't heard how?
Oh no, feet?
No. Put on a MAGA cap and say a bunch of wild shit.
Here's the thing, sir. I don't have the energy that you need. The level of energy and stamina you have to be able to do what you do is astounding.
I'm not gonna do that shit. There was a person from India who said he did it with a fake girl account, and all she was doing was posting wild shit with a GoFundMe and everything.
gained like hundreds of thousands of subscribers and made a bunch of money. And I'm guessing the anonymous account that was in here was that guy. Because they left. Anyways.
I remember there was she wasn't a creator, but she was like this black woman. She was in college. She pretended to be such, and she started a GoFundMe, and everybody raised money so she could finish college. She graduated with no debt. At the end, when she graduated, she was like, "Gotcha, bitch." They were mad. They were so fucking mad.
A dude from Indy, just did the same shit.
That's crazy.
And raised $50,000.
You know, I'm looking at it right now. It's on Yahoo and all the other news sites. That's crazy.
Can you imagine if each of us made an AI influencer and did that?
I need to say that. Listen, because I was talking to Percy about he wanted to get a lake house, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, well, Percy, you're really into like all that type of content, and he was just like, man, if I could just create an avatar, I was like, AI, whatever you want.
All I gotta do is say you and like
I'm just co-signing y'all because I have this thought when he came into presidency again. I said if I make shirts or some type of merch,
You feel
they're so stupid. Have you guys ever listened to them debate? Sorry, going after it.
no. I feel you on that t-shirt sales, girl. You have so much money, like, do I want to buy a house? What do I want to buy together?
pretty much I was like, I think I want to buy a yacht and maybe a jet.
I'm sorry, I lost my job because some dirty Muslims came into my restaurant and I told them to get back to their country and I got fired.
Lord Jesus.
That shit happened. That's a real thing that happened.
Wait,
A lady fucking went to a Muslim temple at a synagogue, right? And she said the most heinous, vile shit. And they raised $250,000 for her. And it's on video where she's just blatantly being racist to them. And she raised $250,000.
That is diabolical.
I mean, Brittany, how do we go about that? That hypothetical.
We have YouTube channels and things. We're gonna be on all platforms, especially like Twitter.
Twitter,
I'm thinking some bass.
Oh yeah. Think of it.
we try on Trump party.
Yes.
I can see it.
Should we put it on the trial on? Use that.
Everything we post has got to be just like a racist.
Just a little bad.
Just like subtle enough to not listen to you.
And what if you knew? I'm like, I'll be honest, like, I really thought about this idea, and I'm like, we would clean up, we would be millionaires, and I'm like, how do they get up like that? Because, y'all, you technically gave us reparations, so thank you.
Yeah, fuck this. Okay, Brittany's gonna text me later. We can talk about it. We can sidebar this. I'm not doing it.
I'm serious.
To do with other people because I can't. Like I have so many channels and all the things. I was like, I need to hear people. I would be asking women.
Oh,
Let's offline this. Hey,
just want to quote Matt. Here it is. Here, listen to this. Sure. Can you hear it?
Not super smart.
Wait, what'd you say, Trenton?
It's not super clear.
Hold on. The voice isolation's on. Hold on. Okay. I'm gonna turn down the volume so it's not too loud. Okay. Hold on. Let me just get to it. He says the most vile shit about the culture, man. Follow 2024. But anyways, this is what I listen to for like fun. Like, cause I just think the shit that they say is wild. Okay, fuck it. I'm just gonna play the short because I can't find it. Does the Pope want Iran to have a nuclear? Magnet, here we go.
But for Catholics, the Pope is literally the closest to God that you can get. No. That's not true. I guarantee you right now, more than half the Catholics in this country do not believe that. The Pope needs to bless people, stay in the lane of religion, stay in that lane. The President, J.D. Vance, they need to take care of our government, take care of our United States, and do that. They are each different lanes, is the way. The Catholic religion is not integrated with God. You speak on behalf of the entire Catholic religion. Not. What is that? I think
Okay, anyways, it's long, but he says that the Pope is going to hell, and he picks Trump over the fucking Pope, and he's Catholic, and he says Pope is a dumbass and he's going to hell. I just wish I could find that fucking clip. Here we go. Anyways, moving on. Fact is I'm tuned into these dumbasses. I listen to them all like several times a day. I've heard them say the most wild, egregious shit. Like I can easily like pick stuff together and turn it into little fucking quips.
Yeah, it definitely works. And the other thing I would say is obviously how I've been doing it is just stay anonymous. I promise you this whole life. Stay anonymous, even if you get to 1 million followers, just fucking stay anonymous.
Oh, this will create peace forever anonymous. I ain't never gonna let the cat out the bag because you realize how much money I can continually make because it's not like they don't really change even when we get another president in office respectfully. They're not.
Yeah, they're gonna be worse. And all we gotta do is say wild shit about the next president because anti-Democrat, Democrats are, oh my god, especially leading into the midterms. Holy shit. The midterms.
The best president ever. He will always be the best. We must continue.
Trump is Jesus.
But there's definitely, I can confirm with you, there's a lot of money to be made with AI baddies. Like I think he was in a room short here, maybe he wasn't, but my sister has been making money. Mind you, she's not a content creator, so she decided, oh, I'm gonna make me an Instagram and make a bunch of AI baddies on one IG account. And all she did was posted the pictures that she generated on the free version of ChatGPT. And she uploaded the images, and I was like, these pictures look crazy because the hips are extremely wide. I don't know any human that has a hip that wide. But apparently now she's getting money, and she's been using that for school.
And my statement still stands. We are having this as an offline conversation because of the great minds come together. There's the empire.
For real. I'm just like, oh, if she showed me the money that the guy sent her, she makes it very, it's transparent that she put in her bio that it's AI generated, but they don't give a fuck. But they still send me the money. They're like, oh, you look bad. I'm like, that's like a real person, or whatever. What
got divorced, so I don't understand. And they're like, well, Armenian is, because mind you, this person's like 63. He's like, when majority of the married people I talk to, they're always talking about their spouse. Like it's their full identity. And it's very annoying. And I was like, my husband has his own life. I have my own life. Our lives intertwined. And that's pretty much it. I don't understand why we don't have our own hobbies. Like the hell? So yeah.
Wild stuff.
Pretty much. I mean, like your life, you should have your own life. You shouldn't fucking be like that.
Yeah.
I thought, and I was like, okay. Because mind you, I get a lot from people like, oh, I didn't know you were married, and I'm like, what? I'm like, is there a walk that you do as a wife? Do you switch your hips more? I got a question.
By the way, anybody here who accuses us of being mega, you're wrong. You didn't get your shit.
That's called opportunity needs, what they call precision. There we go. I was gonna say precision.
My name is not Andrew. It's actually here.
And my name is
You ain't right.
Eric starts getting messages like, what did you say? Oh my god, though. Hey guys, I know the perfect angle for us to fucking show crypto too.
Oh. What, crypto value? Oh, think that one.
Create a meme coin. And you don't need to rug it. Don't be an asshole and rug it. Literally just take out like $100,000. But literally, people fucking launch meme coins and they run up like to like a billion, like no, not a billion, to like $5 million, and they rug it. And I'm like, why are you rugging this shit? Just like let it keep going. Take out like 100K. Just take out a little bit. So yeah.
I was watching TV, this had to be a few months ago, but basically this guy, like his wife passed away, and so he was living on his own, and he just started to get lonely. And he started, I think he was using dating apps, but basically it was somebody using an AI generated image, and they scammed him out of over $1 million. And they had him sending like crypto stuff. He didn't know anything about it, so he thought like, oh, I'm making more money. And then the dark was like, yeah,
some of the food prep that it's just a matter of I'm taking Sonny along to finish working out. I just finished everything I gotta do at home. I'm about to go jog for like 15 minutes. So if you guys are still here when I get back, then cool. If not, then it's okay.
Right now, I'm doing my makeup, and then I have to finish getting dressed. So I'm still gonna be here probably until 45 before I get in my car. Maybe. Anything else? Oh, and Dr. Gosh, I did hear stuff about the Met Gala. Send me the idea so I can actually act on it. This thing I want. Especially since I know my actual posts are doing well, and I'm doing very low effort posting right now. Oh, but you'll find a little list of screenshots. And I will say the easy glaze that we got from Genji, I actually do love it. And it's that foundation stuff.
Yeah, I actually like her, I'm starting to really like her products, especially the hair stuff.
Really? You were so against it?
Well, I guess, I finally found my perfect shade. Because she has a lot of shades. But I finally found my perfect one. Because what I was doing before was mixing different colors.
said you're gonna do it. I'm done with that.
I'm not one to eat. Okay, so I'll be honest. I've got alopecia. I think I told Brittany this before. And earlier I recorded a video and I was wearing a hat. But you are right. This is the last task before I go. Because I'm literally like touching my hair while I'm filling it, and that big ass bald spot that I have is just like prevalent. But right after this, I'm only gonna be on a treadmill for like 15 minutes. That's it. Then shower and then I'm done.
Yo, this is the first part of the workout?
Yeah, I'm already done with everything in my place. This is every done. Yeah, I knocked out everything in my place. All I've got to do is jog. Might work out because I took like a couple weeks or whatever.
Okay.
I texted you too. You know, I don't ever want to hear anybody say money can't buy you happiness at the end. Because Jesus Christ, there is a fucking streamer. Have you heard of this guy named Baby Allen?
No, is he on Twitch and stuff?
He's on Twitcher. He's on Kick. Yeah, he's on Kick. And basically he's legit like he's this little Arabic dude, right? But he looks like Dilbert. Like he's a dwarf, right? So he's like tiny and everything, but he legit he doesn't have a neck. He just it's just his head straight up to his face, and then like his head is like literally like just like shaped like an upside down triangle. I'm not trying to be mean, just
Just one, five, two, okay, back. I just need to pause it. And then I just did a little stop. And then,
Sorry, damn it, girl. My feet started moving. I said, Shrika, you will calm down, finish your objective. You got glitter that.
oh man. Oh, are you still in school? Huh? Am I still in school? Yeah. Not for this semester. For the rest of the
But
year.
like right now, that's what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, that I like one class. Okay. Yeah, but other than that, for the rest of the year, I'm not gonna be in school because it's just been way too hard trying to balance my business and school. Like super hard. And I'm like, if I go to school, then I make less money, then we can't pay the bills I need to pay. Like I gotta be all in on one thing right now, and I just need to get the business going and can operate without it. And yeah,
I feel you.
yeah, things are looking good so far. I've been doing something a little bit different that I usually don't do in my business with my clients and new clients, like the Google and shit. The way they operate business is not how I do it, but I've been doing it, just making it more money. I just have to wait for it. So with Google, when they're doing like big funding, they do a lot of net 30s and net 45s. I hate that shit. That's just something I can't negotiate because they do that across the board. It don't even matter if you fucking Beyonce. They're going to give you a net 30 or a net 45 just for the bigger projects. That's just how they operate with all their agencies. So I just have money just waiting to come in and it's like, is this nothing that's money coming in? And I'm like,
Girl, I have a client that still haven't paid me, and they don't realize that as soon as things get back up and running, they're dropped.
I heard that.
Because I don't fuck with my money. And they've already fucked around a couple of times, and I gave them grace. I don't give grace anymore. But cool. So, and they try to pull. Well, I'm like, I've been paid way more money from someone else, and they've never given me any issues. Ever. So I was like, try Jesus. Not to. And I really do love this Vanessa Myers blush. This thing's gonna last forever.
I need to read
the cream blush.
I haven't tried the blush. I need to try it. I love her her bronzer. My sister was looking at me putting it on my face. And she was like, Brittany, it's okay. It's done. I was like, it's still a little bit in the corner. Like, there was enough on my cheeks and my forehead.
That's hilarious.
Oh my god. And it's so crazy because when you mentioned her at Sephora, it didn't click that I already had her products at home because YouTube gave it to me at this YouTube Black event like over a year ago. And I was like, fuck, I got a bunch of her shit. So I started using more of it. I was like, oh, her shit's good. Because I was only using the bronzer. But she gave us like brushes and all this kind of shit. And I was like, wow. I've been sleeping on her, girl.
She's on my list of, you know how you're like, who would you love to work with? To me, it's her. Because I actually am a fangirl, like a true fangirl of her stuff, and not with the fact that she bought me. Because I actually spent my own money for her stuff, and I actually love it.
I would actually like to see more of her items in like the shopping for holiday event.
Same.
Because we get a lot of Fenty Beauty, that's like one black company, but I want to see like more colored people.
So do we need to talk to Miss Lauren? That's what I'm hearing. We have got Lauren. Can you? Because you're mad.
Yeah, she's one person, but I would just, the email alone reach out to the entire shopping team, so I would do that prior to it. I'm like, maybe they could squeeze her in, because she's in the shopping program, you know, like she's part of the merchant side.
But they don't have that for her, and I'm like, to me, respectfully, she's just as high, if not higher, than 50 because she's actually for a makeup artist too, but it works for the regular consumer too.
Yeah.
That's like the wild For free. And I said, that sounds great to me. I would love to be able to bring back at least a couple of bottles of wine. Because I have to pay for my check bag, it looks like, for this trip, but I think for 4 days, I think I can squeeze myself down to a carry-on and my nomad living there. Yeah, and that's who's going to be there for the shopping event. And that's why I said no. Because I said I already talked to them. We've talked multiple events actually. And I said I'm good.
Oh, update, if you go to, let me see. Hold on, I have all this stuff.
Forgot I have money number up. Sorry, that sounds so weird.
No, it doesn't. I mean,
Like someone gave me a cash tip. So I put it away. Yeah, like 1%, or she's like, give me back that $10. And I said, okay. So I gave her back the $10. And I just said, thank you for whatever. I said, she gave me another bill or whatever. Girl, I didn't look at it until after they got off the car. She gave me a $20 bill. Because she was like, I saw gas prices. And I said, thank you, ma'am.
oh, yeah. She was like, these prices in Vegas right now. Because she's so used to the price being, cheaper than California. She was like, y'all looking very similar.
Right now, I paid $4.65 for premium. Costco.
Oh, that makes sense.
That's why I paid for them.
Yeah, that's a good place to go because anywhere else, especially my area, could be like $5.39. That's the price you pay.
Question, should I wear my hoodie? It's a cute hoodie.
What's the forecast looking like today in Vegas? That's the real question.
It's hot, but I'm also not going to a show with her. And that's why I was like, how much effort am I really trying to do right now? Because I got no time.
I don't know how you're completely dressed, but maybe something.
I did a jumpsuit.
Okay.
You know the one I wore for the AI workshop day? Yeah, that one. That's the one I'm wearing.
I feel like the Vegas stuff is just casual, so you could wear it. Unless there's a red carpet event, I say nobody.
Here's the thing, I'll be that person that, wait, why is she on the red carpet? Thank you for asking those questions. That person back, that gave y'all traction.
Oh my god. Oh my goodness.
My mom bought me this belt, and I was like, I'm gonna wear it.
Is it where the
And then I'll wear this
big
jacket.
belt that goes around your waist?
Yeah, that's the one she bought me. And she bought that, and then she bought me a matching pair of pants to match her pants. Because we also bought matching hoodies when we were in San Francisco. That are like the varsity type hoodies. Okay. Thank you. I know. But I thought you meant Hey, what's you? You said cardigan. So, I have a white one. We'll see if it goes with the outfit. Girl, tell me why I look old. I feel like this cardigan is making me look so old. That even sounds like a bad word too. I don't even say a bad word. But I can't do it. Do I want to wear a dress? No.
What'd you say, Trente? I've been away for a second.
I'm trying to figure out my outfit.
No.
Yeah, girly stuff.
Let's see, who's this?
Hello.
she said that this DoorDasher was taking pictures of her feet intentionally with the food, and people were giving her big tips.
What the fuck?
Yeah. And I was like, oh my gosh, I think they're in LA.
Apologies, my phone died again.
Again?
I know, I'm connected to my charger now. Because I was charging my other phone, but this little bad boy here, Clubhouse keeps eating it up on the batteries.
Yeah, that's why Clubhouse isn't installed on my main phone anymore.
Yeah,
So yeah.
that makes sense, man. This little ass phone was like, no, that a good 30 minutes before I shut down.
Brittany, I've got about 12 camera lenses or something like that. I don't know how many.
Okay.
I lost the count. If I do a series, and I call it like focus series, and I just focus on each lens, right? And like I do like one post where it's just like a short phone post, and then I literally just do like a walk around my apartment, take photos, and use my Meta Ray Bans to get like first person view of photos, and then post a story like that. Could that get me eligible for the SHAP program in time so that I can like post those on the page? And, like,
Yeah,
just, like,
well, the idea is great, but you still gotta reach the requirement.
okay.
That would just be the only thing. You always have great ideas, it's just the consistency part, like you already know.
Yeah.
Personally, I think if you continue uploading content, you should get fully monetized and not just the first year.
Yeah, well, I could literally just do that, and it would be fucking easy. Like, I could sit here at my desk and take a day and just make like every video for every single lens sitting at my desk, and then like say like week 1 do like just focus on the 16-35, week 2 24-70, week 3 70-20, and then go through the primes, and that could be like fucking 10 weeks worth of content. And then like probably get follow-up videos when people ask me about camera gear. But I was just thinking about the fact that my most viral TikTok on my personal page is about cameras. And then like it's the question of why didn't I lean into that shit then?
Do it.
Alright. I'm gonna do it and style it the way that I did the PlayStation Portal video, where the first frame of the video is gonna be me holding the lens for close. And then I'm just gonna I'm gonna find a hook that works for every video and keep it formulaic. Other question for you guys. Is it weird to do shorts where like I actually have a script and I do every line, or like I just do like a really good line read and then do like cut and then just cut it together that way? Is that weird? Or is that better to do it?
It's weird that you're asking it as if it's weird.
Okay, so
there's multiple ways to skin the cat. And respectfully, we should not be skinning a cat, but that's the best terminology I've ever used right now.
yeah, because I feel like I can do like a line read and then just cut. Because right now I'm trying to talk and I'm just talking through just free flowing. So maybe it's better to do line reads. Unless it's just a talking head video.
I'll just say figure out what works for you and then keep doing it.
Okay. Yeah, maybe that'll help. And then just have an Amazon influencer link for every short.
girl on TikTok, one of the few people who I respect on the platform. She actually started this thing where she takes gifts, and what she does is she buys Pokemon cards in bulk, right? And then in exchange for certain gifts, she'll open a pack, a lot, live, and it's obviously it's live. So and then she tells the person, you can have whatever card you want, or like I can keep them. And most people, obviously, because they like her, they let her keep most of them. But the ones that are actual winners, she sends them to them. And one dude sent her like a couple gifts, and she made enough money to cover them. But so she made like $50. But he pulled $240 worth of cards. So if he sells them, he's got $240, and she made 50. So kind of sucks for her at the end, but I think it's cool that she's actually doing something for people.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, other creators, it's just like, thank you for the gift.
A lot of people provide value.
Yeah. Same. Oh yeah. All right. Either of you fans of Stranger Things? I'm almost done cutting my hair though. Oh shit, Brittany, a new movie I've been wanting to watch just dropped on Netflix called Apex. It stars Charlize Theron and Taron Egerton.
talk into it for like a good minute with my full thought, and then just like let it pop, whatever.
I usually do that or I'll type. Most times I talk now because I got too much to say. I used to have actual conversations, but that's when I was cooking. I used to use ChatGPT to create new dishes in the home when I was cooking for dinner. And because I wanted to touch my phone as I cook, it would talk back to me on what to add to my bowl, all the things I should put on the skillet. That was nice. But then it felt a little creepy too. It's like I was talking to a real person. But yeah. I also use it for stocks. I don't use it for that, but it keeps me updated on things I want to keep my eye on because it sends a notification to my phone through my Gmail. So I'm able to see it the moment I wake up and I get notified with the alerts, but also I see it in my Gmail account. So that's pretty cool too.
Yeah, you're paying for it, so you get like those features like that, to where you actually have like an AI agent.
But those are, that's, no, it's not an agent. Those are things that are free.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I don't have that set up. That's what I love about it. That's why I asked, because I think we all use it in different ways, and I'm definitely not efficient with how I use it. Like I've got like 100 different chat windows, and I get annoyed sometimes. I just barely learned to fucking pin 3 to the top. So I started doing that because like I kept coming back to like my audio mixing and wanted to like keep iterating on that. And then finally got that to that point. By the way, I really appreciate you, Srinte. Every single time I like do a video, you give me feedback, so I appreciate that.
Well, Tom just keeps an answer me and I will too. I was like, I think he wants me to say something, so I'm gonna say something.
Oh, that wasn't even it. I was just kind of like sharing faith and like going. Like I appreciate that. I didn't want any work ethic or anything. It was more so just me sharing to be like, look, I'm back. So,
Okay.
yeah, let me finish cutting this damn hair. It's such a pain in the ass. I hate having alopecia. It is like fucking.
I forgot something. Can I go out and grab a drink or should I not?
Go for it.
So sorry.
You don't really drink, so treat yourself.
I forgot to grab the bottle. I was like, girl, that's the last thing you forgot to grab. Be right back.
Drink. Hear that reading tree? You want a drink?
I don't think so. I think she just like water or something.
I need a drink, so I'm over here stressed.
No.
well, it's kind of crazy.
So many layers to operating a business. Fuck.
Right now, it might sound bad for this, but I just gotta make a statement. Remember what I told you happened last week with that person who came over?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna lie, I used to want a relationship, but, you know, after.
So basically, you want to be a hoe?
I don't have any other fucking responsibilities. And if she decides to be an idiot, go back with that guy again, and I just don't even have to worry about it at all. I can just laugh at him because he hates me. This dude, he's one of those short king type dudes. He calls himself 5'7" online, but she told me he's actually 5'3".
Oh, that's really tiny.
Yep. So, but I'm just kind of laughing because, like, I'll be honest with you, even if I was to want to date somebody, it would never be her, you know, because legitimately, like, after the shit she put me through, you know, like, I literally gave her a chance early on, telling her, yo, like, this dude is gonna do X, Y, Z. He's gonna abuse you. He's gonna sit up there and, like, threaten you. He's gonna try and isolate you away from your family. He's gonna cheat on you. He did every single thing I said and more and worse. Yeah, he got her pregnant, and while she was having a miscarriage, he was out fucking another girl while she was in the hospital. Like, cheated on her more than once. He did isolate her away from her family. Now her whole family doesn't want to deal with her. And now that they're not together again, he's been going around messing up her social media stuff, going around shit talking her all over TikTok. She sent him nudes, and now he's threatening to leak it. And he's telling her because he spent any money on her, she needs to send him $5,000 to pay for everything that he ever spent on her. So yeah, even if I would not want to date her. I'm tired of being somebody's final pick. Oh, you want to hear some good news?
Yes.
Nikki finally paid me back.
Oh, that's really good news. It was like a long time.
Yep. She was mad about it too. But she was mad that I wanted her to pay me back. Yeah. Yeah, that finally happened, and now we don't talk anymore. She had come out to me talking about how she liked me and all this stuff, and then what ended up happening was she was being weird, and then like, cause she had come out to me
reciprocating it. And then the happening is she started dating somebody else, and then she started being weird to me and gaslighting me. Saying like, well, if you find somebody, and I was like, you met somebody, didn't you? And she's like, how'd you know? And I was like, because you're like projecting on me and doing your bullshit that you do. So then I told her straight out that I'm not gonna keep being like your fucking person that you come to when you
Like after you, like your last resort. Nah, I'm good. We don't bring up randos. So yeah. So yeah. Anyways, I just told her straight out. And then yeah, cut it off. But she paid me back. So that's good. I love the fact that the trolls on here, they just don't like me. They're just like, I can join and talk shit. No, you can't. See, this is exactly why I'm not going to watch this movie right now. Because watch my projection right now because people are going out there and doing like flash mobs.
I didn't experience that, but I usually go to the South Bay in see near Manhattan Beach, but this time, because it was so full, I went to Norwalk,
grows like in different directions, even if I brush it.
I get it.
Why do we as black people have to have wild hair?
I don't know. I tried to do the whole, well, for females, you know, everybody's like wearing wigs. It's crazy because it's kind of normal now. It's the norm.
Yeah.
Back then, like when I was in elementary, we saw like a black child with a fucking clip-on ponytail, they fucking clown. But now we got like little ass kids with fucking weaves and shit in their head. And it's like normal. But I tried to wear a wig because my hair is like so annoying. And I was like, I can't do this. And I don't understand how other people can. The lace of the wig irritates my skin. That's one. And then the whole gluing things on and off your skin. I was like, I can't.
Yeah.
And then having an extra layer of something on top of your scalp. Nope. Nope.
Yeah, I'm working to actually, I am working to actually get it to where I'm permanently bald. And there's this one device that I looked up on. I use ChatGPT to learn more about alopecia and stuff like that, figure out what I can do to fix it. There's not a lot of shit that it says I can do that stuff, like getting like a fucking whatever, that thing where like they shock the pores to kill every cell. I don't even know if that's possible on a scalp. But aside from that, there was this little head shaver I could get, and I could run that across my head once a morning. But it's like $250, so I'm gonna save money right now. But I would like to buy that. Whenever I can get that, that'll be nice, and then hopefully that'll save me like this time. Because honestly, this shit takes forever, and it's frustrating because it's like not even a lot of hair that grows back, but it's the way that it grows. Like the spot on my head where hair doesn't grow back, literally just nothing. So like it's like just like a little bit of hair growth, and then it just looks like a massive bald spot. And unfortunately, it can't be like normal people where it's just like the back of the head. Instead, it's like right at the front of my fucking head. It's embarrassing and it's annoying, but it's gotten to the point now where I can wear hats.
Yeah, the struggle is real.
Yeah. I tried this magic cream stuff for black men for the head, and that shit barely worked either. It's supposed to make it so it grows back slower, and it's like sometimes it feels like it makes it grow back faster. Like my hair is coming back with a vengeance. Like, you tried to kill me.
Crazy.
Gotcha, bitch. So yeah, you and Sharente have to go to YFL next time.
Indeed.
Like Sharente would fucking clean house there. Like I swear to God, like both of you guys need to bring a wagon too, because Sharente would have us up in there, and they'd be like, take the boot.
I can see that.
How many do you need?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Sharente had us up at CES getting me a flashlight. terms that they can Google.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes people just want to hear from other creatives because we might have more insight than what Google is sharing too, right? So that's another reason why people ask, they're like, oh shit, I didn't know that because Google didn't show me that. But the other thing too is a lot of our people in creator life are active in regards to their careers. So, for example, royalty, she's in the military and doesn't have time to be here on Clubhouse to chat with us. She's actively doing her thing in the military. In another position, Eunice, she's a nurse and she has a brick and mortar, so she's constantly working. We have doctors in our chat that never talks, but they look at the shit.
Yeah.
We actually have a few military people in our group, and some are retired, and they just be watching, but they don't chit chat all the time. But every once in a while, they might pop up in a co-working session.
Yeah.
People use creative to their advantage. Not the group chat is not for everyone, and that's why everybody's not in because we actually have over 100 members.
Wow.
But there's not 100 people in that group chat, right? So some people just want courses, some people want community, and some don't give a fuck about y'all. They just want to get to their goal.
That's smart.
Yeah. Like I realize I understand it, but one thing that I'm excited about is when we come together at those in-person events where we travel out and meet in one place. So
Well, we pull a lot of creators, a lot of them go study here.
yeah, that would be cool. I'd rather all of us do that versus like the con.
I mean, it's cheaper. There's a lot more swag. Every major brand is there. Like every major camera brand is there. Since Sony, Canon, all that stuff. There's an after party. And plus it's on the Universal Studios lot. And there's a lot of content that can be made. So yeah. So that's an idea if you want to throw that out there. Just like they need to know that it's not like fucking Creator Life hosted or whatever.
Right.
But I think it would be fun to have like a group of friends go because I'm so used to going by myself. So, yeah. And personally, it might not be fully creator focused, but I do think that there's a lot more value that they could get out of that. Possibly for some of them.
Okay.
I shared a link to the little chat GPT question I asked.
Oh.
I don't know how to grow that capture create caffeinated account. Like I was posting daily, and maybe that was too much. Maybe I should have spread it out more.
Oh yeah. I would have done like 3 to 5 reels a week.
Okay.
And then and every day sharing something in your stories from content you already posted.
Okay.
And then like behind the scenes stuff. But yeah.
Okay. I'll start doing that.
Yeah, there's this trend going on right now. I was sharing it with Percy and I was like, oh, I need to do this. It's a trend on replicating the Netflix look. Have you seen that on Instagram?
Yeah. Color grade?
Huh?
Yeah, are you talking about color grade or what?
Not so much the color grading, but like positioning. Let me show you the video that I've seen. You've probably seen the same color.
Well, the good news is that these videos are they're like evergreen. Is that the appropriate word?
Well, people are constantly searching for it.
Yeah, it's just like basically, it's just basically like a video that will live there and like forever and get views because it's not like it's timely or whatever.
Right.
Literally just like making fucking drink. Anyways, the videos are actually getting views. One of them hit 9. The best one is 970. Second best one is 898, and the third best one is 577. But yeah, those I just gotta find a formula that works for the editing style.
And text me the 2 videos.
Cool. I will check it out momentarily. I'm just finishing all the game.
You bald headed skillet.
Yeah. Today when I recorded my video, I just put a hat on because I was like, I don't need anybody seeing the top of my head.
Oh.
It's embarrassing, you know?
I mean, I don't know. I've only seen you bald, so I get it. So.
Yeah, whenever I go to the events, trust me, the day before I shave my head. So.
How often do you have to shave?
Twice a week now. It's frustrating. I might just have to like fucking buy that head shaver. Cause yeah, it's like yeah, just it's fucking frustrating. I try to push it, you know, but just because like looking at it and seeing like that, it just feels super self-conscious. And then also it doesn't feel good either because it grows back and it's like it looks like tiny little ants basically, you know? Super just coarse, thick, but yeah, like super short, but just enough to make the bald spots really visible. Takes me forever because I'm just trying to make sure I don't miss anything. got randoms down there, but I hope everything's going all right.
Yeah, it's good. Everybody in the family is doing great. Thank you, thank you. And same to you. Hope you and yours is good.
Appreciate it.
No problem.
What they send you?
I couldn't hear you. What you say?
What did B&H send you?
Oh, I was typing in the group chat because she asked if there was recording from today's session. They mentioned that they would try to put a recording out because they didn't plan on it until people started requesting.
Yeah. What exactly were they focused on? Just like talking about the importance of it, or actually teaching there?
Yeah, they're talking about the importance of audio and giving some tips on best practices for getting the best from certain gears. So, like wireless lavalier, the Yetis, and all the things. Because people I see a lot of people investing a lot of money into content creation, but it's not being reflected in their content. And I'm like, we all have the same mic, but yours sound shitty. And they don't know how to use the settings on their cameras or their mics. So they don't get the quality. They think they just got a bad device, but it's really just them. They don't know how to use it. So they did share some tips on that, and they plan to do another session soon because this one was so good helping for people. And then on top of that, they sell pretty much everything. So they were like, hey, here's the link if you want anything, but you don't have to buy from us.
Yeah. Well, you already heard my audio. My audio sounds better than it used to.
Yeah.
I was listening to my old videos and I was cringing at them. Like it was terrible. But aside from that though, I just checking to make sure I got everything. I think I'm good. Probably just got to shower and then get anything I missed. What was I saying though? But I've already been teaching myself audio mixing, so I started to teach people how to do it if people needed help. I taught myself. I taught myself using ChatGPT and just like I was asking it to just individually what each thing meant, what each setting meant, to better understand, and then just playing around with the audio until it sounded good, and then giving it examples of how I wanted to sound, and then asking it to order it. That's honestly like how I like to use ChatGPT. I like go through step by step of how to improve things. So I don't have to like do shit for me. Like no, necessarily. I want to use it as a tool to help me do something.
Yeah, and I think that's how everyone should use it.
Yep. Some people just want to use it to make everything for them.
Then they look like everybody else and sound like everybody else.
Yep.
Alright. Sent out major email, completed payroll. One more email. It took me hours, man.
I'm excited to watch this movie APEC.
Let me know how it is.
Will do. I'll send you a review. How about that?
Yeah.
certain points and you gain certain abilities, like the ability to post images and GIFs and stuff like that. Like you have to get to a certain level, which shows like that you're a real user of the Discord. So anyways, it's basically a trust thing to make sure that the person, like if that person reached like level 20, then obviously they're not an asshole. They weren't banned from the Discord before that happened. So anyways, but he has a guy, and this guy, he's that all is up. And literally, like, he has to do bug fixes and shit like that, and like fix stuff that just won't work in the Discord. And then people will ask him, like, hey, can you create a new channel where we can talk about this here? Can you do this? Can you do that? And sometimes he has to like enforce his moderation rules where he has to tell people, like, guys, this channel is for this. Why are you talking about this here? And it's just, it's like fucking babysitting, you know? And like, I already know you would be dealing with all that stuff. So I get it. I was just making the point that that is the alternative.
Yeah, no, I hear you. And once again, I think that platform is great. But, you know, that's
Yeah.
I'm trying to scale back in regards to like being on all these different platforms and building there. Because I'm really trying to get people off the platforms and build creator like websites.
Yeah.
So I make sure I pay attention to like how long people are browsing my website, what courses they're taking, and it's active. So I want to keep it that way. Because at the end of the day, when you join Creator Life, it's not to chit chatting all day. Of course, you want to have this community support, but it's to get the knowledge and apply it. Because all that chit chatting is not going to make you money. So,
Exactly.
yeah. All talk, no action. That's what they say.
Well, I got good news. Just finished cutting my hair. I'm gonna go back to the job.
Okay, do your thing.
I'm only gonna be like 10 to 15 minutes. And me is.
When you jog, do you just jog around the neighborhood in circles, like around the block, or?
No. When my treadmills were down, I was going up and down the street, which is nice.
Yeah.
Because that street is literally 1 mile straight and 1 mile back. So it'd be a jog and then one back. But no, right now I'm just going down my treadmill. And it's just like two floors down. Really easy. And then when I come back, I'm gonna finally eat. You might think I'm crazy, but I literally haven't eaten today.
No, you're not crazy because I haven't eaten. Like anything. But it's not like you're eating right now, so what are you munching on or whatever?
I shoved a little scoop of walnuts in my mouth, chopped it right down, just to have just enough energy to get me through the treadmill. But I can't eat a lot because I don't know, I'm sensitive. I got like a sensitive stomach when I jog. I don't like jogging on a full stomach. No. I'm laughing. You were like, do you want to be out?
Pretty much.
I mean, honestly,
videos look like that. Have you not seen any Netflix documentaries?
Maybe I need to watch some. What could be that?
Hello. Yeah. Hey.
Hi, sorry, I was on the phone with Meta.
You're good. No need to apologize, man. You know what's funny? I was actually supposed to get a call this morning from a company, and they didn't even call me.
Oh, wow.
Or unless they did, my phone blocked it. No, they didn't.
But Andrew, speaking of the Netflix style, there's a creator I came across during the pandemic, and he was a photographer. And during the pandemic, nobody was booking any sessions with a photographer. So he started making documentaries on Skid Row with kind of the Netflix style look.
Yeah.
His channel blew up to like close to 7 million subscribers, but he made millions of dollars.
Wow.
By doing this. And he even started, I don't know if he really gave the money to the people, but some people said he never got the money, so that's fine. But he would do the GoFundMes and things. But he's still making videos, but all he does is he has a simple setup, right? Just a dog, a couple lights in the corner area, and he's filming these people tell their stories. But his YouTube channel is called Soft White Underbelly.
Soft white underbelly. I'll Google it, and I'm gonna go downstairs and job. If you guys are here when I get back, then cool. If not, then that's perfectly fine. Found it.
Yeah, and his thumbnails are really simple. They don't have any text, no color, black and white. It's just a headshot, which is a picture he took of them. That's what YouTube used to be before they got all fucking fancy.
Yeah. I see. Yeah, each one's just a highlight of a person. I hope he can meet these people.
I know, because somebody made a video. They were like, "Yeah, we haven't seen any of that money from the GoFundMe," and he raised over $200,000. So I'm like, I don't know, there might have been some situations where he slipped up.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure his videos are easy for a night too, because he posts 13 hours one day ago, 2 days ago, 3 days ago, 5 days.
Yeah, and most of these people are coming from Skid Row, so there's a bunch of crackheads over there. I'm just saying. Like, that's a year worth of content, like every day. But not even every day, you could just spend one day filming like 20 different crackheads. That's your year worth of content.
Yeah.
But if I was doing that, I would feel bad. So I would be definitely giving back to people so that they can have a place to really lay their head and not laying it on concrete.
He interviewed somebody from the KKK.
He's wilding out here. That's what money will do. This channel makes a hell of money.
Yeah. That's wild. Alright, cool. Well, I just checked him out. I see the interview style. I mean, more beyond Netflix, it just kind of looks like that, like back when we used to get those kind of like photos done at school.
Yeah. Yep.
But anyways, okay, cool. I'm gonna go jog. If you guys are here when I get back, cool. If you guys want to bring people up, by all means, it's up to you. I'm just not.
Oh, we're good. You're good.
Yeah.
See when you come back. I'll be outside.
Cool. I'll be 15 minutes. All right. See you when I get back if you're here.
I'll be here, see you when you get back. There was a clubhouse room today with Clubhouse Joe, and I put in the comments, you need to respond to people's emails who have legitimate concerns. I wasn't trolling, I was being real.
sorry, my phone was too far, what did you say?
I said, so there's a room today, and they were interviewing the clubhouse employee, and I put in the chat, I said, you guys don't look at emails from people on the app, you know? Not reports, like glitches that need to be fixed. Like there's this glitch going on right now where somebody used some code that I guess the Somalis started on here, and it's this code basically where it breaks the clubhouse app. They made this like code that basically like freezes people's phones. And so I sent them an email, and they didn't respond to me. And I said, how dare you? How dare you? I don't mean to be mean, but this is a problem, and it needs to be isolated. Whatever you do, you know?
No, I hear you. Did you see the message I put in the group chat for the YouTube shopping event?
Yeah.
Did you wanna go?
I don't have enough for the YouTube shop.
So you didn't see my message, I said, who wants to go under my agency?
Oh. I mean,
You don't have to go if you don't want to, just an open invitation.
gotcha.
Yeah, it was June 18th, 2 to 6:30. But there's a few other events happening after that, so you're not missing out if you don't make it to that one. More shopping events to come. But they're gonna have Nomad Lane there.
I just got invited to some event in San Francisco, like very last minute. Like today I got an email saying, you're an invited creator.
Is it a creator event or a tech?
No, it's a tech event.
Ah.
And I need to know if they're gonna pay for my flight and stuff. Emailing me Friday and the event is on Wednesday.
What event is it? I wonder if it's the one that Sharente's going to.
It's called Dream Next.
Let me see.
DREAME. Dream. But it says that I have to do deliverables.
You said San Francisco?
Yeah.
She's going, I don't know if it's the same event, but she's going to an event in San Francisco. They're paying for her flight and her hotel, but she is required to just do an article. She doesn't have to do any content. She just needs to do a write-up on the event itself.
Interesting. This one is from an agency called Not Just Agency.
That's a crazy name. Yeah, I think you guys might be talking about the same event, because she said she leaves like next week or something.
No, it's literally right when it's the 29th.
Well, here she put the 27th is when she has to be there, but it's more, like it goes mainly the entire week. Well, I don't know, you can check in with her to confirm, but I feel like it's the same event. And they just had to get her to be there early or something. Kind of like with, yeah, like with CES, sometimes they'll bring creators or.
All right, good afternoon. Thank you for reaching out. What are the requirements, and would you be willing to pay for my flight and hotel if I show up? What are the deliverables, and what do I need to know? Should I say this is very last minute?
No.
Good afternoon, Faye. Thank you for reaching out. What are the
I mean,
requirements?
there's a way to say that it's last minute without using the word is last minute. I can't think of that might be to help you with that.
Okay.
Because it is last minute, like you want to be mindful, like
spontaneous, hasty, abrupt, on the fly, 11th hour last
That's
minute.
insane. Oh, okay, so it's, wait, what do you have so far?
I said, good afternoon, Faye. Thank you for reaching out. What are the requirements and would be willing to pay for my flight and hotel if I show up? What are the deliverables and what do I need to know?
Oh, this is a time-sensitive request. So that's just another way of saying it's last minute, but you're requesting things now because we don't have that much time.
This is a time-sensitive request.
Yeah. I look forward to your reply.
They're emailing me. They emailed me at 3:57 today.
Yeah, that's insane. It ain't give you no time to plan your life. Hopefully they can cover everything for you. That would be cool. Would you go if they could?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah.
They gave me a +1. They said,
Oh.
yeah, so that's why I'm asking.
Okay. I hope it worked out.
All right,
If
let's
they
see.
reply today, that'd be cool.
All right, just send it.
All right, keep me updated. I'm still here, but going on mute so I can wash my clothes.
Did you see the Michael movie?
Yeah, I saw it last night. I really enjoyed it. I was telling Andrew how I thought it was really good. Did you see it yet?
I haven't seen it yet. I really wanted to go to the premiere, but I didn't get to go to the premiere.
Well, if you're able to just go to the movie theaters on your own, I highly suggest it.
No, I'm going to.
Okay.
I haven't been to a movie since 2019.
Damn, why so long?
Cause,
Movies like that?
I mean, it's one of those things where, like, I don't know, it's just like I have, like, there was no movies I wanted to see.
Oh, I get it. There's so many movies now, from 2019 till 2026. Another movie I saw was the one with Zendaya and that one dude from Twilight, of the drama. That was pretty good too, but that was really a lot of drama.
Yeah.
But the Michael Jackson movie was a feel-good movie because he got to show his life, his creative side.
Yeah. This Instagram thing is so crazy. They're doing too much.
What
They
happened?
called me yesterday. Meta called me. You know how they called me yesterday? They told me how I posted 19 reels since for the last 28 days. They told me that I need to start making content with Meta glasses. And they told me that in order to keep my reach up, I have to stay within 19 reels.
With all their requirements.
I know.
Content.
I think at this point we just said, now they're trying to change the insight sites page. So like when you post on Instagram, it changes for 1 second and then it goes back to the old one.
That's weird.
So many weird things, I'm gonna be honest. At least I got almost my YouTube views back up. I was really fighting for it.
Yeah. What are you doing differently?
Man, I've just been throwing up videos that are new and fresh and they're not getting any comments, but they're getting views.
Okay, that's always good that people are seeing your stuff without having to worry about acting crazy.
YouTube, like, they were still confused, and I told them my views went down from March 14th to now, or March 14th to April, and they're like, oh, March is a short season on YouTube. I'm like, what are you talking about? They told me that. It was like, and then they were like, oh, it must be an algorithm update. And then they were telling me, oh, you could have some flags on your account that we don't know about. Or, like, they were just giving me some bullshit. And I'm not even monetized. And I still put my butt into all these videos. What I mean by that is not.
Yeah.
So I'm just like, what else am I doing with life, I mean, I want to get monetized, but I also want to get a job. I do focus groups, I make money. What else is life, My videos are getting 1K views and then completely stopping. Of course.
That's annoying.
And these videos get like 10 thumbs up, 10 thumbs up, 18 thumbs up, 8 thumbs up, 14 thumbs up, 17 thumbs up. And they're not pushing it. So I'm just like, what the hell is going on? It was weird. I got invited to YouTube, one of their corporate events. It wasn't even like a YouTube creator collective. I got invited to the fire department with YouTube.
That's crazy.
The lady from the creator collective was like, oh my god, I remember you. She's like, how did you hear about this? I said, you sent it, or like YouTube sent it to me? We were with the fire department and the media for those bikes, those bikes that they're deploying for the fire department?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we were there, and I was there, and like Holland and Samir were there, and all these other creators I don't even know. China, how they have like the scores? So like if you're in China, like we walk around, you know, you have a score. And if you, I don't know, like do something embarrassing, your score goes down. And it's like this type of thing. And it's just a stupid thing that they came up with.
Cool. Well, yeah. Well, basically, only gonna be hanging out here and then in the movie room. I haven't gotten with Clubhouse for like the social aspect. Too many drama has happened on the side. So I'm good where I am here and in the movie rooms that I go to. And even in there, drama happens. And it's kind of funny. Like, there was a period where I came back to Clubhouse and I was just trying to be like positive and like not start shit with anybody, right? And people literally just like get mad at me. And I'm just talking. And I was like, I was trying to not be problematic. You know, like one night I came in here and I cracked a joke. And it wasn't race based, but the person made it race based, right? And then they just started saying like, he ain't even black. He's actually a white man who's pretending to be black, trying to steal our culture. I was like, what? So, and then everybody was like, he is black. We've seen him. And then like, I'm not gonna like fucking defend myself as being black. And like stuff like that kept happening to me, even when I was trying to be positive.
That's wild.
I was like, what is happening? And you guys know about the soccer situation that I went through for a little while, so I got anonymous for a while. All those thieves rooms. And maybe I'm an asshole just like not letting anybody random up here, like not being open to social. But honestly, I feel like you guys can go into the hallway and meet other people, you know? But this would be like a safe space. That's my thought process. Anyways, Ethan, overall, what did you think of YFCon? Did you like it? Would you go again? I was telling Brittany about it.
It was interesting because the way that these brands do freaking deals is not. It's just commission deals. It's not the brand deal that you know.
Yeah.
You know.
I agree with you on that.
And I didn't do that contract with the 8 TikTok videos. I'm not taking my time to go to that place and have 3 hours to make 8 TikTok videos.
Oh, fuck that. Yeah, I didn't
They handed me a paper and then they emailed me and I said no. Or I just said, yeah. But then I was with one of the people who was hosting there and they just gave us a bunch of stuff. So at the end I came home with like 5 bags of stuff.
What'd you get?
Gummies. I'm getting this AI doll. I got this drink called Bad Bitch Energy and Big Dick Energy. Look at me. Look at me. But the company on Instagram.
Okay. So that's because you went on the second day and they were just giving it all away, or what?
No, so like there was people who weren't even vendors there who came like this this Big Dick Energy, Bad Bitch Energy drink. It's like an energy drink. And we were there. They just presented their stuff to us and they got our handles and everything like that. And now we're like they want to work with the OnlyFans people. Because their company, you know. So like it was the one thing that I was a little disappointed about was Anchor. I really wanted one of their things and they told me, oh, we'll give you a sample. And then I go back the next day and they said, we don't have samples. I said, you just told me yesterday that you were going to have a sample for me.
Yeah, they're just lying. I love how that lady was like so rude to me at first though, and then she saw that video I showed her and she was like, oh my god.
Yeah. She was so rude to you at first.
Brittany, that's the one thing I hated about VidCon. Brittany, after you finish these, and then I can talk about it.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, that's the one thing I hated about VidCon, Brittany. Just like that shit pissed me off so much.
Oh, with the vendors and stuff.
Yeah, remember the fucking person who matched the fucking t-shirt?
Right, yeah.
Fucking bitch. How many subscribers do you have? Oh, that's not. It's just a t-shirt. I'm gonna market your tip for you. I'm gonna walk around wearing your shitty brand that nobody's ever heard of.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm even going to VidCon this year, to be honest.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. I don't think any of us, I mean, Andy, he might go to the after party, right?
I will definitely go to the after party. That's the only thing I'll really.
Yeah, but not the actual event.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, and also the crazy agreement. Yeah, but that's the truth with that thing. I've been told about not going on the floor. I just go quick. I do my shit and chill, I'm running around at VidCon. So yeah. But yeah, I was in the car the entire time going to the desert.
Gotcha.
And
Yeah.
hello, love intelligence.
Who's that?
I don't know. They've been here for a long time.
I don't know. They've been listening. I don't know. They're right next to our screen. I mean, to our. Yeah. If we can just be none people are gonna that. Yeah, like, I don't know. I would never. I don't. Some people who can run up business games and stuff like that takes some fucking like. Takes like. I don't even know what to call that. That just like. You have to be a different kind of person. And I have so much to be. I couldn't do that.
Wait, for what? Oh, the scam?
For the scam, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I couldn't do that.
No, I could never do something like that. Now, of course, we don't donate your money. Great, but to intentionally do that is sick.
Yeah.
Yeah, the guy was like, he pretty much wiped his entire retirement because the girl that he was talking to was sending screenshots and making it seem like he was making more than what he was putting in, and he was getting really excited about it. And then also, like, he just wasn't understanding anything he was really seeing. And this guy was pretty sharp. I mean, there's a reason why he had over $1 million to begin with. But I was just really surprised that he would give that to somebody who wasn't even in the U.S. I start there. A little crazy, but yeah, that was a loss. They can't even track it, so.
Oh yeah, no, they can't. Same shit happened to a friend of mine, to a former friend. There was somebody, one of the first people I met on TikTok, who like kind of became somebody I almost dated. Who actually did become somebody I almost dated. He was like, he was 26, right? So like, definitely learned my lesson in terms of maturity. So anyway, what ended up happening though is that she come to find out, she had put like all of her money, and it was, and then her, and then some, her and a group of friends, who this scammer had got her to like pull in some friends, and they collectively lost over $120,000.
Wow.
And mind you, 26 years old, and then you know what crazy is? One of the worst things about her is she cut me off and wanted to end our friendship. And like blocked me for like a short period of time because of the fact that I told her that the guy was a con artist and I proved it to her. So she blocks me, goes and talks to him again. He says that I'm lying and I don't know what I'm talking about, even though I proved it. And then he told her, since you don't trust me, you just have to send me another $10,000 and I can get your money out right now.
Did she give him?
I don't know. She had blocked me and then like every time I would bring it damn my moral value.
This new Instagram instance thing, it's like a Be Real, but for Instagram.
I saw it. It's only in Spain and Italy right now.
Yeah. It's like that, remember that Threads app that used to be called Threads and then that's what turned into Threads? The same thing over again.
And now that Trump's in office, Facebook is back at it again with stealing ideas and creating stuff because they want to get government oversight.
There's another Ethan Klein who works at the White House. He is the, I'll tell you what, he is the, hold on. He is,
I don't know how you guys are affording gas prices and they're never going even.
oh no, we don't have gas cars, electric.
Oh, good for you.
Yeah, no. My brother's the only car that has the gas.
Brittany, you want to know what expo I want to go to? Maybe we should go to instead of VidCon? E23.
Isn't E23 not a thing anymore?
E23, not E3.
Oh.
I'm not familiar.
E23 is the Disney Expo. Happens once every other year.
Oh, D23. I thought you
E.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not like you said E, but he said it was D.
D as in Disney.
It just sounded like you said E. So I was like, I never heard of that one.
Yeah. No, you're good.
Disney. We actually had a few people that went to Disneyland the last time. Oh, that was actually for me. So when we went out to eat at that place after the Kitover event, we went to Disneyland the day after with her sister. Because she thought we would probably go as a group, but we didn't make plans for it. So it was like I think it was like her first time in California too.
Yeah, you gotta make plans for it.
For sure. Like, we can plan that one out. And most people were doing a turnaround, so they just had like quick little flight. Submit this stuff.
Yeah, pass. Well, it's kind of expensive. It's more expensive than VidCon.
What, Disney Pass?
E23, yeah.
Oh, you do.
I just thought people were at Disneyland during Coachella. There was some like Disney event.
Was it for creators? I know they've been doing stuff with creators.
Yes, it was for creators. It was their 70th anniversary.
Oh.
I know what I want to buy with my mega money. I want to buy one of those Disneyland properties and offices.
You know what?
Alright, guys, I'm getting downstairs. I'll talk to you all later.
What do you want to buy with your mega money?
I actually want to get the mansion. But I'm gonna wait on that. I'm gonna give me a beach house first. I have a whole vision board, okay? So we gotta complete the list. So we're gonna get the vision
It's 100% degrees.
Oh, God.
That's a real thing that was said by a government official. Not only a government official, but that was said by the head of the fucking the CDC and the health of America. Sorry, it's so stupid. It's just so stupid, you know? Oh my god. Oh. Okay. Anyways. Yeah, we'll talk about it on the sidebar. We got somebody down there being like, these guys are assholes. Like, Candace on the 10 point. I'm confused right now. Like, do you not have the ability to attend D23 if you don't pay for membership? I think Disney is out of their damn mind if they're actually charging people for both.
Yeah, that'd be crazy.
Hold on, I'm gonna check this shit. Gold membership is required to purchase tickets at D23. What? You have to pay $50 for a year of membership to be in this thing, the D23 to be in D23, right? And then after that, hold on. The membership plan you are on isn't eligible to purchase tickets. Please sign in with the eligible gold membership account. You have to pay $50 for a year of D23 membership to be able to buy a ticket to D23. And the ticket to D23 for a 3-day pass is $297. They're out of their fucking mind. Why is Disney the way they are? So Brittany, when you record, do you just record like 10 videos straight, or what do you do?
It depends on what mood I'm in, honestly. It takes a lot out of me nowadays to even press record. I got so many going on in my mind internally that I'm just like, do I want to film today? But usually if it's short form, I try to knock out 5 to 10 videos. Long form, I try to do 1 to 3. But that's not my role. I never do one a day because who knows what I'm gonna do the next. So I have to like,
Yeah. So I tried batch recording recently, and I should have did it when I did the Clayface video because that video came out really good. And I was like in a mindset too. So then when I was doing it, I was sitting there like, okay, cool, I'm gonna record Clayface and then I'm gonna record for my personal account where I was trying to talk about camera gear. And I was holding the camera up. And the reason why I want to do like the larger than life perspective with the 16 mil really close up to give it that this is boring. Like, what am I even showing? Like, it's just like, it looks like I'm far away. Like, when I'm doing talking head, that's cool, but when I'm doing that, that just doesn't work. So then I ended up deleting that video. So I tried to do two, and it just didn't work. So I realized whenever I record, I have to designate, like, the kind of video I'm doing with the camera angle I'm using, and just stick to that. So, anyways, let me go ahead and get this sorted, and then I'm gonna, okay, you won't be able to hear this. So
quitting your job. My mom's like, you didn't quit, you resigned. I'm like, well, yeah, that sounds better. Thank you.
It does. But when you quit and then you're an entrepreneur, it hits a little different.
It does. And then even though I'm going to school, it still feels like, I mean, I know I'm still an entrepreneur, but it's like different than me going to a, you know, a 9 to 5 or whatever.
Exactly. Well, that's gonna be exciting. Update on that. Did you see the post that I put in the group chat today with the new chat GPT?
No, I have to always, so I can't have my phone at work, so when I get off, it's like I'm trying to catch up to the little things. What, let me go in there now.
Yeah, you don't have to scroll up too much because I uploaded 2 images and ChatGPT 2.0 for images is so good.
Oh my God, is that with the food?
Yes, they did all the
What the world?
and they organized the steps. And so I was like, oh, what do you want to start? From my channel. So they did my channel name, put the handle, and I'm like, yo, we could be making like ebook magazines and shit. And like,
Why are you making me go back to ChatGPT but I just left it for Claude?
well, you know, you should be able to do it even if it's on the free one though. So you'll be okay.
Hemming a crown gown and it, how did you do this?
So, I was very simple and I thought that was just like create me like the magazine layout for my YouTube channel, Dr. Fashion, and I said I wanted to cater towards prom. It was that simple, and it did it for me. And I was like, yo, but what if I want to edit the pictures and not use their images? So they generated that, right? So I took it to Canva and I used the multi-layer feature where it lets you move everything around on the page.
Oh, you have that all around.
I mean, I put my pictures in there. Cool. So now it's like doing all the work for me. And now I have the templates and I can just swap out the images.
So how do you turn it into an image though?
So once you use like the prompt similar to what I just mentioned, like you can tell it to create you a page for a magazine. Actually, I can give you the exact prompt.
Girl, I just did it and it's giving me a whole damn, it's telling me how to design it.
What did you ask it to do though? What do you want?
I said create, I probably will listen fully. I said create me a magazine layout for I did my sales framework ebook.
Okay. Did it come out?
Well, it says design it page by page like a Canva build. Ooh, should I put that?
I wonder what it would look like, yeah. Let me go back to mine and see my prompt maybe something similar.
Now, see, I'm gonna say design it for me because now I'm doing the same thing again.
It's like at this point, I can do one for my food and then you can tweak it for whatever you use that to. Let me send it to you on Instagram. Okay, I sent it to you on IG. You can just copy and paste and tweak it where it says food. I think it says tofu.
I have it through my phone right now because a black bug was crawling on me. I had to pick you back up. I heard you talking. I didn't even see where the phone went, girl. What the? I hate living in the damn woods. I really do. And the people think I'm dirty and I'm not. Our house is literally in the woods.
Yeah. The territory, that's for sure.
I hate it. Okay, got that. So you said it clear. My wording on it. All right, let me get a new one because this thing is not playing fair. It's like, girl, you left me. Try to come back down.
Okay.
3-page color.
You can do one for nails.
Ooh, I'm trying to think of. Oh, you know what? I should put this on. I know what I'm gonna do. I can use this for my TikTok shop.
I was about to say that too.
Girl.
So yeah.
For my colorist media.
There's 3 ways I would use it. The format for you. One could be nails because I know that
Just look online for recent trendy style tips and choose one based on what you know about me. Very step by step. Pick one that include any tips or commended moves or yeah. I'm gonna put a brand in there, see if it comes up, see if it can pull the brand. Girl, this pops up, but I think it will. See, so do I have to be in images? Because it still did it. It still, okay, it gave me a code.
It gave you like the HTML code?
It's giving me codes. It's saying steps. It's giving me the steps and then it's giving me the picture with the code and the actual.
Let me see. Let me actually put.
This is a lot. It's like, girl, build that shit yourself.
Oh yeah. So you do. You have to click the plus sign and create image, and then put in that same font that you created.
Okay.
Or else it's different under text. Yep.
Yeah, because one thing I don't want to do is do it myself.
Yeah, because I have to pay for some of my free account doing it, but I have to put it in.
It still didn't do it. Is it the same thing again?
You click the plus sign and click create image, and then you put your prompt in there. Are you on the phone or the computer doing it?
On the phone.
I wonder if you switch over to your computer to still do it.
Oh, you know what? There's an image section. I wonder if I do the image section.
Yeah, probably that, because I don't usually use chat on the phone.
Girl, that one did the same thing. It hates me.
Are you looking for a computer?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder.
Did you do yours on the computer?
Yeah, usually when I'm using any AI, I'm always.
So yeah, this step by step. Put it together yourself. Now it has code. I haven't like tried to code it, code it. I'm looking at how crispy the photos are.
You feel me?
That's crazy. And I've seen some people doing this on Facebook, but it's mostly people whining about start making flyers and ChatGPT, and I'm like, why not?
Right.
Oh, I see image creation got a major update. Oh, okay. Show ideas visually. Oh, they got blueprints you can do too? Get out of here.
Obviously, you have the right part now, so then you shouldn't have any issues. I feel like on the computer, I don't know, every platform I've been on, whether it's AI or not, it's a full experience when you're on the desktop.
No, for sure. Yeah, I mean, I believe that.
Because it be playing on the phone.
Clearly, because it just played in my face.
I'm gonna try to do one with nails. I want one that has a nail guide and concrete nails or wool. I'm gonna see if you do that.
Because I'm gonna tell you, it was meant for me to come in here. Because a part of the reason I quit too is I have so many samples from TikTok. I'm making a lot of money from the TikTok shop.
Yeah.
And I have so many samples I cannot keep up with creating the content for it. Don't know if this is going to help me.
Yeah, this would be good too if you use some of these images for green screen content, like you're in the front doing commentaries while the images are in the back. That's a good thing too. Yeah.
So it did it again. I don't even know where.
I didn't see your screen.
Alright, now I'm going to the image. Okay, I'm in the image thing. It says describe an
time, but.
I hate doing Google Meets. Every time I try to log in, it
I
takes me to
know.
the.
Are you able to just join from your computer? Because usually you try to join from the phone.
Girl, don't be talking about my makeup and stuff neither, because it was 90s day.
Oh,
90s day at work.
Well, you don't have to turn your camera on.
It's okay, I kind of keep. Why is it so big? It always. Yeah. You're not even on. Let's just wait for you to join. Unless you're not doing it already.
Yeah, I'm on.
Please wait for host to.
Okay. So then I know what to do. Okay. Should be in that thing.
Alright. So you want to share screen?
Yeah, let me show you one I just made right now. So this is the.
I know, it's so crispy.
Yeah, I just did that. This is a free account, so I'll let you share your screen. Let's make sure your photos. I think you should be able to share.
Okay, so I went to.
Oh wait, I didn't go there, so I opened up a new tab. I mean, it could be the same thing, but I opened up a new chat and then I clicked the plus sign. And then I clicked create image and I put the prompt in that same box. So click enter.
It hates me.
It does. Wow. Wow.
I wonder if it's because it's not integrated with. It says something about integrating it.
Only have one profile on ChatGPT.
Yeah.
Email.
I've had this one forever.
So I'm like, you could log in with another Gmail account to see if it'll work on that.
But see, I don't understand if you want, okay, camera ready, magazine layout, fully spaced.
When you went to images and clicked on one of those pre-made ones, can you go back to that image stuff? Where it has the little. Let's see, we're in the image section. And then you see where, click on the color analysis. Click on that one. Choose a new photo. Do you have one of you that you want to use? To see if it'll do it? Because I'm wondering why.
Or it's talking about needing to have to be connected by Canva and Figma or something. But I thought it was.
What's going on with your broadband? Let's skip over to the next page. There's
What
another
did you get married? Go where?
Oh, go back up. You see how it has the arrow for the next page? And let's see what else they got. I really feel like it's this account.
Why would they do that to me? Because I abandoned them? Are you
Yeah,
sure? Here, let me.
we talk about them on Club.
They're like, okay.
You said Team Claw.
I know, right? I'm gonna log out and log back in and see.
Yeah, hopefully it'll work. Because now I was just logging from another Gmail if you have one. Because it takes
takes less than 1 minute to do that.
It's crazy because when I came back in, it said, "Welcome to the new imaging, yada yada yada."
Yeah, it gave you all the little what's new. Well, let me go back to my prompt because I was gonna do one for nails. So create a 3-page nail.
Then when they want to log in, like, all right, you want to leave us? We gonna show you. All right, so I'm logged in. Now go to here. Now you just put zine. Did you put magazine or did I just?
I don't think I put magazine. I think it just said zine. Yeah.
Okay, first. Yeah, it's still doing the same thing. I wonder. You even ask me a size. Auto, portrait, square, square. Let me look at this. Mixed media, create a 3-page mixed media. I'll put magazine. Maybe mine's just thinking.
Yeah, I feel like this, something wrong with this account. Plus at the top it says memory full. So I feel like you're not getting a full experience either. Like it was
Because I'm not upgraded, because I don't have Pro.
yeah, but I'm not using a full account. I'm using a free one.
Well, maybe because
I'm not
yeah, I was gonna say maybe it's because I don't have. All right, let me try another account then. Maybe it's because I don't have Pro, but I also been using the shit out of here. I'll just say.
But I feel like they're limiting you on your experience on chat. I feel like if they do, they might be getting some pictures too. We don't need to store all your stuff here.
Oh gosh, here goes sign up for free. That's hilarious though. I don't know someone would do that to me.
Yeah, I don't think mine doesn't say that because I think with the new one I have, it only has probably like 20 little chats.
Okay.
But it was never a big one. So it's like,
Should have made a fake name.
it was just that.
I know, right? You ain't slick. All right, this one's squeaky clean. All right, so.
Plus
add.
Oh,
But,
yeah.
yeah.
Fingers crossed on this one. But it'll be crazy if it didn't work.
See?
What?
Oh,
But
okay.
I can get a picture, but where's the
First of all, these are horrible installs. What
I know.
is she doing?
And then it for people too, because that's what you should.
That's a girl from yeah.
Well, if you put the plus sign, remember it showed the other stuff? I wonder if that works. Click the plus, create image.
Let's do this one. Let's go back to images. Now I did put search the web. Well, you put search the web too, though, right?
No, I didn't. But I was gonna say if one of these, I wonder if like the color analysis will work for you now.
Color, mixed media. I'm gonna put mixed media image. Let's go install. First look online.
What did mine say?
I said first look online for recent. Okay. Oh, you know what? I said include. Okay, no. I don't. Okay. Let me just take this out. Oh.
Okay, getting somewhere.
Getting closer.
I guess less is more.
I guess I didn't say image. I didn't say image, so maybe. If it does, I'll put even speak, not even spread. Lord, I'm sorry.
Hopefully they smart enough to know the difference because
it has a section. Yeah, it has a section to upload images. So I wonder if I could take a picture of it. wanted only natural products, only, they're going back to, you know, homemade and all these different things. So they shut all of our accounts down.
Oh,
And then so I can't even, because of my social, like I use others a different, they don't even care. They shut that shit down. So, yeah, I was pretty mad. So I can't even get an account ever. They said ever.
oh. No coming back.
No coming back. But yeah, I was mad about that. And they might have sent some stuff, but I was off of Etsy for so long. But no, there's a lot of influencers and stuff that got their shit shut down too.
That sucks.
Yeah. Alright, so I'm gonna take, alright, so here's the, alright, so here's my spray. Got that.
Attachment photo. You already got the photo? Because you know.
I'm about to get the photos from the internet.
Google doesn't show personal information, like your files, so I can't see if you had it open.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna save that. I'm going to.
Express it, clean photos. Also, the lace front says clean photos, yet there's hidden. You should just say for the after. So you should say for the after photo. How do you want it to look though? You want it to be like more baby hairs or late?
Yeah, it's not supposed to have any baby hairs.
Oh, okay. So you can just say for the after photo, remove the baby hairs. Keep it simple for chat because they are hallucinating. Hallucinating.
Alright, so for the after images,
Just say for the after image, so know that it's that one photo. Or do you need it to be removed for the before image too?
so you know what's crazy? If you look at, okay, look at number 3 and number 4 are weird because it looks like tape. It doesn't look like.
It does.
Okay.
It does. So you might need to tweak that one too.
For this 3. Spray line is too thick. Maybe.
Oh, something else I did earlier was I had created another layout like this, but I created one similar where it had my face instead of the model face. So that's another option for the future. I was like, anything to do that, it makes me look crazy because sometimes AI distorts my face and it doesn't look like me. But it did a perfect good job. I was like, thank you.
Should be with the band only. I don't know. Let's see. Let's do this. This is dope, man. How'd you discover the magazine field?
Girl, I gotta learn how to teach y'all. I'm looking at it. I be on all the platforms, browsing all day. Make sure we up to date with everything.
And I've seen this one lady, she get on my nerves. She don't think she's doing something new. In this AI chat, she was like, I didn't have to prompt anything at all. All I said was, I was like, lady, that's a prompt.
Right.
Anytime you put something in ChatGPT, it's a prompt. Like, please stop.
I don't have to do anything. We read it.
Yeah. This is how you do this without a prompt. All I did was prompt. Done. Anyway.
The picture with the lady at the top that says lace front install, that was really good. People sell flyers like that on us.
I should put for the model and on the front, use my image.
You would have to upload your image though.
Yeah, I'm about to do it now. The front.
Okay, yeah. Would you want it to use your images for step 1 through 6 too?
Ooh, yes.
Then you can add that too.
I got such a strong Native American face. Every time I do my image, I look like a grown man.
Oh my God.
I'm serious. I'm like, why do they do this? Why they do this? Insult me. Why don't you? Alright, let's see.
What I plan to do is, when I'm done with all these little magazine pages, I want to actually get it printed out by Canva, so I can have a physical copy.
Oh my God, that'd be so kids on the weekend, so I try to have this fun time.
Right.
Here. And it's so crazy because that's the reason why I be trying to, it's weird because I need to get my own apartment, but don't want to do that because I ain't never gonna be in it because I'm always in his house. But we're not at the point of moving in yet. So we got little, like my kids are 24, 21, 18. His kids are 11,
Yeah, that's
6.
wrong. Oh,
Yeah.
little.
Yes. Yes. And that's my dilemma. No. And I'm like, it's an adjustment, number one. And then when we all hung out together, they were all looking at each other like, what do we do with each other? Because they so little, the kids so little. It was so awkward.
I'm sorry. That's the picture.
Oh my God, I just looked up. What?
Well, they did not make you look manly at all. Okay.
I look like me, and
Yeah, it did a good job. It did a good job.
it did. And look at the images. Well, there's still the lace front comparison.
The lace front.
Before, during. Oh no, good. But before, during, and after.
The picture of you in the corner definitely just looked like you, but then the images, it kind of looked like the same girl but with blonde hair.
Yeah.
But it's cool. Close enough. They don't know.
Oh my God. All right. So how do I? So the image. Okay. So
What is the
it
next
didn't
step
do.
now? Are you okay with the before and after?
Yeah, that's fine. Because the after, yeah, it looks like natural baby hairs, and then the one at the bottom looks good.
But this
So,
is the thing.
okay.
Is her hair is black? Are you okay with that? Because it went from blonde hair and then it's like
Oh, you're
okay,
right.
that's it.
Okay, so
change it.
here, let me do this. Edit, check, quick edit. But I also have, they didn't put the right even spread.
Oh yeah, they got the lace notes brown little box.
Right.
Do you have Canva?
You said do I have Canva?
Why would I ask you that?
I know, I'm like, what?
Yeah, of course you have Canva. With Canva, if you feel like you're spending too much time with that product, you could use Canva remove, where you can remove an image from an image and then replace it with that picture and then remove that. Yeah. Like chat. Like we don't got time for chat. Like we got.
Yes! Okay, so I'm gonna try this. So we're place product. I'm gonna try it one more time. And also lace not comparison must add. Because you know, I'm not sure how much you're on TikTok, but you know on TikTok, the girls like these are the products I would and wouldn't recommend for yada yada yada. And then it would say a product there, let's say 1 through 10, 1 out of 10, 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10. Like I was thinking about doing stuff like that because it's a carousel and then those get really good traction. And then on top of that, I can tag our product.
Yep. And you can actually ask it to do the carousel post for you if you're doing it in the 9x16 format. So if you needed it to be vertical, you can do that as well. So you don't have to go in there and manually divide all the stuff. So I've already been working on my content for YouTube where I have the images behind me and I can talk about it.
Girl, you a genius.
it, and they give me $1,000 for that. And the rest of, that's the only thing I'll be paying for, like, out of pocket. So, yeah.
Yeah, I just considered joining, but I'm getting up there in age, but I was considering only because I want my medical school covered.
Yeah.
But I'm like.
But if you, so there's a, if you're doing, let me just be honest, I understand how you feel, but I do not want that life for you, Dr. Fashion.
Okay, keep it 100.
I do not. I've never. I love the consistency of it. As long as you do what you're supposed to do, perfectly fine. But that being outside for 45 days straight and showering out of a bucket and pooping in holes and yes, and then on top of that, it's like racism is worse, sexism is worse, harassment. It's like everyone thinks the military is pure, and I had the worst time. Like my mental health is not good. So you got the military, and then on top of that, you got how people act there. Girl, what the fuck is that? I'm about to take this home.
Oh, wait a minute. Did they write your part in the before?
Why is that part so? And why do I have wrinkles? Okay. I'm just gonna take what we have. And then they turned the girl black. Did they? Oh no, that was the other one. Okay. So I'm gonna take this one and keep it, and I'm just gonna. I can take
Go
this
in
part
there,
out.
just tweak it. Yeah.
So now let's try it. So yeah, no, I wouldn't even. And you're 32, and you're gonna get so much hate. It's just, it's bad. It's really, really strange in the military.
When you were serving, how many years?
Total, I did 16, but they rounded it up to 17 for my medical retirement.
Oh.
So I came in 2003, right after 9/11, and then I got pregnant with my little daughter. They put me out for a year because they tried to deploy me, and I was still breastfeeding. My baby was 3 months old, and they tried to deploy me to Iraq. And so I was like, no. And so got out, got married, went back in a year later. So
Dang, you put in some time.
I did, and I was mad I didn't make it to 20, but my knees were busted, man. And I was supposed to have, okay, so I'm supposed to have, part of the disability, I'm supposed to have 2 knee replacements, a lower back surgery. I'm supposed to have a hearing aid right now. Just a bunch of stuff. And she was like, listen, I'll tell you, even if you get knee replacements, you still won't make it 20 years. And then for me being a sergeant, not being able to run my soldiers, that's embarrassing. Like, I'm walking, I'm telling y'all to run 5 miles. You know what I mean? Like, that's not. Yes. Yes, exactly. And so I started feeling inadequate. I mean, my soldiers love me. They would never make me feel that way. But I started feeling like I just need to go ahead and get out because this ain't cool. I'm gonna say now create this into a I'm gonna say create. What should I say? Create into an image. I mean a carousel post.
So you say you want to use it for TikTok, right? So that format is a 9x16. So you just say divide each page.
No, it's a square for the carousel post.
Oh, on TikTok though?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a vertical 9x16.
It is, but it's hold on. I'll show you. I'll find it.
So I thought it was the same like.
It can be. Here, I'll show you. Here's the link to look. I just opened it up. It's listening to us. This is freaking installed.
Oh, I don't see it on the Google Meet though. You have to share that.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Can I put it up? I'll see it.
Okay, so hopefully it works. We're trying to have a login.
Let me say create into a TikTok carousel post.
Well, if it's the square, then you just say it 1 by 1.
Okay, let's create into this into.
But be clear, each page needs to be a 1 by 1. Because that would turn into a square.
So I said create. Should I say still create into a carousel post, or should I say create into?
Well, you don't need to put a carousel post. Because as long as you have all the image, then that is uploaded.
How many images? Create this into.
How many you need?
Okay, create this.
So you only need 3, right?
trying to click a different computer. Oh, I see it. This what, what you did? What did you do? I took the nail, so I'm looking at it from the computer, and I see it. But this actually is not a 1x1. This is like a 3x4. Mine? Or you did one? No, I'm looking at the carousel post. So the 1x1 is a square, but from what I'm seeing from this carousel, it's not a square. It's more of like a 4x3. A bunch of. Okay, so. But 1x4. Exactly. Hold on, but let's go back to your page. Did it generate for you? Oh, is it on that screen? It just did the same thing. Did you get those outfits? I'm not sure. It just ignored my outfit. Okay. And it looks like my neck broke right here, like the comb from the thing. Okay, so create, and I still got a big ass part. Create. I was like, chat like this is low. Like, hey, take the first page and turn that into a 1x1. Because it's not doing it. It's taking the whole thing and trying to turn it into a 1x1. Because it actually did. It created a split. Just like the other images. So you might say take the first page. What if I say create 3 separate images? Yeah, but I'm like, it's gonna give you 3 separate downloads at a top. If you see, like you just do one thing at a time. Yeah, just the answer. Okay, so let's try that. If not, then I'll probably just post that and then put a song to it and it'll still be fine. I would say the last part would just be like, take the first page and create a 1x1 image. But let's see if it does it again. We don't find that. It would make me nervous. Because it seems like it get worse and worse the more you prompt it. It's like, I got sidetracked. Like I was working on the yellow one, so let me do that. Oh, it did it. Girl, why I got buck teeth? Alright, I'm done. I ain't editing this no more. Oh, look. Look at my teeth. Look at my mouth. What the frick? Wow. Now I'm starting to look bad. Yeah. It's getting worse. Yeah, we're done with that. So let me do. Okay, so I did the first one when it came out really good. I'm so happy. I was doing classy, so let me tell them make some African American lady names as well. Let's see what I can. Oh, mega blood filter. Necessary. On my free account, it told me I hit the limit. And I did less images than you, which is crazy. It's letting you go. It's letting you rock out. Probably let's get her cooked so she can pay for pro. Again. Look, there's a pop-up now. Oh, no, that's something else I'm about to say. Yeah, mine say you hit the limit for image creation to try. It says I could try again tomorrow after 6 o'clock at night. Like what? Dang. A whole 12 hours. And so I'm not even know what like a blood filter is. That's a vitamin. Oh, it does have to try the business one for free for 30 days or something like that. A little trial. What's crazy is I'm gonna use the same one with my other account and see. It's so crazy that Claude doesn't create images. It did trying though. It did a mock-up for me for it was more of a sketch, but a mock-up for my investment property, and it was terrible. Yeah, because we noticed I tried it in Hector's room and it actually pulled images from the web. Yeah, I didn't like that. So and you would think that it's new, but it's other
yep, copper, this is what I use. So, wow.
And I was telling my sister, so we're gonna be on our little weight loss journey together. And I was like, we can take this and print it out and create a whole little book for the house and we'll try out different recipes.
Oh, that's so good.
Yeah. I'm like, oh.
All right, so you're sharing. All right, so I'm gonna share the.
Yep.
Canva. So I'm gonna pull up this one, and let me do. I have to get the actual image and pop that in there. Landscape video. That's great post. That's great story. Should I do? I don't know what size to do. Let me do this. See if this works. Okay.
Wait, for this one, what were you gonna change?
I need to take this bottle out because it's not the actual bottle.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna take an image. So, okay.
Yeah, there's a few different ways you can go about that. One is remove, what is it called?
I think it's I don't know if you got Magic Media.
Magic Grab or something. Magic Grab. Let's see if I can find it. Because are you at the pro account?
Magic.
I think it is Magic Edit.
Click.
No, it's Magic Grab. That's the one. Magic Grab lets you grab whatever you click on and you can remove it.
Go. Then delete the whole thing.
Oh.
All right, so go. Okay, so you said Magic Grab.
So when you click on it and then so you see where it says edit and then click see all if it's not showing. I see Magic Grab at the bottom there. And you see how it's highlighting things? So click on the bottle and then grab it to remove it.
Hey, upload. Good.
Easy peasy.
Look at that. I'm gonna be doing this all day tomorrow. me see.
Let me go back. Let me
It's a little, let me see, take this. Great information, but it's tiny worded. Put it on my
Well,
TikTok.
if you feel like, well, wait, are you showing all three images at one? Because that's probably why. It's like a lot of information packed in one.
Yeah,
You would
so,
separate them.
okay, so
if you can pop in the morning, if not, I completely get it, because you're on the other side of the car.
8 o'clock your time?
It's 9 o'clock my time.
Okay. So it's for me. I might be up, so I'll try to make it.
If you are, I just won't talk you to death, but I'm very on the time. So I'm second to, so let me just tell you, I'm sorry, Andrew, just real quick and then I'll shut up, I promise. So BWC, that social Saturday they're doing, that's my thing that I created, that when I left, they continue to do it. Exactly, and so that was my concept that they took. So that's where that stuff came from. So I don't want to say name if they can want it. If they want it, they can have it. I'll just change it up and do my thing.
So you gonna change the name? Because I'm taking
That's why.
the name. I'm gonna keep the name.
I was keeping the name, and I was, but everyone was getting confused because, and then the creator made a whole storyline behind it to make it seem like it was never mine in the first place. So, yeah, it got messy. Yeah, they do. Yes, I wish I could tell it all. I need a book. Girl.
Hey, yeah, because I even seen it on their Facebook. So I was part of one of their Facebook groups, and I said, "Oh, Social Saturday, the BWC."
That was mine. They tried to. Do you remember Brielle?
The name sounds very familiar.
She used to wear green all the time.
I'm sure if I see her, I'll remember.
She tried to say that Brielle was the one that started this, but Brielle only did recaps. It was never a social Saturday with music and games and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So that's why I was like, y'all can have it. I'm gonna just change it to social media Saturday. I ain't got no time. And my rooms are bigger anyway on Saturdays, so y'all can suck it.
Well, I'll try to be there, so thank you.
Thanks for showing me the stuff.
No problem, no problem. Bye.
Bye.
Welcome back.
Procrastinated all day, but honestly, I'm trying to just remember that feeling I had when I recorded that video and it did super well. Like, based, honestly, I had what I call the creator's eye, where like, good mood seeing the fucking video crying, and just seeing the fact that like, it took time and didn't just endlessly shoot, like I talked through, The script may have not been there. Like my friend was telling me it could have been better. don't know what's happening.